Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Excuse me, my friends. I once again had a little bit of a hiccup with the mic there. Welcome back once again, folks, to the Lenovo and Intel presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat. This time it was on my mic that I forgot to, undo. My name is Blackjack. Of course, joining me is my co-host Santa, and we are back once again for some Rainbow Six Siege X. It is the grand finals, folks. It is indeed quite the game we have ourselves today. Over the weekend, we've seen these teams play their hearts out here at, of course, India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat, and today we are going to see the best of the tournament players take each other on. Santa, how are we feeling on this fine evening?
Feeling amazing. It's slightly raining over here, so quite a cool bit of weather after a lot of hot summer. So very chill, relaxed, whereas in the game, it won't be that kind of chill, relaxed scenario. It's going to be quite hot, a lot of explosions. Particularly, you know what? You already mentioned it yesterday, right? It's a revenge play today. And it's a story that's kind of like, excites me a lot that a team has fought its way from the lower brackets to the grand finals. Like, what else can I say that, you need to get excited about?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It is a grudge match between, of course, Team UWU and tStopPeeking. These two teams, of course, played back on Friday when we had the upper bracket finals. And now, looking at the brackets, we'll see the fact that Team UWU, they won 2-1. They knocked tStopPeeking down to the lower brackets, and where tStopPeeking had to win a 2-0 game against Zero Kelvin. Mind you, that one did get a little dicey towards map number 2, but still, tStopPeeking managing a 2-0 win. They pushed up to the grand finals once again for their revenge match now tonight against Team UWU in the grand finals. Of course, this time it's a best of 5, folks. That means 5 maps, 5 entire maps, potentially speaking, in play. Maybe, maybe not. We will have to wait and see. However, that, of course, is just one of the many things that is exciting about this game between these 10 players that will be playing tonight, and, of course, between the prize pool that they will be looking to get the share of, that is to say. And that, of course, 50,000 INR top place gets an entire half of it, 25k to first place. Second place gets 15. So, of course, one of those two teams that they're going to be getting that 25k tonight.
Money, of course, is a motivation factor right along with that. Combine the game, the love for the game, the aggression you can show, a lot of things, your skills, your skins, etc. Combine that all and you see a beautiful play happening. So thanks to Lenovo and Intel presenting us the India's top gamer feat Mythpat, and we are about to jump into the game. tStopPeeking going head on with UWU, or say it the other way around. UWU is ready for the team. They know how the strats would be. They know what kind of operators they are gonna face, what kind of play styles, etc. Nada, a lot of things. And all this action is about to happen. We are going to begin it in Cafe Dostoevsky, And you know what? Why I'm so excited about it? We have been speaking about it. Blackjack, do I have to say more about Cafe Dostoevsky? And then we are gonna go into Border, joined by Clubhouse, Night Haven's Lab, and concluding it as a decider in Consulate. So let's see if we are about to watch all 5 maps or what exactly is going to happen.
Well, I guess we won't be wasting any more time, folks. We're going to be getting right in to map number 1. That is, of course, Cafe Dostoevsky, starting us right off here and now as Won't Stop Peeking. Well, they're on the attack. Team UWU, they're on the defense. And, folks, this is it. The entire weekend and the entire tournament here at the Lenovo and Intel Presents India Subgamer Fishing Mythpat, it has led up to this. So let's get right into it. The first band's coming in. Of course, we have the Azami band on the defense. No surprises there, but the Twitch being banned from the attack side. And we'll talk about that in just a sec as Mira and Blackbeard get banned as well. Blackbeard, of course, to be expected. We have seen that ban countless times before, and we'll see it countless times again. And Mira, of course, a dangerous operator on Cafe. We have seen many a times where those Mira windows have been the difference maker on top floor and on first floor and on second floor, all over this map indeed. The Twitch, on the other hand, might sound like a little bit of a curious ban to some people, right? As to why would you ban that particular operator when you could ban someone like a Breacher, maybe Thatcher, maybe even another shielder like Montaigne or Blitz, who have definitely, in pro play, been much harder to deal with. And in that case, of course, the Twitch is a little bit of an interesting ban. However, when you think about the operators in play from that defense side, right, there's 4 operators in there whose gadgets can be directly destroyed by a Twitch drone. Goyo's canisters, of course. You have Zedux with the Valkyrie, whose black eye cameras can be found and shot, especially if there's an IQ in play. Of course, Jaeger ADSs and Thunderbird's Kona stations. So you want to preserve those gadgets, and that's why the Twitch is banned, because Twitch drones, they are notoriously hard to spot sometimes, and especially with the fact that they can jump now. Still don't know whose idea that was, and that is exactly why that Twitch has got banned.
Interesting, a drone that can jump, and meanwhile you'll see one player getting jumped by Drish once he gone right in the beginning. So seems as if UWU wants to begin it with a banger and definitely got the better player on the mark. So now it's up to Disciple. I see I am Noob walking into a play. He has a diffuser, has to be slightly cautious. Buckinator, on the other hand, has a position advantage, I would say, whereas this can all be turned around. So it's up to Desmond to get this kill done, wherein does not get a peek. At the site, it's all covered, and I see that, Bars is well prepared.
All right. With the Hibana down, of course, that leaves them in a little bit of a tizzy. They did lose one of the 2 breachers they brought here for themselves, and the reason that, Won't Stop Peeking have opted for 2 breachers in the first place might be because of the fact that there's a lot of breachable wall and real estate when it comes to top floor. Right now, that's not normally something you see on Cafe top floor. This is definitely a more unique operator composition here, but it's not without its merit. Zero's taking a bit of damage right there. The drop from Disciple is seen, and he's going to take a bit of shots as well. Beautifully done as he finds Baz, and he's in here right now inside of Bar. Drish finds Buccaneer on the other side. 3v4 though. Desmond gets another one, equalizes 3v3. There's somebody inside of Freezer. Disciple is chasing that kill, and he might be able to get it. Yes, he will. Beautifully positioned as he finds Drish. Now 3v2 situation. Make that a 3v1. Desmond gets one of his own, but they know where Dizzy is. Wait a minute, he's got the down on a couple of them, and he might actually find I Am Noob. The Clash is the last one standing. He shoots on to the Ace, who might actually be able to get the revive off if he plays his cards correctly. Never mind, the blood trail's being watched, and they know exactly that. The Dokkaebi, you can even see the smartness in the way that she's moving around despite being down, getting the line of sight on that rotate. And that, of course, is going to allow for the 1v2 to continue to be a 1v2. Plant is happening. That is the diffuser on the floor. And at the same time, the Clash is going to be caught. And, of course, the 1v2 will be denied. The first round goes to Won't Stop Peeking. although it was a little bit messy, I do like the way Disciple decided to throw caution to the wind and just get in the site.
Execution indeed it is. Now moving further, Hibana, Zero, Ace, Dokebi sledged together. Face of Bandit, Melusi, Jaeger, Valkyrie and Goyo. Valkyrie cam's gonna make a big time difference, and Cafe Dostoevsky, you need to cover those angles where you'll get the advantage. So let's see if that's been covered or not. And the prior round is kind of like an indication from Won't Stop Peeking that we are as prepared as UWU is. So yesterday was a different picture altogether. Day before yesterday was entirely different. We have seen these teams play against their opponents and they got the best out of it. So today is where they have to decide to get the number 1 spot or the number 2. So that's where these two are combating with each other. All right, all that's will be written. Another 11 seconds for the story to begin. I mean to say the round to begin and the story to be written as well.
And what a story it will be indeed. Of course, you gotta be careful about where you play the peak right now. Daisy, okay, that's interesting. Going for the spawn peak on Ella with the pistol as well. Not something you normally see out of course, Cigar Lounge, otherwise known as Piano Window. And like I said, I wasn't expecting the Ella to be the one to go for the spawn peak outside of that one, especially with the RG-15 pistol. It's not that it's not strong, it definitely is. However, normally you'd see someone with an ACOG doing that, but other than Goyo, none of the defenders here do have an ACOG of their own, so it is what it is. Right now, of course, just going to instead choose to reconsolidate and stay fully alive. That's what matters, right? You don't want to lose your body in the spawn peak. Drish is going to start things off once again. Circumstance no longer available, but still, ooh, Drish, wait a minute, he's really going off right now. Daisy finds another one, and that's 3 attacker bodies gone before they've even set foot inside the building.
A 4th one also about to be popped, and most likely it's a tough 5 on the other side. A DMR for the play. Disciple definitely get a long shot, I would say, and there we go. Just as we're speaking, here's the one to make the mark happen. Can you get this here as well? Here comes the troublesome matters. Buckinator on the other side, he has an angle, gonna wait for the same, I believe so, and the peak here is gonna cost them a big time. He knows the pillar is rappelling. Good rotations, but on the other mark, Dizzy gets the best. Buckinator finds one more. 1v3 scenario, let's go Buckinator. Oh no, no Buckinator.
I like how you cheered him on at the exact moment that you were about to hand it off. He unfortunately got caught. It is what it is. Things tend to happen. But Team UWU playing a lot more aggressive that round, seeing exactly what it was that Won't Stop Peeking were doing in round number 1, right? And they were like, all right, we'll take a page out of your book, guys. We see the tone and pace you're trying to set for this particular match, and we will, of course, raise the stakes on you. And that worked out pretty well for them. Won't Stop Peeking, of course, a team that has been known over the years to be one of those slightly erratic, chaotic teams that love to turn up the heat very, very quickly, right? Unfortunately, they're not the only team that can do that. And Team UWU once again showing us that they are more than happy to play a much more in-your-face playstyle if need be. Question is, will they be doing it again? I don't necessarily think so. They've got the Legion in play, but of course Baz playing the Dock is what interests me. You don't normally see a Dock when it comes to first floor on Cafe. Now, that's not to say you don't see a Dock at all, but someone like a Wamai or a Jaeger is usually seen on this particular part of the map, or even some sort of breach denial, given that on first floor, of course, you've got White Stairs wall, right, and the hatch on White Stairs, or that looks down from second floor fireplace. And those things, of course, can be covered by Kaid, but no Kaid is in place. So I want to know what Baz is potentially up to here with the Doc, because, of course, Doc himself has a bit of a reputation in this game, right? Especially in ranked.
Yes.
Of being the roaming heel hogging operator, even though he's supposed to be the pharmacist for the team. He's more of a harmacist sometimes, and we'll just have to see if Baz is doing that role or not.
So, pharmacist or harmacist? Well mentioned. I like the analogy. So, got to see if what's going to happen. Meanwhile, the drone's in play, and the DM. This is what kind of like scares me a little bit, particularly the long combat. But meanwhile, what happened? Buckinator again. It feels as if he's slightly off his game, but not so much. Says I am noob. Gets Thresh immediately. That's a good exchange, I would say, or counter. DZ well prepared. A quick peek. I believe so. It's going to be a headbanger. Just waiting, anticipation, building it up. On the other side as well. Look how Vinci holds the corner. He knows for sure he can connect those feet shots. But I don't see any player roaming around these staircases. So it's the 1v1 that's most likely on the other front that's happening. And Desmond already took a lot of shots. I mean to say a bit of damage, but DZ gets the best out of it. Disciple was not supposed to go down at this juncture. It's a 3v4. And just like that, a lot of exchanges, a lot of bodies being dropped. Vinci, the last one standing, he has to make this mark in order to take the round further away. But seeming the situation, I mean, looking at the way it's being covered, 1v4, I'm slightly skeptical on this one.
Oh, dear me. Looks like we have ourselves a situation on the tStopPeeking camp because they have once again lost a ton of bodies. Vinci comes around, finds one. That Z-Dex to fall, of course, but he has no way to go around and get Desmond, picked back up. That is on the bottom of what we call ground stairs or reception stairs. Actually, that's outside of the reception. Baz will finally confirm that kill, and the moment Vinci drops down those stairs, the Malusi is right there, ready to take his head smooth off, as some parts of the internet like to say. Well done to UWU to take 2 rounds in a row now, as they have given themselves the early lead. But more so, what is good for Team UWU here is that they're really showing tStopPeeking that, yeah, no, you guys are not the only ones who play this way, guys. You've got to switch it up. You have got to think of something different, and you've got to approach us uniquely if you want a chance of taking more rounds, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Valkyrie and Dokkaebi are banned. These are, of course, going to be target bans kind of in this particular matchup for this particular map, because Valkyrie, we've seen just how useful she is with those black eye cameras, right? In these 3 rounds, Valkyrie has been there every single time, and she has been useful every single time. And of course, same with Dokkaebi. The only time we didn't see a logic bomb call go out was in round number 3, where Disciple got taken out relatively early, and even then, there's always that danger of, even if a call doesn't go out, she could find a dead defender's phone, use it, and that of course is defender's cameras given away. And once again, those are things you want to avoid when you're on the defense. So, Dokkaebi getting banned, and we have now round number 4 with 2 sites already being done, top floor and first floor. I was about to say basement, but that's something that, me and my friends make mistake a lot, right? Cafe doesn't have a basement, even though first floor does kind of feel like one sometimes. So second floor will now be the site of choice on fireplace and reading.
Interesting indeed. Saying so, because the entry points that's being covered and the reinforcements, definitely a big one incoming from UWU. I'm saying incoming because they are the one who is setting the trap, and for anyone who wants to enter, it's going to be a death trap for sure. We saw that happening time and again. Now, won't stop peeking. They are prepared for the same. So these that 90-second mark, right? So that's where we see all that action happening. I am not ready for the same. And on the other front, Vinci again attempting a similar approach like on round 1. Seems like this may be a troublesome move for the player because it's already anticipated, and if UWU is well prepared, they would definitely get the body off the mark. So Vinci has to be cautious, and Buckinator not taking the approach that I have seen in the last 2 rounds. Of course, indeed, because the way he's been taken out, particularly the last round, was way too much.
That's something that has happened to Buckinator a lot, this particular match, isn't it? But right now, Disciple's got to be the one who's careful. ARX in hand, the Deimos has taken a bit of damage, but Desmond comes around for the cover, gets one. That's the Thresh off the board. They've got one more to worry about towards the new balcony. Never mind, Buckinator will be the one to get that kill. Beautifully so. Second floor control already taken with a minute 34 on the clock. And Won't Stop Peeking, they are definitely being very efficient about this, as they've forced, of course, and the Goyo off the board. Not just that, but it's the D&D combo as well. Dizzy and Thresh no longer active. So despite the Goyos and the Goyo canisters, I should say, and the Melusi Banshees that are present all over the map, only those passive utilities will be what is left. Oh, beautiful timing right there from Zedux, pushing alongside Desmond on White Stairs. I don't think Desmond knew exactly where Zedux was, and that's going to be his downfall. The Buck will be taken off the board. That's a lot of verticality taken away, but not all of it, because you still have Ram and her boogie drones that have no doubt created a ton of space. A potential drop on Laundry, not a potential, it is actually a drop on Laundry coming in, and of course there is a mark, the death mark. That's going to be beautiful shots from Vinci and Disciple to get two of their own. It's a 1v4 now, all down to Daisy. Last one standing. Plant is happening. Vinci is going for it, and the death mark goes out once again. Where is this Capcan? Because he's going to be marked, and he's going to be hunted right now. There we go. Disciple will find him very quickly indeed. And this is where Deimos can be incredibly dangerous in these moments. A lone wolf operator who can hunt you down, find you no matter where you are. All he needs is that initial scan of which defenders are active in the map, and then he is out there like a bloodhound, out for, well, blood.
Bloodhounds on the prowl, so be ready, be wary of the same. And the score itself is giving you an indication 2-2. Equalizer right from the beginning. That too in map number 1. So both the teams have come well prepared against each other. That too on Sunday, well rested, well prepared. So I'm kind of like expecting these rounds to go in a similar fashion, like equalizer one after the other. And you know what, Black Shark, I'm kind of like expecting an overtime right in the first map. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But if it happens, that's a lot of C6 action for all of us to witness and be entertained.
10 seconds left before insertion.
So let's get ready. Round number 5. And feels as
5
if
seconds left.
Won't Stop Peeking might back this and make it a 3-2. And then a 3-3 combination.
That certainly will be kind of ideal for them here, right? Well, ideally they would want to make it 4-2, but realistically, with the way UWU has played so far, I think a 3-3 half is definitely more realistic, right, to be expected here. And that, I think, should be what Won't Stop Peeking hopes for to happen. At the end of the day, of course, it will depend on this round and the next one, how each ends up going. Shots are fired, of course. Vinci on the ace, really looking for those jammers here on the piano wall, take them out, and of course the usual entry related shenanigans are about to happen. But at the same time, he's also looking for a body or two, because he's peeking this piano area. He knows that somebody could be up on the stage. This does provide a lot of cover for prone operators, but not right now. He's just gonna hang upside down on this window, not breaking anything, just to give the illusion to the defenders that no one might be on that window just yet. Somebody did break this, mind you, from inside, so somebody definitely tried a spawn peek. Regardless, drops in from the red hatch, and the window's fully open. Shots about to be fired. Desmond, oh dear me, he got slowed, he got goo mined, he got everything, and Basil put him out of his misery as the first kill of the round.
First kill of the round, it's going to lead to couple more. Baz already slightly getting into the mark. Took couple of shots, a little bit of damage. I won't say not to worry about, because it's a thing to be taken care of. The other is well prepared, but we're not done on play, so need to be cautious about those pellets getting connected. 2 players on the mark, ready for the same. I think the ping is already done. Oh, it's a head connection. Oh, the pixel did not happen. No movement indeed, so a counter rotation, but meanwhile the verticality in the play, and Buckinator this time gets the peg. Disciple counters and gets Drish. Right, one after the other. Couple more kills just about to happen. A quick rotation on the move. Very much needed, of course, it is. So, got to see the last 45 seconds on the play, and here comes the Flames. Not allowing them to move further. Disciple slightly got caught, wherein yet not moving in. Vince is the next one, yet they are moving further. Good defenses, whereas the counters are also beautiful.
30 seconds remain. It is a 3v4, but the time is not on Won't Stop Peeking side. Being here inside a bathroom is actually really good right now. That is to say for Zedex, but there's the Deimos scan. He's got to be so careful where he decides to position himself, and Zedex is going to actually find Disciple instead. Never mind, the Deimos is not able to succeed in his mission. Dizzy finds another one. That's 2 bodies to fall. Is there going to be a third one? Not quite. The Fenrir low on HP, but it doesn't matter. Daisy with the long angle, he's going to be able to find 2 of his own. Did they line up? Yes, they did. They were too preoccupied with the Fenrir playing across Freezer to notice that somebody was approaching them on white corridor. Beautifully coordinated right there from Team UWU, and that too, despite the fact that they had the body count disadvantage, they did not let that get to them. Well played indeed. 3-2 on the scoreline to them, as we are now round 6, the last round in the first half. And like I said before, realistically, there is definitely a chance of this becoming a 3-3 scoreline, right? But given that UWU is in the lead, Won't Stop Peeking are going to be definitely feeling the pressure of it just that little bit more, as now round number 6 will be underway.
Yes, round number 6, where I'm expecting a 3-3 equalizer. Earlier, I felt it's 3-2, whereas Team UWU had different plan altogether, moved in aggressively, took down the bodies. Pakinator was slightly caught off guard, I would say. Otherwise, he would be the one to get the kill. So, talking about the teams and the players, we have seen their aggressive stances. At the same point of time, they play time whenever it is needed. So, while on the first couple of rounds, it went slightly on and off, these last 2 or 3 rounds, it went completely bombastic, I would say. And you have seen those kills, so need not point it entirely. And on 6, will we see the equalizer or not still remains as a question. Meanwhile, at the site, it's all covered. Beautiful reinforcements, yes indeed. Mother holes created, but no peaks and no damage.
Well, the good thing about the current round so far is that Won't Stop Peeking hasn't quite lost the first body. You know what? Instead, they're going to be the ones taking the first body. Instead, Drish, normally the one starting things off with an entry frag, has been put down this time. And that's a very good kill as well. That Goyo, always so hard to deal with. The Vector, always such a prime thorn in the side of the attackers. Now no more, as that will be the first shots that ring out across the map. Now, of course, we've seen the fact that Team UWU doesn't really care if they're in a man count disadvantage. They will still pull, you know, pretty much a rabbit out of the hat, as their magic tricks of winning rounds might end up happening yet again. Now, of course, this is one of those moments where we see what UWU is actually planning on this white stairs wall here, the one that I highlighted back in round number 2, and in this case, or I should say round number 3, and in this case, it is not going to be, you know, the usual thing you see, which is like the full hold with the double reinforcement. No, instead it is, oh dear me, wait a minute, Daisy's been downed, and a lot of actions happening on white stairs right now. The fire and the flames from the Goyo canister are being used, and the Legion will be picked back up, so not all bodies are lost. The gas pipe will be completely blown open, and Vince is going to take so much damage getting through all of that. Ooh, the timing of that might not have been the best, but they're going to rotate all the way to Big Bakery, giving themselves time to go and get a front breach potentially. But wait a minute, there's a Maestro here who might have something to say about this. Disciple finds one on the other side. He finds another one, beautifully done on the push into this Big Bakery. And now, with about 35 seconds remaining, they're going to look to fall into side. Zedex gets one. Can he get a couple more here? They just need to hold down the site against all odds. They're really getting into pantry right now, as with the FNAT will pause the Ash a little bit. Not the Ash, excuse me. The Ram a little bit. Again, they know where one of them is, but they just can't quite get the shots off. Not just yet anyway. Fender's position given away. Shots fired again. Zedex will fall finally. It's all about Dizzy, the last one standing in a 1v4 position. Can Can he make this happen? No, he can't. Noob will get the final kill. And that, folks, like we predicted, is going to equalize it 3-3 on the first half.
3-3 right in the first half. That itself shows you the amount of competition and the amount of preparation the players have walked in with. Why not? It's the last day. It's the finals. This is the showdown. There is nothing after this. I mean to say, you have to again face on the next tournament that's going to be after a bit. Meanwhile, talking about this, Blackbeard and Capcan gone. Now let's see who's it's going to be. I believe it is Kaid, probably. No, that's not. This is going to be interesting. 2 bans, and that's going to set the momentum for the round. Okay. All right, back to the same. This is kind of like a back and forth between the players, Ace and Mira. So, Blackjack, have they been so much menace that's been, getting banned these many number of times?
Well, I mean, Blackbeard, understandably so. Trust me when I say this, Santa, you do not want to see what a Blackbeard can do in capable hands in Pro Siege, especially the current version of... Blackbeard's always kind of been a menace in Siege, just overall, right? Harkening back to the... Oh my god, I'm gonna sound old about this, but, harkening back to the old days of Siege, year 1, season... What was Dustland? I think it was season 2 or 3. It probably was season 2. The introduction of Border, but most importantly, the introduction of Blackbeard and Valkyrie so many years ago at this point. And of course, that Blackbeard was also a menace, but for very different reasons. That Blackbeard came with the ability to put a face shield on his gun. And that face shield, he had one at the time. He used to be 800 HP, if you can believe it. Pretty much indestructible, and made him immune to headshots in a game with one-shot headshots. Again, not sure whose idea that was, but he pretty much broke the game very early on in his favor. And he has had so many nerfs over the years. They gave him 2 shields, both of which were like 150 health, then 100 health, then 50 health, then 60 health, then 50 health again. And he has just kind of been in the dumps. Then they reworked him to what he is right now, a shielder with a face shield still, of course. And that has turned him back into a complete menace for Rainbow Six Siege. So him getting banned is very much in the cards. Drish is going to find the first kill this time around once again. Vinci off the board. And of course, it's the Ash who gets the first kill, the entry kill, so to speak. And of course, you know what? I understand that one. Who will... the operator pick, I should say. Ash is a very good entry fragger. And of course, Drish is a very good entry fragger as well. Really quick before I, of course, hand it off for the particular round, I will say the Capcan ban interests me. Because Capcan wasn't really picked a whole lot in the first half, and I'm not sure if Team UWU has a particular vendetta against that operator, because you normally don't get to see him banned like this, but hey, it's their decision, and if it works, it works.
It works, and they got to make it work. The last 90 seconds about to move in, already a lot of utilities being used against each other. Meanwhile, you'll see a couple more. What I'm expecting and what I'm seeing is 2 different things. So that's kind of like, oh, there we go. That's the thing that's needed. So Drish had the angle, but Disciple was the one to take care of. Noob immediately countering it. Goes for a big one. And this he had a very good angle. But right now, I have Noob so low on health. So can I take a direct stance? And meanwhile, Desmond equalizing the scenario. It's a 3v3. Whereas I am Noob is low on health. So I'm kind of like taking kind of a scenario from where won't stop peeking wouldn't be that aggressive as it is. Let's see, last 40 seconds.
I don't think they know where the Goyo is. Noob will fall, never mind, they do know where the Goyo is. And that, of course, is going to be one more body taken off the floor, taken onto the floor. And now it's a 3v2 situation, but time is running out, and this Goyo canister is going to be proving invaluable. Buckinator with the kill. That's Diffuser dropped as well. Huge moves happening right now from the Maestro. He's still got a couple of his evil eyes to really make something out of this right now. And he's, wait a minute, he's busy. Is he baiting? Yes, he is, and beautifully done too, as he's got cover from Baz, as they both will get the kill right there. I think that was the call that they made to bait with the plant to force those two defenders out of their hiding spots, and it worked so very, very well indeed. Team UWU pulling out another round for themselves, this time in the second half, making it 4-3, still maintaining a 1 to 2 round lead that they've been doing so far. Won't Stop Peeking, they were the ones to take round number 1, but it really hasn't felt that way since, as they have been trailing UWU after that. So right now, Won't Stop Peeking, since they're on the defense, of course, they can't afford to be over-aggressive. They can't afford to be too in your face, because the moment they overextend, they will get taken off the board. UWU showed us that in this previous round. But I will say, UWU had a little bit of a problem in their roam clear, because on Cafe, the unique thing about Top Floor, and the reason it's played so much, is because there's a little bit of very tiny amount of verticality, especially with the way the site is shaped, right? Around about, there are 2 balconies. One, of course, by Red Carpet Stairs and Cigar, and there is one over by Cocktail Lounge. Those 2 balconies overlook what we like to call the Pillars Hallway on 2nd floor, right? And that is a massive, massive open area where you can get a vertical line of sight pretty much for free, 0 resources spent, from down to up and up to down. That part of the map is very important to keep control of for both attackers and defenders, because it allows you either a free C4 throw for a kill or 2, or, of course, wait a minute, Desmond? Ooh, not sure what happened there, but you gotta be careful not to turn into another entry frag right now for one of these operators. And like I said, UWU didn't do enough of their roam clear last round, and that's why we saw this happen that they wanted to avoid possibly. But right now, they've got the repels going already. They want to make a push potentially from these windows.
I like how the angle is being approached. Bars definitely has it in control, I will say. Meanwhile, the drones are going gather a lot of information, and that's going to be crucial. 3-4. Let's see if it will be turned to a 4-4 or not. And Desmond already low on health, so I don't think it'll be a direct approach, wherein I can see a lot action beginning. Desmond in trouble. Vinci came for the rescue. He falls, immediately followed by Bakinator, but meanwhile they get Bars. The second to fall, Zedix has to move in. I didn't see a lot of Zedix in action today. It's all for Drish and Easy to taking it further. Disciple the last one standing. 1v4. Can we see some Disciple mode of action? Yes, indeed, he begins one, but no. Sees Daisy, and just like that, one more round going into the name of UWU. My goodness, the aggressiveness with which they are totally dominating the stance is quite big, and why not? They are the one who have moved straight up from the first till the grand finals. Now on the other side, Won't Stop Peeking, they are on the move. They have moved to the lower brackets and now to the final stage, so it's a big stage for them as well. So let's see if this revenge play or if the equalizer that we have spoken about would continue or not.
I have to give credit where credit is due in that last round. We saw the rappel in on Cocktail window, right? And that, of course, was, I believe, the Ash, or the, no, it was either, no, I think it was the Twitch, actually. Yes, you're having a moment here. But regardless, we saw that rappel in happen. And normally, going for that rappel in that moment is very, very risky. Like, the chances of success are extremely low. However, it worked, and I'll tell you why it worked. I'll tell you why it was such an incredibly well-timed play from UWU, because they not only had themselves that moment to say that, hey, you got players from other parts of the map you need to be worrying about. You can't be worried about the repellent right now, because you had Disciple, not Disciple, I should say, you had Baz holding the window, you had Zedix and Drish pulling in from the other side of the map as well. It was a very well-timed push. So much so that Won't Stop Peeking, they did not know which side to peek first, because if they one side they peek, there'd be somebody else from behind shooting them in the back. But we might he's getting awfully close right now. He's gonna find the Ash as well, putting a Claymore down, catches him on the distraction. And that, of course, is the kind of aggression that Won't Stop Peeking needs. The entry frag this time, and it's Drish as well taken off the board. One of the front gunners gone for Team UWU.
Without the front gunner, without Drish in play, it's a difficult one, yet they make it mark. Zedix falls for the rescue, and that's a big one as well. Bakinator Oh, the LMG in the play. ZDX definitely going high, I will say. Disciple right on the play and got to see if the peak happens. Okay, then check the other corner. And well, indeed, very good sneaky position. And that angle cannot be covered. That angle cannot be anticipated. If they do so, a quick flash and has to clear.
One side, one body, I should say, from each side. And the thing is, Buccaneer falling is actually really bad for tStopPeeking, right? That is a Maestro, and Maestro's control over the Evil Eyes, of course, is the big thing about having that operator alive. Evil Eyes will make... They're kind of like Echo drones, except they're stationary, right? The thing is, they can damage attackers and potentially force somebody off the plant. We see what happened before, and it could very well happen again. Verticality is being established right now from UWU's side. They're taking their sweet time on this, but they've only got 60 seconds remaining, and they've got to make some sort of push into the site, I should say, as all that verticality will end up being for nothing if you aren't careful. This is where the Brava is so very useful. Look at that. Evil Eye's getting taken over left, right, and center, and that's going to be so much intel inside the site that no longer works for the defenders. The final phase of the round is going to be a final 20-second push. I feel like that is exactly what they're aiming for. There's somebody playing on the first floor bar side. Smoke's going to go out. Clancy's going to be taking damage right now. He's pretty much in a corner, but he's got some support on his way. The diffuser's been picked up by Daisy. They're going to have to go in. 20 seconds remaining. It is now or never. It is do or die time, and there we go. There's a down onto Daisy. They found the hatch. They found the hatch play, and that is huge right now for them. Dizzy will fall as well, and it's all down to these last few seconds. Shots are fired, but it doesn't matter. Vinci Noob and the rest get these bodies one after the other. Oh dear me, UWU, you left it way too late on that round. You waited far too much, and that's the thing, right? They'd already gotten the Maestro. All they needed was to find the defenders, maybe a body or two. But credit where credit is due. tStopPeeking. They changed it up. They were not being aggressive. They actually held back, and that made UWU antsy. That made them anxious, and we saw exactly how tStopPeeking used that to their advantage.
These Valkyrie camps in play, Goyo on the other side, Sledge, and the others. So, big guns walking in. 4-5. We have been expecting the equalizer scenario right from the beginning, and it's continuing. So it's a round that tStopPeeking has to defend to make the equalizer happen, so that the competition is going on. And looking at the way the defenses are being set up, they are well prepared for the Oh, that's a sneaky angle. For sure. I don't think it would be expected out of UWU. Wherein if UWU has done their homework against tStopPeeking with these angles being covered, which we have discussed yesterday, day before particularly, yesterday a little bit, because the play style is kind of like being predictable at this juncture. So UWU is well prepared for the same. Got to see if that C4, that was a single C4, which I want to see, the explosion, the boom, let it happen, tStopPeeking.
Airdrop planted.
Alright. Moment of quiet here. Of course, in the early game. Normally we'd see a kill happen by now in, most rounds that have happened so far, but not this one. Those are rare rounds where the early game is pretty quiet. And with these two teams in play. Exactly. And with these two teams in play, that is a rare moment of silence indeed. Now, the final bans, of course, that happened. Anyway, the final bans that happened just now, right before round number 10, Brava and Maestro, and I think there's no, real need to explain it, but I'm going to explain it anyway. Brava, of course, we saw exactly how insanely useful she can be with those clutch drones taking over utilities left, right, and center, especially cameras and Banshee deterrents, and this, like, left and right, there was just nothing that was sacred. All of those utilities defenders kept losing, and they can't afford to lose them anymore. Of course, Maestro, similarly, very good on intel, very good on denial, very good on just being an insanely annoying poker thanks to those evil eyes, and that's why he got banned as well. Of course, that LMG is just a really good gun as well. So all things considered, good bans from both sides. As Vinci's taking a bit of damage right now, that Azami forced off her position inside of Cafe, Cigar Lounge, I should say. But still, that hasn't really done much. No defenders have fallen just yet. But once again, tStopPeeking playing very far back, and Desmond's going to find one Disciple with another. That's exactly what's working out for them. They are playing off of each other really, really well. But wait a minute, two bodies will fall as the D&D, that is Daisy and Dizzy, getting a couple of kills of their own. But the red pings is the Valkyrie cameras that are giving away so much intel right now. And that might be their downfall if they are not careful. This Capitown White Stairs window has been very, very good to them. Desmond finds the head, and that's going to be one more for this Frost. At the moment, the 9mm C1 ready to pop off again, but it's now going to be Azami's turn, potentially speaking, as he's got a very interesting position here. Desmond comes around with a triple, and now it's all down to Dresh, who gets one of his own, but the Maverick is alone, and he's going to be found. Desmond with the 4K. Beautifully done. That's going to allow tStopPeeking one more rounds, folks. This is just map number 1, but it already feels like we are map 4 in a humdinger of a game. 5-5. The scoreline is equalized as we move to round 11.
We both already mentioned this. It will be an equalizer sort of scenario right from the beginning, and this is map number 1, wherein all players have come prepared and they have the energy. If it is like map 2, map 3, we may not see a similar kind of like equalizer one round after the other. I mean, it is possible. If we talk about the probability, it wouldn't be that high. So this is the map where they have to do it. And Cafe Dostoevsky, why not? The best map where you can go head on to each other. A lot of areas to cover with, the angles are known, the entry points are well done. This is also one of the reasons why I really like this map a lot. And the positions, the cigar launch, let's take that. You know, how colorful it is. Like, I personally feel as if, you know, I'm not casting. I'm just there, sitting, relaxing for an evening, maybe with a coffee, maybe with some other beverage. I don't know, I don't want to talk about that. So just chill, relaxing in the map. And what does these operators do? Boom, explosion, destruction. And then it moves further. Alright, that's a different part altogether. Now, can we see a 6-5? Because the way tStopPeeking is approaching the entire scenario, definitely their aggression is there. And that's been there from right from the beginning. Be it the attackers, be it from the defenders. I mean, I'm only referring tStopPeeking. And talking about the same, the pancake is in place, but not gonna give a lot of room to work with. Fortunately, it did defend a little bit, but look at the aggression with which Dresh is moving further. He is in for the blood, the bloodhound, of course, I would say.
Moment of quietness as well, alongside a lot of potential when it comes to this top floor clear, and that's exactly what you need to do. The side being on second floor, reading room and fireplace hallway, of course, means that you gotta approach top floor first. You gotta get that verticality, and that's exactly what they're looking to get. And there we go, the logic bomb goes out, and that's gonna be the calls in. The blitz is probably already dancing with a couple of these defenders right now, but Thrish is gonna be the first one to fall. That's huge. Vinci falls on the other side, Daisy with one, and the SMG-12 is gonna find Desmond on the other side. Daisy, double kill to this player right now, and he's looking for more as the blitz is really just being a nuisance for the time being. Zedex falls on the other side, and there we go, the flash and the pistol comes in. Baz with another one. It's now down to the 1v3, all up to the lone fender inside of sight. Pretty much all the action happened on top floor because 4 defenders were playing above, and I think only Desmond was caught on the rotate back to sight. Didn't really work out for him, and the logic bomb is pretty much giving away his position. The verticality is in play as well because they're breaking the floor above him. But they couldn't quite get the angle onto Buckinator. I don't think they know exactly which corner he's in as the pings are out, but as he shoots through the wall, his position is truly given away, and he's now low on health. Well, not low, he's hit up a little bit. He's tagged, as they say. But he's going to choose to go the long way around. The hallway's been watched, mind you. And there we go. Baz will come around, get that kill. Oh, dear me. That, unfortunately, was not the hold that Won't Stop Peeking needed to, really invest on the way that they did. And UWU, just beautiful droning, beautiful communication and coordination. They timed it, I wouldn't say perfectly, because they still lost a couple of bodies that they themselves will probably tell you that, yeah, we shouldn't have. But it is what it is. 6-5 is the scoreline. They are on map point, but they are also on the round of ones for map number 1. That is to say, 1 round for Team UWU to take Cafe and take us to map number 2 on a 7-5 scoreline and a 1-0 to start things off. Or 1 round for Won't Stop Peeking to take us into the first potential overtime of the weekend, folks. Which is it gonna be? Let's find out.
Overtime. That's what I want to have. Grand final, so why not? Let's have a couple of overtimes and see more C's action. All right, having said that, here comes the preparation phase where both teams getting ready, and I see good reinforcement happening. So Won't Stop Peeking has to really work over here, because this round is going to tilt the entire equation. So let's begin the show. 3 minutes on the clock. Who's going to be the first blood? I feel as if Vincy's position might get compromised. Is slightly going to the frontal. Now have to see on the other side. Baz has the position along with Zedix moving in. He already emptied his mag, but no damage. So those are like fluke shots being connected, maybe trying to flush out a player from one to the other. Have to see the banks in position as well. 3 moving from the same entry point. That's not looking good, and they have a bit of opposition right waiting around 6.
Okay, interesting use of the Cabana over there on the Small Bakery wall, and Dizzy is already in here with the blitz. Alright, Small Bakery taking control of pretty much. Smoke grenades are going to go out. That's going to keep the cover going on this part of the map. Of course, keep the defenders guessing as to who is where right now. And Buckinator meanwhile getting seen, but that's not going to matter. He's going to get the C4 instead. That's a big kill, but on red corridor right now, Drish will take Disciple down. 1 for 1 as Noob will find Daisy on the other side. The Lion off the board. Did they try to get in from Big Bakery? Did they breach with the ace? It certainly seems like it. However, that might not have worked out in their favor. Minute 40 on the clock, and a lot of action happening early on. And the Warden here, of course, one you gotta watch out for, since he can counter smokes all over the place. Desmond and Drish will trade, but Zedix finds another one on the other side. Valkyrie Camera is going to give away the position of the Gridlock. Baz has to be careful about this. He doesn't know that his position is given away, and he's pretty much being live pinged. He's going to peek and actually going to get the kill on Vincy instead. It doesn't matter if you're pinged. If you can't make the shot, it won't work. Oh, the shotgun as well. He peeks the corner. He gets the kill. They deny overtime, folks, and that is going to be map number 1. Team UWU will start things off with a beautiful win on Cafe Dostoevsky, 7-5 in their favor as they take that first map lead.
I'm disappointed. Not because of the performance. I wanted to see that overtime action going on. The back and forth, right? That's where the competition, the edge, where we feel like, this is the grand finals. This is the matches that we want to look at. So, hence, anyways, this is map number 1, and Cafe Dostoevsky definitely has given us the action that we have been waiting for, and particularly the way the grand final stage we have to look forward for. So thanks to both the teams, all the players involved from UWU as well as from Won't Stop Peeking, amazingly executed. I won't speak a lot about the strategy because I don't want to give away much. There are a few more maps we have to look forward for. So I'll keep it all together and we'll speak more about the strategies, planning, etc. that went into the play that caused all this.
Well, I'll tell you what right now, Team UWU, I think, definitely has the right idea when it comes to facing Won't Stop Peeking, right? That is to say, from the standpoint of an approach on how you should be approaching a team like Won't Stop Peeking. This is, of course, something that harkens back to what I used to say back in around 2023, the last few times I casted Indian Rainbow Six, and it hasn't really changed too much since. That is to say, Won't Stop Peeking's overall play style. And that is, of course, something to kind of keep in mind when it comes to this particular team. that their playstyle really just depends on how they're feeling in that particular round. Now, of course, that might sound kind of vague, kind of not really helpful, so to speak, but that is kind of the point, right? Won't Stop Peeking, they're not here to help you. They will not give you a predictable pattern to play around. They will change it up on a fly, on pretty much a dime turn, and that you have to be ready for whenever it happens. You have to be ready to adapt. And Team UWU definitely had moments where they were caught off guard by those heel turns from Won't Stop Peeking, especially on the defense of Won't Stop Peeking in the second half, where they would randomly go from being very aggressive in-your-face defenders to very passive, turtling up in the site, and Team UWU almost had no idea how to counter that for a good moment, and that is of course what caused the 5-5 equalizer. For a hot moment, it even looked like we could be going to overtime. So, you know, that is something that UWU definitely catches on to quickly enough, but for them, I think for them at the same time, one thing they need to kind of focus on is their angles, right? Not their flank watch per se, but the off angles whenever they're deciding to push a particular part of the map. I have praised their droning and coordination quite a bit in this map 1 of Cafe so far, and there were moments where it seemed to kind of fall apart a little bit the moment that somebody got pushed from a part of the map that they weren't expecting. So a couple of things here and there, but of course it's only map number 1 and it's a best of 5, isn't it, Santa? So of course there's plenty of time to really dig in to what can and can't be, and then for the teams to improve. And of course, we'll see those improvements as the maps continue. Of course, map number 2 is Border, folks, and that is another big one, as Border, similar to Cafe, is actually kind of a smaller map compared to other maps we have in the pool of competitive Rainbow Six. With all that said, of course, let's have a look at the statistics from map 1 Cafe, and you can see quite a number of them being on double digits here. Daisy, Dresh, Baz, Desmond, and of course Disciple, 5 players being on double digits, 11 and above. Disciple having the most kills overall, 13 and 11, and of course one of the highest cost percentages as well, 80%, just being overall very, very useful across the map. But it is Team UWU's map to win at the end of the day, and you can see that the team was very much even Stevens when it comes to their overall usefulness to each other, and that's why there's about a 60 to 65% average cost on that team. And that of course means that they were all doing their part, and they were of course going for gun kills as well whenever possible. On the other side, of course, 3-2 on the first kills to Desmond, the highest, I think, actually it's 3-4 to Drishya as well. So they were pretty much equal for getting entry frags. However, Desmond got more than he got killed more, right? That's of course what the second number means. So overall, I think on entry frags, Won't Stop Peeking had a slightly better time, but the overall performance was simply better from Team UWU.
Yes, and Vinci at 0-3, that's where it kind of like, made me go slightly to the part where UWU had the better part. Also, if Vinci, I mean, again, if I say that, if this happens, that happens, if that happens, something else happens, this is like a back and forth. A lot of possibilities is what we are talking about. So I'm expecting much more from Vinci. It can also be probably, again, this is like speculation from my end, since it is like map number 1, he didn't go all in. So map number 2, most likely, possibly, I can expect some bigger, better play from Vinci. So got to see, wait for the same. So ladies and gentlemen, as of now, fill up your coffee, fill up your popcorn, be ready, because map number 2 is going to be bigger, better, and it is Border. And I really don't know why whenever I hear Border, the 99 Bollywood movie Border is in mind, and the backdrop sound, I mean to say, the background music runs in my head. Sunday se aate hain song is like running in my head in a loop, and I'll be looking forward for that. All that in store. Look forward for map number 2. We will take a short break and be back soon.
Yeah, big step underground method. Got nachos, get the most, let the little. Straight to pushing country, baby, got the
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Big step, underground method. Top-notch hoes, get the most in the guitar. Straight to pushing cut your baby down.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Big step, underground method. Top-notch hoes, get the most in the guitar. Straight to pushing cut your baby down.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Big step, underground method. Top-notch hoes, get the most in the guitar. Straight to pushing cut your baby down.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Big step, underground method. Top-notch hoes, get the most in the guitar. Straight to pushing cut your baby down.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Big step, underground method. Top-notch hoes, get the most in the guitar. Straight to pushing cut your baby down.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Big step, underground method. Top-notch hoes, get the most in the guitar. Straight to pushing cut your baby down.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Big step, underground method. Top-notch hoes, get the most in the guitar. Straight to pushing cut your baby down.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Big step, underground method. Top-notch hoes, get the most in the guitar. Straight to pushing cut your baby down.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Big step, underground method. Top-notch hoes, get the most in the guitar. Straight to pushing cut your baby down.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Big step, underground method. Top-notch hoes, get the most in the guitar. Straight to pushing cut your baby down.
Reach Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Big step underground method. Got nachos, get the most in the litter. Straight to got across. Pushing cut your baby down.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Big step underground method. Got nachos, get the most in the litter. Straight to got across. Pushing cut your baby down.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Big step underground method. Got nachos, get the most in the litter. Straight to got across. Pushing cut your baby down.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Big step underground method. Got nachos, get the most in the litter. Straight to got across. Pushing cut your baby down.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to, of course, the Lenovo and Intel presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me once again is Santa, and we are back for map number 2 of this grand finals. That's right, it is the final match of the tournament, the big one, of course, the grand finals in play tonight between Team UWU and Won't Stop Peeking, a revenge match that, unfortunately for Won't Stop Peeking, hasn't exactly started off on the best foot. Map number 1 was Cafe Dostoevsky. For those catching up right now to the stream, we have ended map 1 as well, and that, of course, was a pick by Won't Stop Peeking. Unfortunately, they lost it 5-7. Now we're moving to Border, which is a pick by Team UWU, and we're not going to waste any more time. So, Santa, Team UWU, they're 1-0 up. They're on their picked map. Take us in.
UWU ready for a lot of action, ready to take the title, ready to back the big numbers and the money, of course, indeed, at the end. So all that's happening with the operator bands, let's begin the show. Don't ban Warden, please. Okay, thank you. Bravo and Valkyrie in the play. Okay, sorry for that. I kind of like screamed a little bit. I want to see Warden in action and Border. Come on, you need him. Right, so Demos and Zero in action, along with on the other side, you see Ace Flores combined with Ash, Nomad, no Warden as of now, no problem. Aruni, Mastro, Frost, and the others. So that's the composition in play. And here, Border. The map that I like a lot, not just because of the and all, the Mortigood movie and all. There are certain angles that need to be covered. And sneaky areas from where you will get shot. So you have to be ready, prepared for the same. So the team that knows the map, knows the angles, covers them exactly is where the all happens. I see a DMR for the play. Disciple has to get it done. And the Sterling SMG in the hands of the best player. Or rather say, the deadly player. Let's see what can do.
Action phase is in just a second here, and of course that's going to be round number 1 to start things off. So given that it's Border, I'm expecting a prevalence of shields on this map. That's also why Blitz got that's also probably why Blitz was banned over Blackbeard, because while Blackbeard is good on this map, don't get me wrong, of course, this map was introduced with Blackbeard way back in Operation Dustline, it is no longer the same operator, nor is it the same map that it was back then. Of course, Blackbeard has since been reworked, and of course, Border has got multiple little changes and tweaks that have put it to its current state. Oh dear me, Disciple taking on the Shielder and actually winning. Ooh, that's not a great way to start, but Kuntal, wait a minute, Kuntal's in the lobby. He just got taken down by Drish on the other side. Not the best way to start for that player, the Frost, on the floor. And I gotta say, I wasn't expecting to see Kuntal back. I'm happy to see that name after so long indeed. And of course, unfortunately, you know, round one, not the best start for him, but he'll have to just take a moment and get on those cameras, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's on those evil eyes, giving his team as much information as possible. Dom panel comes out from the Raora, but there's somebody behind her that, you know, Baz has got to be careful of. That defender might just come up in just a second. Goya's being targeted by Dinos on the other side. Shots fired, but he's going to miss. Oh, dear me. But the Raora is not actually going to be finding that defender just yet. I'm surprised Desmond is still alive in there, as the Mute will pretty much get away with it. Baz only took a little bit of damage. Zedex took some as well. However, given that it's a 4v4 on the minute 20 mark, it is still going to get really chaotic as Disciple falls, as Rich bags a second. Baz with another. There goes Desmond. And now it's a 2v3 because Buccinator has just fired back on one of his own.
Quite a bit of action happening. 2v3 situation converting down to 1. No, I am Noble's the one to take care of this. Diffuser in place. Baz ready for the defense. I am Noob has to really work it around. Look at the way they covered all angles. I am Noob has to make the move right now. 30 seconds on the clock. Let's go. TikTok says that, and we got to be prepared for the same. He has the angle, but doesn't know the setup is done. It's a total chaotic situation, and the crossfire walking, and Boss gets the best out of it. Oh wow, I thought so that the SMG is going to make a mark, and on the other front, look, the angle with which they covered it. Beautifully executed from Obu, bagging the first round and winning.
A fantastic way to start for Team UWU, getting the getting the diffuser on the floor, getting site control on bathroom tellers, which is actually kind of hard to attack on this map. So understandably so, you want to get that site out of the way to pretty much start things off. And you can see the site has been switched up immediately to Armory and Archives, on the second floor. Now, Armory and Archives, of course, is a fundamentally different site to, first floor bathroom tellers, because, of course, not only is it now on the second floor, so verticality is now a lot less, a lot less appealing to do for the defenders. All the roam that's going to be is pretty much on the first floor is mostly just a roam for the sake of denying attackers space. But also, the other thing about Armory is that there's a lot more horizontal space to kind of work around when it comes to this part of the map. Of course, taking control of CCTV is the big thing. You can see the Frost is setting things up here. Desmond with the shotgun, getting those footholds ready. There's the 90 hallway as well. And that is pretty much the linchpin of holding down CC, right? The longer you have control of 90 hallway, the longer you can hold CC down, and the longer you hold CC down, the less space the attackers have. Now, when it comes to Cafe, a little interesting tidbit that I had kind of discussed a couple of years ago that still holds true is that you can essentially divide this map into half, right? Pretty much clean down the middle following 90 hallway. Of course, on one end you have Armory, Archives, and Fountain, and then the hallway, and then the CCTV room, waiting room, and east balcony. That used to be a bit more of a diagonal split earlier on, but oh, wait a minute. Oh, never mind. Drish really was trying to be sneaky on first floor, but he got caught out by Desmond. I was going to say that could have been a big play, but regardless, he's going to be denied. The Logic Bomb's going to go off from the Dokbi on the other side. That's going to, be a little bit of a nuisance for the defenders, but not a whole lot, given that the playmaker, Drish, who could have potentially been the one to instigate a conflict here, has been taken off the board.
Drish off the board, that's trouble indeed for the team. We're still expecting a big one from Desi. Meanwhile, a little bit of damage. Not much to worry about, I would say. But on the other side, the trap being set, a good flash that kind of like give away the position, has to counter immediately. Zedix taking shots, slight amount of damage, 2 claymores to work with. Oh, this is trouble indeed. DMR, I am moved well prepared, is the one to get a beautiful kill on the prior round. That kind of like countered a lot of situation. From this round, it has to be 1-1 on the board. Whether Won't Stop Peeking might get into a slight bit of trouble. Maybe this is way too early for me to say that. At the same point of time, the way with which UWU has been moving further, they have been making the mark, and that's what I mentioned. Zedix, that too with a side arm. Oh, let's go. Let's go. They are into the group.
And that's exactly why you want to be so very careful of that game. Wait a minute, Juggly's on the floor. So is Zedux. Kuntal has come around. Room. Big stuff happening thanks to, of course, that player. And there we go. Baz on the floor. It's now all up to DZ, the last one standing, but he's no slouch. That operator is no slouch. It's a Blackbeard as well. And of course, given that he's running Iron Sights, means that the BB is going to have the fastest ADS time for any possible version of Blackbeard and his gun that you can run. But moment here. Oh, shots fired. Kuntal's low on health, and there we go. Dizzy, despite getting that first kill, the timer is going to run its course. There was only so much he could do, and that will allow the side of Won't Stop Peeking to take their first round as well. Starting things off very competitively, similar to map number 1. Both teams are 1-1 equalized going into round 3, but I will say once again, Won't Stop Peeking, they turned up the heat in that previous round, and they are on the defense, of course, so it makes sense that they will do so. Now, of course, the big thing about Border, I almost said Cafe, my mind is still back there, but the big thing about Border is that it is a little bit on the attacker side, right? At least attacker favored in terms of the rounds that have happened on it over the years of Rainbow Six competitive. So all things considered, the fact that Won't Stop Peeking is defense first, and they picked defense first, mind you, so they will want to get as many rounds here as possible and then go on to the attack with a big, at least a 4-2 round differential, ideally 5-1, of course, but again, I'm trying to be realistic here in their favor. And if they get even a 4-2 or even a 3-3, they've got a good chance in the second half of making this map their own, similar to how we saw happen for Team UWU in map number 1. But we'll have to just wait and see whether or not that comes to fruition.
Interesting indeed it will be if the same case happens, and I would definitely like to look forward for the same, because that's where the competition is going to go up to the next level. So let's take it to the next level. Zedix are definitely going to make their best one, I would say, but none to keep on the other corner. He has flushed the player, so it's up to Bas or no, it's Drish who's gonna get killed. So if the rotation is happening the way that I have thought so, but Desmond was ready for the same. As soon as Drish moved in, the Sterling SMG made its connection. Well, he took a little bit, and Buckinator on the other side was prepared as well. He took a little bit of damage, not too much to worry at this juncture. The drones in place, this is going to leave a little bit. Yes, got the corner covered, and immediately you see DZ moving and gets Kuntal off. That needs to be taken care of, a 4v4 situation.
All right, a body for a body once again, and Drish being the first one to fall. Not exactly the best situation to be in if you are, of course, on the Team UWU camp. You never want to lose your Ash in these early engagements, but it is what it is. Frost being targeted by the Deimos, of course, that means that Desmond will have to scurry for his life, as Zedix will be on the prowl. And that's the thing about the death mark that Zedix. No, that is the thing about the death mark that Deimos puts on you, right? You have to be careful, because one, yes, it does force him into his secondary. That secondary is an incredibly powerful pistol that can also break walls and break open soft soft surfaces and pretty much just destroy things left and right. So that's something that you got to be careful about. But wait a minute, that death mark will be denied because of the mute jammer, and Zelix instead goes onto his gun. Doesn't matter, he was way too out in the open in waiting room. He's going to get taken out for his trouble. And once again, the body count is equalized. 40 seconds remain on the clock right now, and it's all up to UWU's push. They need to do something about this, and they are going to, as the Goyo canister does get popped. 30 seconds remain, and it's going to be very tight here. Noob finds another one. They see to fall. This Goyo's being such a menace right now, just sitting inside of the bathroom. They haven't gotten the hatch open. They haven't done much of anything. Baz finds one, but 15 seconds. They need to get in the window. They need to vault in. They need to get something going, but no. That's going to be the down on one and the kill on the other. Noob with a multi-kill this round. Beautifully done by the Goyo. And that's going to allow for Won't Stop Peeking to take round number 2.
SMG is roaring big in the hands of Won't Stop Peeking. They have done it time and again. And with Kuntal in the play in map number 2, it's like a fresh energy walking in. The similar kind of signs we have seen when Zedix replaced a player and moved in on the prior days. So it's kind of like a situation to work with. So Won't Stop Peeking, well prepared, came in with a banger and making it happen. So the aggressiveness, definitely indeed it is, and as rightly mentioned by Blackjack earlier, they take it to like 4-2 sort of situation. Once the site switches, it's going to be bigger, better from there on. So I'm waiting for the attacker and to move in for Won't Stop Peeking. As of now, 2-1 on the board, round number 4. I'm sort of expecting this could be the round where it will be equalized, particularly the way UWU has approached earlier. And got to just wait and see. As of now, good reinforcements. And I'm sure UWU has a plan to move in and strategically dismantle all of the reinforcements and then take the body count up.
Jammer ready to activate.
Deimos being banned, of course, makes perfect sense. We saw just how much of a nuisance that Team UWU was putting that Deimos to use, right? Especially Zedux. I mean, sure, Zedux didn't get too many kills with the Deimos, but the point of the matter is he was forcing people, forcing defenders out of their comfortable positions, out of where they needed to be, and getting them into, you know, more vulnerable areas of the map where they could then be aggressed upon by other attackers. That's one of the things about Deimos, is that sure, his death mark is meant to be a way to get a solo kill, but at the same time, it doesn't have to be if you play your cards correctly. That's why Deimos got banned right there. And Maestro, I mean, we do get it. You know, his evil eyes have just been such a prevalent tool in this entire matchup so far already. And that's why the Maestro finds himself getting banned more often than not. Now, I will say though, the Ying pick from Baz is interesting here. There is no Warden from Won't Stop Peeking, so of course that there's a bit of safety in the fact that they don't have to deal with getting countered hard, at least not yet, especially given the site is on customs inspection, right? But what matters once again, because it's border, is that verticality. A lot of soft floors need to be taken control of, and that is going to allow you for site-wide control as well on this part of the map. We have the Finkaboos coming in, which means that there is going to be a push on top floor. Kuntal's got to be careful about this, as he is one of the players on that top floor, but also on front door. Wait a minute, we have ourselves an Ace who's really getting close to the site. He's beating customs door. Noob is taking a ton of damage on the other side. He's got to be careful about this as we get under the minute-and-a-half mark.
A minute and a half, the 90 seconds where the action takes to the next level. I am Noob, ready for the same, I believe so. Peeking around with the SMG in hand, that makes a big time banger. Over the verticality in place, and just like that, Disciple gets pass and in equalizer immediately. He was well prepared at the same point of time, the counter, and the equalizer kind of like startled him a little bit, I would say. Got to be if the next one to fall, would it be Buckinator? Because the position that which is holding at this point kind of like going to be slightly difficult. In between, the move from UWU kind of leaving a mark. A lot of areas to cover with. Checking it around the last 40 seconds, have to move in. Drish has the diffuser, have to move in his right door, getting the big one. Kuntal Oh, that's DZ, and the carrier is down as well. It's a 4-2 scenario. A 3-1 about to occur. Zedix the last one with an LMG. He has to get it up, but he's not left any chance. I am noob. Closing it off on style. Big bangers from Won't Stop Peeking, one after the other. 3-1.
And that right there is why you need to be quick and decisive when you are droning your teammates in. Kuntal on the top floor, sitting inside of Armory. When it comes to top floor clears, Armory is one of the first places you should always check. Now, of course, someone could then say, but what if Kuntal had rotated in later on? It doesn't matter. Have a drone in there at all times. Armory is a very important part of the map. Someone can get in through Metal Stairs, someone can get in through, of course, Fountain and Archives. It can happen at any point. I will 100% give you that. However, Armory is also almost entirely, you know, one of the most important rooms in this entire map. Not only is it by its own a bomb site, of course, on second floor, but also it has the hatch going into workshop. From there you can get a very, very powerful position on customs inspection, which was the bomb site of the previous round. So, all things considered, the fact that they chose not to take Armory properly, instead they pretty much got into Archives and then immediately started going on vertical without clearing Armory at all. And I understand you only have, what, I think 60 seconds remaining by the time they got into Archives to begin with. But then I raise you the question, why would you take so much time to get into Archives in the first place? Why leave it to chance? Why not try to get there faster? Clear quicker. That's what UWU needs to do on this attack right now. They've gotten, I don't know, weirdly sluggish here, and that has kind of cost them multiple rounds so far. 3-1 on Won't Stop Peeking side. And don't get me wrong, Won't Stop Peeking has certainly played a fantastic game, as Desmond's going to take some damage from the gas pipe getting interrupted there. However, there's a defender right up by that door, and that's gonna be the Frost, of course, taken off the board. Desmond trying to get aggressive with the entry from Dizzy right now, but he's gonna get taken off the board for his trouble. That's a huge one to start things off under the 2-minute mark.
Dizzy low on health, so has to be cautious. I don't expect big one from Baz as well. Not the angle to move in with. 4-5 situation. I am no the one with the DMR trying to flush them on the other side, where a crossfire sort of situation is waiting for them. Now got to see, but Disciple took a little bit of damage. Drish was also tagged a little bit, not too much. Yet reload ready for the same. Disciple knows for sure another approach would happen, and at this juncture, oh no, Kuntal, troublesome. This is 3-5 situation. Most likely the numbers on the board would be 3-2 if one more fellow falls down, and if it is Buckinator, we kind of like can go on the prowl. And Disciple was not prepared for the same. Verticality in play, and Zedix is moving in. Troublesome it could have been, and indeed it's going to be Buckinator, the last one standing. This with the SMG, but that can make a big one. He's been denied heavily. Heavy amount of denial, and the score being 3-2. Who was prepared for the same? And I think the blackjack this round kind of like answers your question, like why the time's been taken to, you know, breach and then move further. So could be an approach kind of thing that they have planned and executed slowly.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Armory is certainly, the way they played Armory in this previous round was by far better than how they played on that inspection for me, right?
I agree.
On 4, I should say. However, the thing is, Armory and pushing Armory is fundamentally different from pushing custom inspection. The reason for that is, in this case, right? Look, think about it this way, right? Customs inspection doesn't get played a whole lot, even on a lot of border matches where, say, a defending team will win on bathroom tellers and second floor armory. They will tend to go to workshop instead of customs inspection. Customs is kind of the wild card fourth site, right? That a lot of siege maps have. and that kind of makes it one of those maps that you don't expect to see as an attacker. So of course, to that end, I'm willing to give Team UWU the benefit of the doubt in that, okay, you're not maybe used to attacking that part of the map, and that might also factor, that definitely also factors into how they played and why they took so much time. I get it, don't get me wrong. My point wasn't to say that they're taking so long because they should have been well versed in attacking that part of the map. They absolutely should have been. But what the other thing is, and we'll get back to that in just a second, as the block is already pushed into CCTV right now, into waiting room, he's going to have a little bit of action potentially coming in as he peeks the hallway right now. He knows that there's players on 90. He knows that there's somebody on the east balcony. Look at that hole that he's got himself. And of course, there we go. That's going to be the skeleton key coming in, giving him the room to peek. That's the shots fired onto Disciple. Noob has also taken damage, but the drones are what's important here. They are giving him so much intel to work with. And once again, Noob taking damage. There comes the global Dokkaebi call, and that's going to be Vast to take the kill onto Noob. Oh dear me. That is going to be the big one to start things off. But Disciple comes around, finding Zedex with the C4. Beautifully done to take the clap back. As we have, once again, the minute 45 mark crossed.
One more C4 to work. Let's see. One more explosion. Make the body fly. Would it be Daisy who's gonna walk in, but Desmond in between? Slightly took a bit of damage, and that's a huge one. Have to be slightly cautious. I'm certain he's well prepared for the same. As of now, 4-4 turning down 4-3. Desmond definitely got the big one. 4-3. Let's see. Will you be able to back the score as 4-2? Because that's where the map can get into your control. A quick peek, a quick denial, a lot of damage has been handled. DZ, of course, indeed was ready for the same, I believe so. Disciple on the other side, well prepared, moving in. They are on the hunt, waiting for the same. It's a quick feeling setup, I would say. Drish on the other side took a little bit, not too much, and would be, you know, a verticality kind of thing, because the way they are approaching the last moment of breach. And the whole 30 seconds, I would say, because these 10 seconds not going to create a lot more action. Need know for sure that angle needs to be covered. Bars might get into a bit of trouble. A lot of rotation happening. Drish on the other side holds the position that is needed. Won't stop peeking. Well prepared. It's a round written into the name. Just that, no room of error.
Disciple's going to fall as we have the final 10 seconds coming in. Desmond gets one on the other side. Wait a minute, the plant is happening. Daisy's going to be on the cover. It's a triple kill Desmond, but the plant is not denied. The Nomad is just sitting there in the corner. The gun is seen, and there we go. Desmond with the quad kill will be the one to take that advantage and press it against the side of Team UWU. Well played indeed. They won't stop peeking, as they have had a very good first half, all things considered. 4-2 in their favor. And of course, this round gave us a very, very good showing of why Mira is banned so constantly across all the maps of competitive Rainbow Six. As of course you saw, you know, all of our viewers at home, the two mirror windows on top floor with the presence of the Mira and the Fender in Fountain pretty much single-handedly killed all momentum that Team UWU were trying to build up there, right? UWU had gotten, I believe, the first kill, or at least they had forced defenders. Yeah, they had actually gotten the first kill, right? They got Noob off of the east stairs, and then, of course, they forced all the defenders out of CCTV waiting room and east balcony. However, they could not push into Archives and Fountain because there were two mirror windows, one in the Fountain office side looking out onto the double door of hallway, and the other one in Archives, or I should say looking into Archives. That was, yet again, something to be really, really weary about. Now, why would that be the case, of course, would be the next logical question, and the answer is simple. You don't know if someone's behind a mirror window. When you're an attacker looking at a mirror window that's facing you, it's a black mirror for a reason. You can't see through it. It's a one-way mirror. The defender on the other side can see you, you can't see them. So the usual assumption is going to be that there's somebody behind that, right?
True.
And the moment they see you, they're going to peek you. You're not going to have any knowledge of if they're going to peek, if they're not, how are they going to peek? Is it going to be a crouch? Is it going to be a standing? And that will immediately turn things into a very ugly situation for you as an attacker. That is why, they took so long to try and take Fountain, and that is also why the final push got delayed so much, just by having 2 mirror windows on top floor. That is why Mira gets banned so very, very often, folks. And that is why you, like I said, whenever Mira slips through, things like that, shenanigans like that, tend to happen. With all that said, of course, you're going to be noting the fact that there is a little bit of a technical pause happening here. And that is because of, well, I believe it was tStopPeeking who called it. Might have been something to do with Kuntal, and maybe his game had a bit of a crashing moment, or maybe something to do with internet. It is what it is. It's South Asian Rainbow Six. You know, at the end of the day, as they say, some things change, some things stay the same. Speaking of which, Disciple has returned on the other side, and there we go. Kuntal has returned as well, as we have ourselves a little bit of a moment here for, of course, the ban phase to resume. Now, it is the second half, but of course we have some statistics here from the first half to share with all of our viewers at home. So far, Desmond is actually leading the overall kill charts at 8-4 on the KD ratio with an 87% cost. Really, really good stuff overall. Actually, quite a few players are on 87% KOST. Noob and Disciple alongside Dizzy, excuse me, and Baz, who have all been pretty much leading the charts for the team. But entry kills is what I want to kind of highlight here. Desmond and Disciple, both of them from the side of tStopPeeking, are the ones who have more entry kills here, 2-1 and 2-0 respectively, which of course is pretty big. The team that gets more entry kills, they have early advantage in these rounds, and the more early advantage you have, the better your overall chances of winning the round are going to be. With that said, the bans have been taken care of. It is going to be Blackbeard Twitch on the attacking side and Azami, and guess what? Mira against the defense. That Mira, like I said, whenever she slips through, really, really hard rounds tend to ensue for the attack, and that's exactly why she's going to be banned outright on this map.
I'll be looking for Mira and the entire round and see how this is going to work. Is it going to make things, break things? And it will be interesting because so far, I mean, till date, I know Mira is a force to reckon with and not to meddle with. But after what you have mentioned so in detail, it's getting me interested to look for Mira in play. Because so far, all that I know and have understood, it's like Dokebi, Solace, and so on, maybe Warden, etc., so on and so forth. Not to forget the shield carriers, Monty, and so on and so forth.
5 seconds
right,
left
but
before
now
insertion.
this is taking the game to the next level is what I would like to, present. So 4-2-2, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if this turns as 4-2-3, there will definitely be a fighting chance. I'm not saying who is not trying, not attempting. Wherein every map, there would be like every round, as a matter of fact. Rainbow Six is so volatile, so happening every second, right? So things can happen, and that's what's been happening in the past couple of rounds. So I'm definitely expecting a 4-3 for the play, and this can be a sneaky one, of course, taking care of the camps and in a stealthy fashion, checking out the honor. They have the target, intel's been relayed, now have to see if it's been picked or not, and instantaneously you'll see a little bit of damage being dished out, and that's going to be big as well. Desmond has definitely flushed the player around the corner, and Buckinator is ready for the same. I am Nova on the other front. Gets the one. They have been planning it out. So as soon as the intel's relayed, but look at the way it's been counted immediately. Desmond was not supposed to fall. Unfortunately, Desi on the other side walks in, but Buckinator has a different story to write for him. Says no, Tata, bye-bye, decides, and complete denial, one after the other. Oh my goodness, this is looking quite frantic at this juncture. It's all up to Kuntal and Disciple to take care of the situation. Baz and Drisha so low on health, I cannot ask them to go directly. Just a graze of bullet is all that's needed to take them down. But look at the way Baz has been handling all the situation. He's the top fragger on the other side. We have Drish for the support, but DMR, a lot of damage to be dealt with, to be taken care of, and you still have those flashbangs. So it's the time for the essence. Let's move it.
Both of these defenders, they are so very low on health. Pretty much you sneeze on them and they're gonna get taken out, right? And that, of course, you can see on the highlight on the left side of the screen. Dokkaebi is taking over those defender cams, which is exactly what you don't want right now as a defender. The Dokkaebi, that's the big thing about her passive. The moment she takes over your cams, you can pretty much say goodbye to any safe space in the map, because defender cams, of course, they are positioned in such a way where they reveal a lot, of course, to the defenders. That's their entire purpose. And meanwhile, Kuntal opening up the doorways here. The jump in is active, but wait a minute, Disciple will fall to the side. Baz has taken that kill. That's a diffuser drop as well. 20 seconds remain, and all he's got to do, Kuntal, is find this Capcan, this one player who is still somehow alive against the odds. He's actually going to swing the door, and he's going to get the kill as well. Kuntal will fall on the main 90 hallway. Oh dear me, what a hold from those two defenders of Team UWU. I think that was actually a 2v4 as that at that as well. Beautifully played from the two last remaining defenders. I believe it was Baz and it had to be Drish, right, playing the Goyo.
Yes.
And my goodness, what a way to start off the second half, as they are going to make that round differential shrink by 1 round. It is 3-4, still in favor of tStopPeeking, but I'll tell you what, losing a 2v4 like that when you're 4-2 up, that is going to hurt their mental game quite a bit.
Not to forget the health factor. We were under the impression, and pretty much, you know what, with such low health, it is not possible. It leaves a lot of mark on your strategy planning, because of course with low health, just a graze of bullet, and as you said, I mean, you caught me when you said that just a sneeze is all that's needed for them to take an FA, and their proven is wrong.
5 seconds left.
The proven is wrong. They completely dismantle the analogy that, you know, health is a factor, of course, whereas the way they approach the fight, it totally changed the equation. And good job, UWU, also to both the players, Baz and Drish together. Man, a deadly duo and a force to work with. So this gives an indication, I will say, to tStopPeeking to not get way too aggressive. I know an aggression is needed, particularly being the attackers, and they have been working, they have been moving further with that. Now, a little bit of strategical aggression is what I ask for. And talking about the same, Desmond has taken a lot of damage, so knows for sure that the angle needs to be covered. Got to see if the best utility mark can take it further or not. They know the positions, that has been relayed. Let's get into action.
Shots fired on Desmond to start things off. Of course, you want to keep that buck alive, given that it is, of course, first floor bathroom and Taylor's the site of choice. There goes the Dokkaebi calls coming in, and oh dear me, Drish will fall. There's Disciple to take the AC. That's 2 down, and tStopPeeking's attackers are being very, very good right now, as they've taken 2 big bodies, one of them being Drish as well. So of course, one of the playmakers from the previous round is no longer in the run here. Of course, given that the site is first floor, time is going to be of the essence. Bathroom Taylor's, of course, is a site that has been attacked multiple times, and of course tStopPeeking's team will have experience in this front as well. But the question is, when it comes down to the execute, how much time will they give themselves? Beautiful C4 from Disney. That's going to be 1 kill, and 1 kill too many for tStopPeeking. They'll have lost their ace. Of course, ace, I do believe, got the hard breach done on the hatch, so at least that piece of utility has been taken care of. Disciple getting another one. Oh dear me, that is a down, that is a kill onto Baz. It's all up to Dizzy, the last one standing, and his position might actually be given away. We did see a yellow ping in his general direction. The call has gone out, and Dizzy is in a really bad spot right about now. The Valkyrie, the last one standing, trying to do something about the situation that she finds herself in. Coming around the hallway. He's the only one in this position right now to make something of a difference, but never mind. Kuntal comes around with a big aggressive swing on that bathroom door. He will pretty much nip that in the bud and won't stop peeking. Are now 5 and 3 up. Oh boy, this is so different and yet so similar at the same time to what happened in the previous map. We find ourselves in round 9 yet again with a 5-3 score differential this time instead of a 4-5 that we had previously. Excuse me. I think it is 5. The same score differential as UWU had over Won't Stop Peeking in the previous map. So this map has been a mirror to map number 1. I say that, of course, because map 1 on Cafe, which was picked by Won't Stop Peeking, UWU were the ones pretty much leading the round count for most of the map, all the way till the very end when they won map 1 entirely. This time, it's UWU's map pick of Border that Won't Stop Peeking is playing their hearts out on, and they are currently 5 and 3 up on round number 9. So, it's going to be a case of if UWU wins 2 more rounds and we go to 5-5, I'll tell you what, both teams definitely are giving it their all for seeing so very tight score lines right at the beginning of this best of 5. But that's exactly what a grand finals is for, isn't it? Best of 5s. We're here to see a fight, and oh boy, we are getting one.
We are getting one, for sure. 2 C4s to work with. I want to see those explosions, those bodies flying. Team UWU, let's get this done. 5-3, my man. So if this score goes, and if this round goes into the name of Won't Stop Peeking, then we might see a scoreline somewhere around okay, I will not say it because I don't want to lay a casticker sort of situation, and that happens quite a bit of time. Wherein I'm definitely expecting a big time breach as well as a lot of kills on this round. Won't Stop Peeking in the grove. They're already going for the plant, but unfortunately loses a big one. While doing so, Baz on the move. He will get a kill right around the corner. Is well prepared at the same. A quick peek is all that is needed, but unfortunately Kuntal gets the total equation out of the place. 4-4. Quick board is dropping. I am no contributing big one. Buckinator goes for the second as well. Has to see if he'll get that kill or not. The angles being approached. Rappel. Meanwhile, the gas kind of like stopping them a little moment. Not for long. The time is of essence. They are buying for the time. Oh, look at the way they have planned and executed. Properly done. Won't Stop Peeking. Quite a bit of aggression. The last 2 standing goes down. Zedix, the last man standing, goes down just like that in the hands of Kuntal. Kuntal, the man of the hour, getting the round for the team. The 6th on the board. And you know what happens whenever Won't Stop Peeking gets the 6th. Okay. Now is where UWU has to make a big move. And I'm expecting a very huge move.
6-3, the scoreline, but of course we're not done yet. UWU still has something to show for right here and now, and they are going to be trying to do exactly that as we have the final bans coming in. Valkyrie and Dokkaebi for the final bans on this particular map of Border. Map number 2, I'll tell you what, is certainly quite different and quite similar, as I said previously. But we're not done yet. Second floor armor is the site of choice here and now, and we'll just have to wait and see how this particular section of the map, how this particular round plays out. Now then, looking at UWU's defense, I have to say this much, is that they've kind of pretty much fallen into Won't Stop Peeking's hands time and time again. Now, what do I mean by that? I've mentioned before, this was in Cafe, where Won't Stop Peeking's defense was erratic, it was chaotic, it was hard to pin down, right? Now, pretty much double that and push that onto their attacking half here on Border. On the defense, of course, they played a very good, smart game where they knew when to peek and when to actually hold off. And on the attack here, they have done something similar. They've gotten their drones and coordinations on point. Their op selection has been fantastic. I love the fact that we're seeing Zero being brought out by Buckinator as well. That extra bit of intel is always good to have. And of course, when you have a gunner like Kuntal, who's as experienced with Rainbow Six as he is, you're going to have a good time. You need to just play around that gunner. You need to just make sure you either keep him alive or you give him the opportunities to really frag out of his mind. And that is exactly what Kuntal can do for your team. So that is what they're doing. They're playing around each other's strengths beautifully so. And we have seen that give them so much value for that exact reason. The entry's coming in right now on to Pepper's side. Desmond's really low on health. He's actually going to get taken down as he wasn't quite in a good position to get the gunfight. Shots fired now, this time from the waiting room. Dizzy will fall to Buckinator on the other side. More shots are taken towards that attacker, and that, in the meanwhile, is going to be Buckinator to fall. There's a glue mine in his shin, but looks like Kuntal just does not care. If he gave a damn, he would have stopped a while ago, but he doesn't. And that's going to be the fall of the Legion. Noob with a beautiful shot onto Daisy. It's 6-3, and now it's a 3v2. And guess what? Baz has to be careful about how he decides to peek this, as they need to conserve health and waste time as much as possible.
Time is of essence. I'm gonna play for the same to see if 6-4 is on the mark or not. Baz and Zedix in troublesome position. I am no fault. A very big one is being contested. Oh, that's a troublesome matter for I am no to move further. Gets a bit of support, but that's been taken off. Disciple has to move right along with I am no and to get these boys on the mark, but he's the one being taken out. Disciple, the last one standing, walks in. That's a flash on the face. Disciple versus Zedix. Both have proven themselves deadly so far in the maps. Both holding the essential corner. But look, immediately Disciple says that I know for sure you're gonna come for the hunt, and this is where I'll wait for you. But that's an off angle. I cannot anticipate this. It's turning around.
The Ash knows where the Frost is. The drone might have seen her, or at least gotten the, sound cue of the movement that Zedix was doing, but the Legion Mine is going to give away that position as well. 20 seconds remaining. He's baiting with the plant. There you go. He really wants to kill, because of course in a 1v1 situation, you cannot afford to go for the plant. You cannot afford to stick it, as he's going to still try. Ooh. And beautifully done! He's going to get the bait successfully. So that drone, the Frost did not know where the drone was, unfortunately. And that is going to be Won't Stop Peeking, who will actually take the victory in map number 2, equalizing the map count here and now. 7-3, the scoreline as well. That is a much bigger round differential than it was on map number 1, which was a 7-5 to Team UWU. So folks, guess what? We are absolutely now confirmed going to map number 4 at the very, very least. And we might even see some more action. We might even see some map 5 action happening if things keep going the way that they are. That is something that, well, I'm not going to promise outright, of course. As I said before, I am not very good with predictions, folks. Those two words are actually kind of similar now that I think about it. Okay, I'm waffling now. Anyway, point notwithstanding, the prediction for map 5 is, of course, for later. We now have map 4 on our hands. And, of course, if I glance at my notes here, I'm doing more than glancing. It is Nighthaven Labs. So what might have at one point been some people's prediction of a 3-0, well, that's not going to be the case anymore. It has to be a 3-1 win at the very least, if either of these teams wishes to avoid going to map 5, which is Consulate, the decider map. With all that said, though, I gotta say, map 2, it gave us a lot to kind of chew on. And on one end, this point I kind of did start talking about when it comes to the attack half for the attack half for Team UWU in the first half. That is the first 6 rounds. Then the thing about their attack half is that Team UWU were consistent, yes, but they were also consistently getting caught off guard by the defensive side. Won't Stop Peeking, like I said, they're erratic, they're chaotic, and that is by nature, by design. They love playing that way, and they will absolutely keep doing it until you read into them, and they will switch it up once more time. That is the thing that kind of Team UWU needs to learn here from map number 2 here. They could not adapt in time in a lot of circumstances, and that first floor customs push pretty much defines it, right? That we saw before. I gave them a lot of flack for it, and I will, kind of elaborate on that, of course. But before I do, Santa, what are your closing thoughts for map number 2 here?
I'll add to what you mentioned because you pretty much covered everything, and there is really nothing that I would like to contradict on. Hashtag adaptability is the word, not just here. Hashtag. Okay. All right. So we'll talk more about it. Bars 13-7. What a contribution, of course. I have to, give a shout out to the player, and a lot of times this guy has been there around the map. On the other side, Kuntal. He's been a pleasant surprise, walking right in 11-8, and then I am noob. Oh, no more noob. That's 10-9, ladies and gentlemen, and with an 87% of cost. 80% both for Disciple and Kuntal. Amazingly done. Buckinator with 80% as well. Now Buckinator is saying, Santa, you need to shut up because here's the number. I kind of said that he's going off and the numbers are not in. Wherein Buckinator has proven me wrong in this particular map. And not to forget what Desmond has done. 9-7. Wow, indeed. So a total contribution, a total package that we have been waiting for in the finals. And you pretty much covered everything, Blackjack. So I really do not have a lot to talk about. What I was caught up with those C4s in action, I was in between somewhere I saw the skins and I was I need that, I need this. Okay, cover that corner, another flash, another C4. So yes, a lot more to watch. So look forward for the next match, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely. To that end, of course, I do have to kind of say that the side of Team UWU that we saw in map number 2 border. This is kind of the point that I was kind of raising earlier, and I think I'll go kind of in depth while we wait for the call from production. But the thing about Team UWU is that they were not quite all there on their attack, and I think no round better exemplifies that than first floor customs on round number 4, right? And the main reason I say that is because they took a lot of time, way too much time, to get control on second floor. And the reason that's important is because second floor, again on border, massively important for vertical, right? They took too long to drone, they didn't drone it up properly, and Kuntal got very clear entry on Armory, and he just got those kills, right? But of course, whether or not that happens more, we'll have to wait and see, folks. Map number 3, I should say, I almost said 4. Map number 3 Clubhouse will be on your screens very shortly, but until then, we're going to be taking a quick break. Stay tuned.
Yeah, big step underground method. Got nachos, get the most in the litter. Straight to got across, pushing cut your baby.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
make stepper. Underground method. Got nachos, get the most than the litter. Straight to got across. Pushing cut your baby.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Lenovo and Intel presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat. I'm your host Blackjack. Joining me once again is my co-host Santa as we are back for now what is map 3 in this grand finals. Folks, this is quite the game that we have on our hands as we are now in the third map. And just to catch everybody up who's coming back after that break or who might be joining us just now, it is 1-1 the scoreline between both teams. Map 1 was 7-5 to Team UWU, that was on Cafe Dostoevsky. Map 2 on Border was 7-3 to Won't Stop Peeking. A beautiful scoreline indeed for them, especially after they lost map 1. Now, map 3 and onwards, it's essentially a glorified best of 3 from here on out. The team to win 2 maps, they are going to finish off on the winning spot and get that 25,000 INR. And what is map number 3, you might be thinking? It is going to be the old favorite, the old classic, Clubhouse. So, let's not waste any more time. Let's get right into it.
Clubhouse, where you have certain angles from where a lot of off peaks can happen, so that needs to be covered. These are the angles that I kind of like look forward for. Don't tell me you're gonna ban Dokepi over here. Azami and Thermite, of course, needed, and I can understand the reason behind it, because it is Clubhouse. Now what I don't want to see is a Warden ban or a Dokepi ban, because I want them in the maps. Okay, so it's Ace and Mira, so kind of like, can I safely say Ace and Mira kind of became like a textbook bans these days, considering these maps and so on. We will ponder upon that. Buck, Maverick, Twitch, Deimos and Hibana, Scopos, Valkyrie, Kaid, the Dog and Pulse in action. So a lot of pulsating moments, of course, in the play. Let's get ready. This map is kind of a decider of fate for a team to move further. I'm saying decider of the fate because, as rightly mentioned by Blackjack, the team that takes 2 victories one after the other will be the winner.
Absolutely, and to that end, actually, you know, since you asked the question, I can answer it here and now.
Yes, please.
The map, not map actually, Ace and Mira, yes, they are industry standard, as I like to call them, right?
Industry standard.
When it comes to bans across maps,
10 seconds
they
left.
are very much operators who get banned very often and for very good reason.
5
right?
seconds to insert.
Ace is pretty much the quintessential breacher when you really think about it. He's got one of the best assault rifles in the game, the AK-12, which has an insanely high fire rate to damage ratio. And that's also why Fuse gets a lot. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, Disciple. He's going to get the spawn peak right off the bat. I should say Dresh was trying to go for a spawn peak. I don't know if Team UWU can exactly afford to lose bodies that quickly. But then again, it's round number 1. It's the time for experimentation. And the time is still now. So that's the first kill going in. And Dresh will be the one to fall. But, you know, going back to that question at hand. Ace is pretty much what I said, the quintessential breacher. He's got the best AR in the game, along with a breach that he can throw from afar, which means he's mostly safe when he's actually going for the breaches, right? He can get at least 1 hatch, depending on the circumstance, and the holes that he opens up are vaultable or runnable if he makes a big enough hole. He has the option to be versatile in many different ways. That makes him pretty much the quintessential breacher. Zedex is C4. Oh, that's a big one as well. He's going to find one, but Daisy, on the other hand, caught on the flank, is going to be found by Disciple. He's going to get taken out for his trouble. Zedex right now. Oh, dear me. All the way by Club. He's going to be found by Kuntal, taken off the board. The Valkyrie falls, and it's all now down to the Pulse and the Kaid inside the side. Dizzy and Baz, they were the clutch masters, or at least the clutch makers for the early part of Border. Unfortunately, they find themselves once again in that same position. Oh dear me, a little bit of tangle happening there as Disciple vaulted out at the same time as the Hibana fired her Exkyros, of course, which made the Skyros pellets miss, but it is what it is. They've got plenty of time to set up their final push here as we move to the final 60 seconds of the round. The buck on main stairs is going to find Dizzy. That is huge right now. You cannot afford to miss your shots right there. It's all now down to Baz. The logic bomb's going out. The phone is vibrating. There's a Grim inside of dirt. He's going to hear that. He's going to start shooting. The plant is happening inside a church on the other end. Beautiful shot onto one. Desmond will fall, but there it is. Kuntal on the other side to get the final kill.
The final kill, the final punch, and with this confirmed the map number 3, round number 1 into the name. Won't stop peeking, quite an aggressive stance, and why not? Being the attackers, we have seen them doing this crazy stuff. Time and again, they have proven on their mark. Now, moving in with Buck, Grim, Twitch, Dokebi, and Hibana. I wanted Dokebi in action, and there we go. The Legend, Rook, and the others on the play as well. So to counter, got to see if this can work for who or not. Right in the beginning, getting a body down is that didn't work for them in the prior. So have to be slightly cautious, and seems as if they are getting well prepared for the same. So now spawn peaks, because the DMR is kind of like making a beautiful connections. So time and again, Kuntal has been on the brawl and is itching for the same. So can we see another initial kill right on the spawn? Have to just wait and watch in the last 10 seconds for the preparation phase and for the reinforcement structure. Quite beautifully done by Ubu. And on the other side, Won't Stop Peeking, they are well prepared. They want to take control on the entire map.
Well, it's a good first round to start things off at the very least for Won't Stop Peeking, right? And like you said, those spawn peaks that we saw, or attempted spawn peaks that we saw earlier, will have to kind of be pretty much stopped right now. Oh, this is a good position for Disciple to be in, as that main stairs is such a high traffic zone. And all he has to do is just be careful and cautious. The moment he gets a drone call, or even a ping, ideally, oh, you know, whichever defender is going to get caught there is not going to have a good time at all. It might be the Rook, it might be the Legion, it might even be the LR Valkyrie. Just right now, we're just waiting on that piece of action to happen. Shots have been fired, actually, and of course, Disciples reloaded. So, main stairs, they know not to peek there now. Ooh. A little bit more trigger discipline from Zetas would have been nice, but it doesn't seem like the attacker down below actually heard the shot fire. Which means, of course, the hatch angle has not been seen and not going to be aggressed upon just yet. I like the Maverick's inclusion here, as he is pretty much serving the role of holding down these off angles thanks to the blowtorch. He's given himself a very good thoroughfare to watch over. That is, of course, the construction side of the map. Hibana in play as well, alongside the Grim, bringing in the secondary hard breach charges, which means tons of breach potential is present from this team of Won't Stop Peeking. They want to get in fast, and there you go. Buckinator is going to get things started. He's going to find Zedux. Drish is taking so much damage, but he's actually going to be the one to find Desmond instead. Big kill right there. So we have the logic bomb coming out. There's somebody on first floor, but Buckinator will fall as well. That is Daisy on the first floor, being a nuisance right now. The Ella has turned things around. The Dogobi's in the site. Never mind, no longer. Baz with the kill on to Disciple. Not sure what Disciple was doing right there. Got maybe a little bit too excited to get in and get a clear going. And now it's all down to Kuntal and Noob.
Kuntal for the move. It's a 2v4. Not going to be easy, particularly against the Sterling SMG. That's going to make a big one. Boss gets the best. Kuntal, the last one standing. He's known, but unfortunately has been countered heavily. Got one before he went down. Oh, an equalizer right in the beginning. Feisty play for sure. So if this is the case, then it's kind of sort of would go again back and forth. Again, it would be way too early for me to say that. Now let's wait and see. Whereas I'm for sure expecting a back and forth play.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Absolutely. A back and forth is going to happen. Clubhouse is a very even Stevens map, maybe slightly leaning onto the defender's side. And when I say slightly, I mean slightly. Maybe it's like 1 or 2%. Like it's probably 52 to 48 at the end of the day, right? Defense to offense split between.
God, yeah.
So, all things considered, right? We have ourselves a map that's very even, and two teams that are also pretty evenly matched right now, right? And of course, you know, people might harken back to what happened on Friday night, where these two teams fought each other, and the round differentials were insane, right? It was what 7-2, 7-1, 7-3, right? And it was a best of 3. So all 3 maps were played, but all 3 maps, excuse me, were also all the way, you know, very big round differentials and very massive score differences between the two teams, and UWU were the ones to win. So looking at that as kind of the history going into this particular match for this tournament specifically, you know, might have given some people the impression that this game would not have been close at all, but I digress. That's kind of the magic of Won't Stop Peeking over the years. They make people think that they might not actually be able to do a whole lot, that the games might be quick or whatever have you. I've heard people say that, you know, a lot before. Hell, even I used to do that at one point. So to see them here and now, once again, giving it their all and showing us that, no, actually, they are very much here to play, and they are not here, when I say play, seriously play, I mean, and not here to goof off. That is, of course, heartwarming to see. But, you know, praise aside, there are moments where this playstyle certainly does lead to some genuinely questionable moments, but that's not going to be one of them. Zedux with the first kill, and he's going to find Noob. That's big, because that's Hibana, who's just been taken out.
With Hibana off the play, it's not going to be easy, and that's a big one for sure. Disable is well prepared, and Buckinator has to get 2 kills with that FAMAS in hand. I have seen him done some crazy stuff. So will he be ready for the same or not? Time would definitely answer the same. The gas pack has been covered, so not a damage from that end. Pawn has been checked, no entry points, that's been denied, and yes, here's the mark from where it can turn up the heat a little bit, what I mean to say. Shots been fired, no connections, no damage, is ready. The shotgun on the other side can make a big time difference. Disciple slightly getting into it, trouble don't matter, but the DMR, oh no! Oh, he got the best out of it. Zedix on the other hand took a lot of damage. It's a 3v5. The round is completely tilting into the name of UWU, who is well prepared. Now, they can bag it unless Buckinator does something crazy over here, right along with Dustman. And not to forget Kuntal, who has taken a lot of bodies off the mark. Nothing from the vent, and no can do, has to go down. But as soon as you fall down, there are 2 players ready for the same. But prior to that, Zedix gets a big one. And Buckinator was not supposed to go that easily. It's all up to Kuntal and Desmond. But seems as if that's not going to happen. Pass for the play right along with Zedix. Totally dismantling the entire play. And what a round to go with.
A flawless round for the side of Team UWU's defense. That is very, very good for them right now. As that, of course, once again, it's one of those rounds where it does kind of break team morale if you're not careful, right? It's one thing to lose a round when it's like a 2v4 or 1v4, whatever have you, and you lose the round like that last, remaining player loses the round. It is what it is. You kind of expect it. But when you have a flawless round taken against you, that's when you really start to think like, oh my god, did we really play that badly in that round? Like, excuse me, voice crack, not sure what happened, but, did we really play that badly in that round? Was it really, that one-sided? Those questions start to get in your head, and the moment that happens, as the team that got the flawless, they know that they are in the enemy's head right now, right? And that's what Won't Stop Peeking kind of needs to be very weary of, be very careful of. If they have Team UWU's, accomplishments kind of sitting in their head, festering as the knowledge of like, okay, we really need to kind of figure things out here, then they will start making mistakes. They'll start getting nervous. And that is what Team UWU pretty much wants right now. But with all that said, of course, we're moving into round number 4. The final bans for the first half have been done. It is Valkyrie and Dokkaebi. No real surprises right there. Dudley has been a nuisance, regardless of the fact that tStopPeeking have lost more rounds than won. Those logic bomb calls are still so very annoying to deal with. And on the other side, Valkyrie, for pretty much the same reason, those black eye cameras, you don't want to have to pick IQ constantly just to, counter Valkyrie. And it does get annoying after a point to get constantly pinged from a camera you can't see, because it's about 3 pixels wide. So Valkyrie is going to be banned here, and we're going to be moving on to round number 4.
Round number 4, and can we see an equalizer like a 2-2, or would it again delve into the name of UWU, who is banging one after the other, and they are feisty, they are ready for it. Why not? They have worked a lot to get the score and to move so far into the tournament. Unbeatable, and they want to make it continue, possibly so. And if tStopPeeking would allow it or not is a different picture altogether. Disciple already took a lot of damage, so kind of like not expecting big. But then again, we have seen what happened when particularly the Deadly Duo was so low on health and still they bagged the victory. So why not? Let not be a dust factor and see. Even before I could complete, Disciple says that health is not the factor when you have an angle and when you have the better approach on your opponent. So let's go. I'm expecting one more kill from Disciple because he holds the angle and seems as if UWU is about to fall for this round.
Just might. Oh, wait a minute, Baz. There we go. The Scopo's getting a big one, and that's a run out as well. He's going to get the door of Garage barricaded just in time. Grish will find one. There's Disciple on the board as well. It's body after body, but Noob comes around getting Drish. Much needed kill right there for tStopPeeking as they have shut down that roaming Frost. However, Baz on the Scopos is still out there. That's what you got to be careful of. Scopos is insanely good at these mid to late round flanks, especially if that second shell is still active. As right now we have the Grim Beast coming out, of course, where my magnets are there to stop that from being too much of a nuisance, but guess what? He's got canister after canister after canister. Disney on this side, where he will just rotate, get one, get two! Ooh. Huge kills right now, and he's gonna hear the entry from the window. He's gonna get the final kill as well. Beautifully played by the Bandit to hold down the site. It didn't matter. I was hyping up Scopos. I should have been hyping up the Bandit, the man with the car batteries and a history that he loves to tell. But with that said, folks, that is now 3-1, and Team UWU have a pretty solid lead right now.
Solid lead, yes it is. Maverick, Hibana, Zero, Ash together. Who round to be looked forward for? And I'm kind of like, I was expecting an equalizing sort of situation, whereas UWU is prepared for something else in the play. They want to close it off as early as possible, possibly so. Maybe again, way too early for me to say that. So 3-1, and looking at the way and with the momentum with which UWU is moving further, it's safe to say the score can be 4-1. Okay, that's where in the next set is possible or not. Let's wait and watch for the same. Now, talking about tStopPeeking from the attacking end, a bit of miscalculations, I would say. Or rather, not checking the angles that should be covered. That's where a lot of play kind of like went off the mark. So, the Scar, I mean to say, from I Am Noob, I'm expecting 2 big kills, but wait a minute. That was not in. A quick spawn, peek, and immediately taking 2 off the play. The third one was about to go off, but a counter, and it's a 3v4 situation.
Okay, I gotta say, Drish has been going for a lot of spawn peaks in this round. I think it's part of the UWU team plan here that, you know what? Alright, time to throw caution to the wind, guys. We gotta play tStopPeeking at the beginning. And that's exactly what they're doing. Mind you, they haven't even completely finished their site setup. You can see here now, Daisy's coming around, getting those rotates in play, putting those FNATs in, and that is because they weren't even in the site. They were playing very far off site just to get those early picks, and they have done beautifully so at that. However, Baz will fall on the other side, but guess what? There's somebody on the prowl who's gonna get taken down. Kuntal gets the refrag, but he's so very low on health right now. And that's going to be, of course, a deciding factor in which gunfights he decides decides to take. Don't get me wrong, health for a lot of this matchup hasn't really mattered for both of these teams, but it also has at the same time, because right now you can see Kuntal is staying on that drone. He's going to be the one giving the intel, and Noob, who's got the health to contest. No, how do you miss that? Of all things, a frost mat sitting in the open right by the door of Cash Room is what puts Noob down to barely 15 health remaining. Oh dear me, that is a massive mix-up right there. And it's not the kind of mix-up you can afford right now, because Noob is now pretty much going to be forced to, you know, limp and struggle across the map. That status effect on top of the Nomad's name is what is denoting that for now. She's going to be bleeding, she's going to be making noise because she's hurt, and she can't sprint for the time being, which makes her slow and very predictable depending on who is going to get the peak. And there we go, Noob's going to fall. Kuntal, the last one standing now for his team in a 1v2 situation. He might find Desi, he might even find the Scopos. He is definitely skilled enough to do so, but the time is not on his side. 30 seconds remain. He's got to get a body or two. He's also the one with the diffuser, so if he gets the clearance, he might even go for a fake plant if and only if he can find one of these two. However, as he approaches, there we go. It's open season, baby. Zedux will be the one to take that kill. The Scopos will happily finish off the Maverick, I should say. And that, folks, is a 4-1. Team UWU on Clubhouse so far. I'll tell you what. Earlier on, when the map began, I mentioned how Clubhouse does tend to lean to the defense by maybe a percentage point or two in the round differentials. Well, right now, it is definitely favoring the defense of UWU, because UWU, they are, well, you know what they say, right? Fortune, it favors the brave.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused
Fortune
by
favors
attackers.
the brave, and that's been showing off in the play, in the execution. As of now, score being 1-4. And safely can say it will be 1-5 as well. Just have to wait for a little while and you'll see that getting unfolded. So what's up with won't stop picking? Why not backing the round? So a question that's lingering in my head. Is it because of the misses that's been happening, or is it because of a bit of miscommunication? Whatever it be,
10 seconds to
they
insertion.
have to get it sorted as early as possible. Because one
5
more
seconds
round
left
loss,
before insertion.
and that's kind of like totally going into the favor of UWU. Alright, so here, let's begin the action. You got to be ready for the same. You have setup in place, well prepared, map control, everything. And you have showcased us in the earlier rounds. Maybe I can even safely say on day 1 and day 2. But that's not being showcased as of today. Particularly on the grand final stage. So again, same question, what's up with won't stop picking, and how exactly you're going to counter it. So you got to make those moves happening, coordination, timing, everything, etc, etc.
We've got fights happening on Dirt Tunnel right now. Baz took one, but Buccaneer came around with the refrag. But mind you, that's Desmond who fell. That's your vertical. Pretty much shut down entirely, only for the cost of getting the Goya. Now, Baz, of course, is one of the front gunners for this map so far, so that's not a bad kill by any stretch of the imagination. However, and that is, of course, the big thing here, is that, you know, those Goya canisters, they're still active. The Buck Skeleton Key, not so much. Ella tried to push out into the Dirt Tunnel, of course. We saw her take out the air jab just a second ago. Another one has been placed in by Buckinator, of course, but Zedux will fall on the other side. The Blackbeard is now in play, and that means the side of defense, is going to be feeling the fear of having to face that particular operator. Blackbeard, the menace. He's going to come down blue stairs. There's one in dirt. There's a cross angle that's holding this particular part of the map. And the Ella, you can see she really wants this right now. She's going to go for the peak. Not going to find anything. Fall back. Disciple taking damage on the other side. There's players in Oil Pit. There's the Grim. There is so much happening right now. Drish is so low on health. Just about barely alive. Kuntal as well going down so low. But guess what? The Blackbeard is off the board. And Dizzy falls on the other side. Kuntal gets one. The Grim Bees are giving away so much intel right now. He has live ping on the Legion. He's going to get the kill for it too. It's all down to Drish. The last one standing. The plant is happening. Where is the Ella? She's deep inside of Arsenal. She might be able to get one. No, she gets spotted instead, and Kuntal will take that kill happily. So, folks, they managed to avoid the 1-5, but even then, they are 2 and 4 down. Won't stop peaking. They are looking like a team that needs a few more rounds to start feeling confident. But that last round, it was a good start. They were confident. They were, they knew what they were doing. They knew where to go, and their coordination was on point. With that said, moving on, we are now in the second half, round number 7, which means new bans for that second half. Ace and Capcan, interestingly enough, and Thermite and Maestro, interestingly enough as well. Azami, Mira, they are still in play. Fenrir still in play. So many defenders you normally get to see banned still in play. As Maestro, I do still understand. He's actually been a fairly consistent ban fixture for this matchup. However, it's that Capcan that I really can't wrap my head around. Like, what did Capcan do to you? I get it. He can be annoying in a pinch, but I certainly feel like Mira, Kaid, Fenrir, Azami, all of these are far more worse to deal with than someone like, Capcan.
Possibly so that they read a player and to avoid a bit of domination by a single operator or by a single player, because a couple of esports players that I have seen are very comfortable with certain operators and they are like super confident. So again, it's a speculation that I'm speaking about, so don't quote me over that. Possibly to avoid it, Capcan ban. I don't really know, so let's not go over that. Now, talking about the score, it's a 2-4. I have been expecting an equalizer situation, and I have been speaking about it right from the beginning. And why not? We are at the grand final stage, so seeing those equalizing scenarios and then moving further, we were almost there nearby to an overtime sort of situation, and that did not happen on map now. So possibly if map 3 is the thing where we can see that or not, let's wait and watch. Meanwhile, won't stop peaking. Very good execution in the last round, and as rightly mentioned by Blackjack, that this is the play that we have been looking forward for from quite some time. And on round number 7, I'm expecting quick 2 kills right in the beginning. Zedix checking around the corners, moves in, where his disciple is ready on the other front. He has shown his presence, and Tasman meanwhile getting Zedix. That's the kind of thing we have been waiting for, and a big one has been taken off the mark. Desi could be the one to go. Desi could be the one to go down right after this. Now the DND, as we have spoken about, if DZ and Desi falls down, that could be a fall for Ubu, and won't stop peaking will definitely capitalize on the situation.
That Deimos falling first is certainly something that Team Uwu will not be happy about. Zedux, in this moment, well, he's going to have to just sit this one out. Get on the drones, give intel to the team. That's all he can really do right now, while marinating with the choices that he made that led to him being taken out by this smoke. And that's the kind of interesting bit there as well. The fact that it was a smoke probably up on main stairs who got that kill to begin with. Now, of course, smoke does like to play that position in this map, and we've seen it happen before, but at the same time, Deimos of all characters getting taken out by someone in smoke playing that part of the map is certainly unusual, to say the least. With all that said, of course, that's just one kill. We're not going to wax poetic about that for too long. 45 seconds remain as Team Uwu is starting to kind of fall into the trap that they had in Border as well on their attack rounds, which is they're taking too long. Sure, you lost one player pretty early, and that is heartbreaking. That is certainly going to put some stopper to your plans, but at the same time, should it stop it entirely to the point where you've got 25 seconds left and you have to get in there? Drish does find the flank coming in from Disciple. That's good. Flashbangs are out, but there you go. You can't just drop like that with a couple of flashes and a dream, as Baz and Daisy will fall, and 10 seconds remain. The diffuser is just dropped in the site. No matter how many Grim Bees you throw out, it's not going to do much of anything. Daisy falls on the other side, and Drish can only really do much of nothing as he drops and gets dropped by Kuntal, and won't stop peaking once again. they had such a comfortable time just sitting inside of the site. Sure, Disciple went for a flank that didn't really work out, but other than that, what else was there to do? Team UWU, they just weren't active on the map.
That kind of scared me a little bit, because the way the approach has been done and the total aggression being portrayed on the other side, and not much of attack that we have expected. So things to work with for sure. Won't stop peeking, being defenders. Again, when it comes to won't stop peeking, I really forgot the fact that whether it be defense, whether it be the attacking end, they are in their own groove, they are in their own play, and they take it further. So I want to see that aggression to continue further and see the 4-4 on the score line. And now you have two C4s to work with. So let's bring in those big explosions to get those kills. And with each C4, if I see like 2 going off,
5 seconds left.
that of course is a clippable moment. Again, you know what? I'm speaking in terms of the entertainment aspect, right? So also you'll definitely get a lot of advantage if the kind of play can be done. Meanwhile, DZ with the shield and moves further, and a lot of opposition is waiting for him. Have to see if the angle is approach covered. Oh yes indeed, and that's been a big time denial. The pancake is here, that's going to give a bit of defense. Now DZ has to be really cautious, because there is a flank as well happening, and I'm sure he's well aware of the same. If not, it's going to be big time trouble.
This is where, of course, Montaigne gets to shoot. This particular part of the map. Kunto's going to go down on the other side. That's because Red Stairs was being aggressed upon by Thresh. Beautifully done so, as they're coordinating around the Montaigne. They're pretty much basing their entire play around the existence of this one shielder who is giving them quite the value so far. They've pushed into CCTV and cache very quickly. They've pushed the defenders out of there all the way into construction at that as well. And now Montaigne, all he has to do is just stand here on this door until someone can come in and blind that mirror window inside of logistics. This is, of course, one of the reasons Mira gets banned so often on the map of Clubhouse. She is once again the reason that the push is stopping in this place, but they see beautiful shot right there to find Desmond, who I'm not sure why he got that aggressive on bedroom window. That is never an angle that favors the defenders, and that is again another reason why mirror window needs to be blinded. They know that, and the Hibana will come in and she's actually going to breach it instead. That will allow for a longer line of sight. Disciple and Noob will fall on the other end, because guess what? They are in the site right now, and it's all up to the Frost to get one, and she does so, but can she get any more? No, because someone's in the bathroom using the mirror window against her. That's going to be Daisy, to take that kill. And guess what? The attack of Team UWU, so very solid this time around. Much better on the coordination, much better on the overall play. And that is what we like to see. 5-3.
5-3, and needless to say, it can even go for 6-3 with the momentum that's been taken away from Won't Stop Peeking. So just a quick turn of things and you see this happening, the change in the score. Oh my goodness, so UWU is very well prepared for this sort of opposition. They have anticipated it and they executed the plan they came up with. So a good play compared to the prior and very well executed. And that execution is where it all changes up. And if you remember, we have spoken a little bit about hashtag adaptability, and seems as if Team UWU is portraying it completely, and this adaptability is where it will entirely change the scenario, the score, etc, etc.
10 seconds to
So
go.
let's see if that 6-3 can happen, or if Won't Stop Peeking can turn things around and make it 4-5. Now, Disciple moving in with the SMG, will you be able to get a kill right in the beginning is a question that I'm kind of like thinking, but I don't see any counter flank on the other side. It's quite early into the map, so the breach on the other side is quite successful, moving in, trying to gain some more room. Have to see. I'm slightly confused with this approach.
Ready for company.
Well, I mean, it's, you know, I gotta say, from the side of Team Uwu, I think it's just a case of not repeating what they did the last round, right? Even though it's going to be pretty similar, Montaigne's still going to be trying to push CC to win cash room. It's just here he's going to try red stairs instead. And now they're going to be very careful of somebody being on the lower blue stairs, the stock stairs as it's called, and the drone's going to go in there as well. But they got to be careful of top floor here. Fenrir is watching from above red, and that is why the Monty is trying to push this part of the map. There is a Fenrir mine, excuse me, FNet as it's called, on top of these stairs, and that's what the Twitch is coming in for. There you go, taking it out, and that is going to force the Fenrir back, properly so. And he even threw a second one just to keep his position. He really fought for it, but he's going to have to run back now. And the rotate is covered from below from a vertical angle as well. Baz, in the meanwhile, taking a little bit of time because he got, again, F-natted. But, again, it doesn't really matter too much as they've got plenty of space. Minute 30 on the clock, and they're already taking care of this top floor, CCTV and cash room side, which means they're good on time, actually. Last round, they were very fast, very efficient. This round, a little bit slower, a little bit more deliberate. At the same time, it's effective, and that is what really matters here. I'm interested in the defender who's prone right under the gym window. That is not something you see every day, and that's going to be a jump out as well from the Frost. Somebody hold that window. No, the Ash almost had it. All she had to do was keep watching that angle. Noob C4 is going to find Daisy on the other side. Never mind. And Zedex will fall. Looks like this push, because it was largely the same as the last round, it's been read into and denied by tStopPeeking's defense. But it's still not over yet. There's two players, the D&D combo, who could make something big out of this situation. Impact grenades coming out to really stop this Monty, but Drish comes around from the other side. He's got two big kills of his own. That's going to allow him to not only stay active, but allow the side of UWU to feel like they still have a chance. They're maybe going to try and go to logistics here, and that could be the play to be made. The smoke gas canisters are giving them plenty of room, and there you go. The Monty is in, but Drish finds one. Can he find another one in logistics? He's going to try his Zardis, and he will do so. It's a quad kill to Drish. He needs to ace right now. He's got the time, maybe, possibly. He sees the Frost. You saw him! No! I don't think he actually did see him. The pistol might have actually blinded him to where the Frost was, and he didn't realize that the Frost had went prone in that moment. Oh, that was so close. That could have been an ace clutch in the last possible second for Drish. But it is what it is, folks, as tStopPeeking will get away with that by the skin of their teeth. And it will be a 4-5 as we have the final bans for Clubhouse.
Ooh, quite a bit of excitement, and it caught me. I went a little breathless the way it's been executed, and why not? Why not? We are at the grand final stage, and it has to be bigger, better, more action. I wanted some C4s, I saw some C4s explosions, and I'm happy about it. Maverick in play, cams in positions, let's go. tStopPeeking is very well prepared to make it 5-5, equalizing the score. Now, have to see if the preparations can work for the team or not. Whereas in round number 10, I'm definitely expecting a 5-5 on the score. How exactly it would happen, the players have to say it. And you know what? I see 3 C4s. I'm getting more excited. Now, Desmond and Disciple, very well prepared, has a very good angles on the area, and you know what, it's not going to be an easy breach for
10
sure.
seconds left.
UWU has to really work hard to make it happen.
5 seconds remaining.
You know what, Drish, DZ and Desi together, that could be the competition
Attackers
which
are
can work
moving
for.
out.
You have a lot of utilities to make it happen. Those flashes, those charges, etc. Let's see them moving in.
This time, no Montaigne. It's going to be the Blitz instead in play. Excuse me, in play from Dizzy. And that, of course, is the Shielder still. And look at this Azami setup right now. You really cannot get into Deep Arsenal without being completely taken off guard. The Blitz is going to push in hard, but never mind. He's going to fall. Desmond gets taken down by Thresh, but Kuntal, he's just sitting in the corner. He doesn't have to move because, again, that setup I highlighted. Zedex comes around. He does finally get the Azami out of that corner, but still, how much is that worth? They did so much just to rush in through Oil Pit and Blue Generator. only to then be stopped in their tracks. The diffuser dropped, and it is all now looking aces once again, potentially, for the side of Won't Stop Peeking's defense. All they had to do was sit there and wait. All they had to do, pretty much, was sit there and wait, and they will be able to get another round, maybe, if they play their cards right. There's still 3 operators remaining, mind you. Baz, Zedux, and Desi, they're still active. And all they have to do is get a hatch open or 2 and get into the site. There's somebody in oil pit. Shots are fired. That's going to be the Deimos here. Zedux, who will be able to maybe be a bit of a distraction, but there's also someone top blue. With a minute 25 remaining, there's really no other choice they have but to go for gunfights right now. There's no vertical potential. They pretty much gambled it all on the rush through blue, and unfortunately it failed. They're still trying to go for that same part of the map, which I don't know how advisable it is, but at the same time, if they're able to, well then go for it. But never mind, Disciple and Buccaneer get 2 each, and that is going to now leave Daisy, the last one standing. He gets the down on 1 through Dirt Tunnel. But guess what? The fire extinguisher has been popped, which allows them to get into safety. And now they know. 50 seconds remain, and they see all he can really do is kind of get a body, maybe 2. And all he needs is that, of course. The clutch is still there. It's still possible. But the Maverick is going to push in. He's inside sight now. Deep arsenal through the boxes. He sees the Kaid. Now that that position is given away, he's going to try and find the other one. He was also expecting a rotate, but the rotate's happening on the other side. Unbeknownst to him, he's going into the hallway. He'll see the Valkyrie get the down, get the kill. But guess what? Disciple has been picked back up in the meanwhile, which means it's still a 2v1 situation. Daisy gets the other one. Oh dear me, shots are fired. They are missed. The TCSG is powerful, but you have to be... It's a DMR. You have to be careful with it. And Noob will get the shot at just the right time. Beautifully done. He shuts down the clutch potential. He keeps Won't Stop Peeking not only alive, but gaining momentum as it is an equalizer. 5-5.
5-5 indeed. It is. And this is where the excitement goes to the next level. And I'm getting very much excited when I see Ash, Twitch, and IQ together. On the other side, you have Frost, Valkyrie, Fenrir. Fenrir in action along with Vamai. Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, be ready. This round is going to be even more explosive. Round number 11. Now, let me tell you this. Whoever bags the victory has definitely the very huge advantage, I would say, because, you know, the moment the 6th is in, that's kind of where the momentum changes. And if it happens for Won't Stop Peeking, they are not gonna back out. And the way Disciple has been taking things around, and look at the number of kills from Kuntal, 12. And he has been making it time and again. A fresh change for sure for the play. And Drish on the other side is the one with the 12. So these two guys have been, completely taking it further for their respective teams. Talking about the others, Buckinator in with 8, Disciple with 7. So a lot of play happening, kind of like an equalizer play happening from Baz, Drish, and Daisy. Zedux as well contributing as much as possible. And DZ is the one who has been walking in with a lot of surprises. And if DZ is the one walking in with surprises, I see I am Noob doing a lot of stuff, countering to the name, not exactly how it is. And Desmond, I'm slightly surprised at the numbers. Maybe this is a round where he can rise to the occasion with that Sterling SMG, the World War II weapon. Normally I call it the stun gun, but in the game it's a different name.
As it stands right now, of course, the Valkyrie with her MPX is going to just be very careful about the utilities. That's C4 and the pre-placed one, and a very good one at that. Because, of course, those pre-placed C4s, they are, once again, paired up with those black eye cameras to give intel, to get a very sneaky kill. Whether or not that happens, of course, we'll have to wait and see. Okay, run out from the main breach. That's ballsy right there from the Frost. Desmond getting very up in arms about getting a kill right now, but he's got to be careful about this because, of course, that breach was done by the Maverick. It's a big breach, pretty much a thermite-sized hole. And that, of course, means it's a two-way street. Buckinator still on the first floor. I don't know if they know that this Valkyrie is down here. And if they don't, oh, they are going to regret it right now. As the shots will be fired onto the camera. Here comes the Capital Fireballs to try and flush out Kunto from top garage. He's still going to find Desi on the other side. He's still alive somehow. And that second Firebolt, it missed. And, oh, never mind. The shots won't miss. The Dizzy comes around, does get the retrade for his friend. But at the same time, it's 1-for-1. Never mind. It's 4v3 as Baz gets 1. Baz gets 2. Outside the breach, Maverick is performing his life out right now. As Thrish is approaching fast from the other side, Noob does find Dizzy on 1. But guess what? The Wamai will go down. It's all up to this last one, this last defender, Buckinator. Can he make this the 6-5 that his team needs? He finds the Twitch. He's got the cameras. Gonna deny the play as well. Deagle in head. He might actually do that. Never mind. Baz just about gets away with it. But guess what? Now the health advantage is on Buckinator's side. He's 10-8. He wants to make this 11. Does the black eye camera know where this Maverick is? Yes, it does. He's getting red pinged, and he's going to go down. Oh my goodness, the Valkyrie from Red Stairs came from out of nowhere with the metal chair. And that is going to be the map point to Won't Stop Peeking. Did we see this coming when it was 4-1 in the first half? No, we did not. But I'll tell you what, this game has gotten all the better for it. Beautifully played by Buckinator, using the cameras, using the intel, and unfortunately for UWU, they messed up big time. And now they have lost the lead at arguably the worst possible time. It is the round of ones, folks. Second floor gym bedroom is the side of Shy's hand. 1 round is all it will need for Won't Stop Peeking to take us to map 4 I should say, with their advantage on a 2-1. But 1 round is what Team UWU needs to keep the dream alive and to go for overtime.
Oh, I am excited for that, and I'll solely talk in terms of the pattern and in terms of the numbers that's been going around. And whenever I've seen Won't Stop Peeking at the number 6, they go to a different level altogether. And when I say a different level, it's where a complete package of aggression combined with strategy and a lot of things will be portrayed. The only difference is being though, in this particular map, they are the defenders. Now, that's where I'm slightly off the mark with my calculation, and, you know, I can't really portray the fact if they can back the victory. But most of the times, and I can safely say that 80% of the times when I have seen Won't Stop Peeking at number 6, they take it further, and they are the map victors. So, let's wait and watch. Meanwhile, Zedex definitely has an angle. The breach occurring to right in front. As soon as you see the mother hole, the head will pop in, but on the other front they moved. Oh, no more feet shots. And I also see one more play but happened on the other front. Oh my goodness, Disciple getting the best out of it, but quite unfortunately, Buckinator also took a lot of shots. That's a lot of damage. He was the one who bagged the victory in the prior round. Buckinator for the play one more time, I would say.
Oh dear me, Zedux. That unfortunately is just an unfortunate. Anyway, that is an unfortunate situation to be in. Noob will find Dizzy on the other side, and it's kind of all falling apart right now. Shots are fired as Daisy is now less than half health as well because of the mute on main stairs. The smoke, I should say. Desmond does fall to Thrish on the other side, and Baz comes around. He takes the smoke out of the equation. They've taken control of main stairs. They want to get into the site as fast as humanly possible. And guess what? The other defenders, they are off site. It's going to be a retake situation because they might get the plant off even. Kunto, he's gone for a run out, and a big one at that. Where is that man going? We will have to wait and find out as the Grim takes so much damage. Thrish unable to shut down Noob, and Kunto's playing outside in. Baz does get him eventually, and there we go. The Grim playing position. Hot Pocket is back out down to Buckinator, the last one standing, but he's going to be shut down by Thrish, who had the play of the round. And that, folks, means this game is far from over. The round 12 has been won by Team UWU, which means it is 6-6. And everybody say it with me now. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to rumble? Overtime is in play.
Hashtag Rumble Overtime in the chat, please. Mute Azami, Valkyrie, Smoke, and Kaid for the play. Ash, Dukebi, Buck, Grim, and Blackbeard to counter the same. So, yes, as very well mentioned by Blackjack here. Why did I say Blackbeard? I'm so sorry, Blackjack. Really sorry, kind of like that. In the flow of Blackbeard, because we have seen some deadly stuff being done. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, time to be excited, because this is something that we both casters have been talking about from day one. Overtime situation. And why not? We are at the grand final stage. And why not an overtime in this particular juncture, right? The match 3 brings us that sort of action. Now, what's the question over here is that, will Won't Stop Peeking be able to bag these two victories one after the other? And if UWU would be able to
Attacker's
counter
objective
it.
is to locate a bomb.
You know what? You must be surprised that why did Santa say it in this way, particularly when Won't Stop Peeking is the defenders? You know what? I don't feel like they are the defenders. The playstyle makes me feel they are the attackers.
And that's the beauty of the Won't Stop Peeking playstyle,
True.
right? They will be in your face. They will absolutely not give you the room you need to breathe as attackers, because they will behave like attackers more than half the time. A lot of the times when playing up against Won't Stop Peeking, I think a common sentiment is probably that, you know, the attackers feel like they're doing a site retake instead of actually attacking the site. Now, whether or not that actually still holds true is anybody's guess, but at the same time, I think we can agree on the fact that it certainly felt that way for Team UWU more than enough. We have ourselves the breaches, not the breaches, but the verticality coming in, thanks to, of course, the boogie drones from Zedux that will, of course, give away so much verticality. You've got the Ash as well with the breaching rounds to give even more, just in case. You've got so many secondary heartbeat charges. I am not sure where Disciple was going. He almost got Zedux for his trouble, mind you, but there were two people peeking that door. He was going down regardless of what happened. And guess what? He didn't even get a body for all that, you know, all that bravado that he got to show. So that's not the best situation to be in. You've lost your smoke. Verticality has been taken against you. But the thing is, they do have a Kaid, and that means the hatches won't be breached because nobody has a secondary heartbeat charge. There are grenades with Baz, but he's going down dirt at the moment, which means hatches won't be broken for the foreseeable future, and that means all verticality is pretty much what I like to call kind of soft verticality, in the sense that there is no way to actually get down the hatches and be more aggressive, so it's all going to come down to whether or not they can control the site through dirt, through blue stairs, and through maybe even the main stairs here.
A lot of play, main stairs, and the action that's about to happen, it kind of like took my breath away for a moment. Pass making a big time rotation along with the sheet. He knows for sure the angle needs to be covered, and this rotation is going to be big. There's a player right around the corner waiting for the same. Whenever I see this approach, I see two people falling off the mark. Right around the move, a big one about to happen, and it's been anticipated. An explosion, yes indeed, that's been survived. Not a lot of damage, but the flash kind of like taking them off the mark. Kuntal gets a big one. Here comes the fallout of shots. Buckinator has to go for it. The diffuser in the place. Buckinator, the last one standing. It's a three-man play and it's been stopped. Zedux, time and again, has been doing it for the team. And in the overtime situation, oh my goodness, this lead is going to propel UWU to the next level. But now that Won't Stop Peeking is on the attacking end, can I safely say it will be 7-7?
Honestly, it just might. Between these two teams, I would not be surprised. Of course, you know, if this were an infinite overtime affair, then we would be here for a long time, should that have been the case, folks. But that is not the case. Infinite overtime is not in play here today. And that, of course, means that round 15 will be the final round, regardless of the outcome. Well, I say regardless. We will only go to round 15 if Won't Stop Peeking wins this round of their attack. Team UWU on the defense, they have chosen second floor gym bedroom right here and now. Although what I'm more interested in is the fact that they have decided to bring in the Clash in place of maybe an Azami. Well, Azami was actually banned, so is Valkyrie and Mira. Never mind. A Clash in that regard does feel like a
10
good
seconds
choice.
left.
Mai, Jaeger, Kaid, any electrification or even mute? No, we're not doing any of that today. We are bringing in the big guns, as they say. The only shield defender in this, in the entire roster. And when I say shield, I don't mean deployable shield. I mean a proper shielder, similar to Montaigne, similar to Blitz and Blackbeard. That is what the Clash is, except she has a unique gimmick, much like all of the rest. Her gimmick being that she can zap the enemies in front of her. Now, of course, that zap used to be a very deadly zap as well, because it would do, I think, 5 points per tick of damage. However, that is no longer the case. That damage has been taken away as of Year 10 Season 2, which is, of course, the patch with Siege X's launch. So, that means Clash is more of a stopping force than, an outright lethal force. However, we'll have to just wait and see if that will make a difference right now. As we see, Daisy, I think, is already using up some of the Clash's charge, I should say, to get something going, maybe to stop somebody from pushing. Because the Maverick is trying his hardest to breach that wall on Jacuzzi. That, of course, means that the moment that the wall is soft, the Ash will breach it. That is going to be a massive hole, done and dusted. However, they are not out of the woods just because they got the breach done. Right, we've been here on Clubhouse many times before. A breach is just one small part of the map. Once the breach is done, that's when the real game starts.
The real game. And we have to see, and it's big, and I believe so. Desmond getting the big one. Thresh gone. Will it be DZ who would fall the next? And Zedex is in position to counter this. I believe so, or I would think so. Disciple on the other front, gonna go for the big one. Meanwhile, checking every corner. Look how strategically they are placing each around. But Desmond on the other side, he has a different plan altogether. Shots being fired do not peak the same angle. This would be a big time misstep. And that's where the entire lineup kind of falls, one after the other. But this time it turned around. I am no had a different plan altogether. It's a DZ who's for the play, but Disciple on the other side taking a lot of damage. Zedex also about to fall down. Daisy on the other front moving in. Oh my goodness, that's a big one on the mark. The last two standing. Can we see them being fallen down? But Zedex has a different plan. Takes one after the other. I am no stops him on the track, and DZ the last one standing. 4v1 being stopped by Kuntal. Big number, big move. Oh my goodness, we have spoken it will be 7-7. And see, the way they approached, they covered both the angles. They did not leave the room of error for the opponent to cash in. They covered the angles, and it's a crossfire situation created by tStopPeeking. And why not? They are known for that aggressive moves, and they got it executed.
All right. Basement, church, and arsenal room is going to be, excuse me, the site of choice here for what is essentially 7-7 maximum overtime here, folks. That is where we are. There is no more overtime rounds after this. Round 15, that is it. Whoever wins now is going to decide which team gets the 2-1 map lead going into map number 4. And tStopPeeking, I'll tell you what, in that previous round, they got a little bit messy on their execute, but it didn't matter because they had the advantage, and such a big one at that, that even losing a couple of bodies was not about to stop them, especially with who else was left alive. On UWU's side, I will say, though, they lost a few too many defenders to just bad face checks, right? We saw someone, I believe it was the Legion, who peeked on the gym door facing the hallway and got taken down by the Hibana for his trouble, right? And then the Ash kind of just went in. Somebody on main stairs was completely unaware that the push through breach was even happening. The Fenrir only really got saved because he had a teammate on the main door of bedroom holding down that hallway. Had that not been the case, Fenrir would have gone down and Disciple would have just walked in, easy as can be, waltzed into the site even, some might even say. So with that said, Team UWU on their defense A little bit of a lapse in judgment in how they decided to go about things. Now on their attack, we've once again got the Blackbeard. We've got the Grim in play as well. Of course, the Sentry bringing in even more secondary heartbeat charges. You've got Z-Dex for verticality as well, because the site is, I do believe, Basement Church. So we're back here once again. It all comes down to this round.
The way you said it, excitement, and taking it to the next step, of course. All right, the last couple of minutes of it. And the 90-second mark is where the action should begin, or maybe at the 60-second mark, and I know for sure it's going to be a big one. Match point, and that to overtime match point. I'm expecting Won't Stop Peeking to make a big mark on this. At the same point of time, UWU is well prepared. So the Titans going head on with each other. So checking every corner possible. Desi for sure knows that there will be a peak, there will be a player that's gonna walk into, and very well prepared but quite premature shots. No connections, no damage. It's not going to happen from this approach, but is well prepared. That's a cheeky angle. Oh, well prepared, ready for the same. And a 1C4 to work with. Meanwhile, Daisy definitely making it in. DZ on the other side has an angle as well. Now, got to see from the other front if Won't Stop Peeking would be well prepared for this breach or not. And from the basement, another approach. This is going to cost them big time. There are 3 bodies right in front. Even if one misses, the other would make a mark. And the smoke in place. Meanwhile, DZ walks in. Disciple, that's a big one, of course. Noob has to rise up to the situation. Has the angle. And he knows for sure. One is about to move and passes slightly low. No more condition from that end. 25 seconds on the clock. You have to move. You have to move. And that's where it's kind of like tilting into the name of UWU. Troublesome.
Daisy will fall on the other side. 15 seconds unless they've got to get in here. And no, Buckinator with a beautiful angle on the prone. He's holding down boxes as if his life depends on it. Who's got the diffuser? It's Sentry, but he's got a Goom on his shin. Bass comes around, gets one, but 3 seconds remain. He's got to go for the left, and he will do so. But guess what? Kuntal comes around the back with the flank. Successfully so. And Won't Stop Peeking after a fight that was pretty much the equivalent of a knuckle-dragging one all the way to the very end. They will be the ones to take this map. Clubhouse was such a long, drawn-out game, a knuckle-dragging fight, as I like to call it, because, well, I'll tell you what, those knuckles of the hands holding the mice and the keyboards, they will be white from all the, just from the way that they have been holding on to hope for this entire time. Won't Stop Peeking are going to be the ones who win things out at the end of the day, and I will say this before, and I have said this before, I will say it again. Won't Stop Peeking. The main reason they won, of course, is due to some fantastic, fantastic marksmanship. Yes. Fantastic positioning. Yes. But Team UWU, they keep falling prey to this one problem that they have had since the very, very beginning of their attack rounds. I've seen it in Border, I've seen it on Cafe, and I saw it at that last round once again. All bodies were alive. They couldn't find a single defender, and at the end of the round, with 40 seconds and less remaining, they decided to push. They decided to finally set themselves up for a push, and it simply was not enough. They didn't give themselves enough time. They didn't give themselves enough room. They did not have an entry when they needed it, and they paid the ultimate price for it. Losing out on the map, and now it's 2-1 in favor of Won't Stop Peeking. And I'll tell you what, when map 1, we had ourselves the 1-0 for the side of Team UWU. I don't think anybody really predicted that we'd have 2 maps back-to-back by Won't Stop Peeking. Maybe, it would be a back and forth per map, but that's not going to be. It is a 2-1 to Won't Stop Peeking, and they actually, given that it is a 2-1, they have now what is essentially earned map point here, and they only need to win map 4 that is Nighthaven Labs. If they are able to do so, it will be a 3-1 and a decisive victory in their favor. If not, we will end this best of 5 on a glorified best of 1 on the final decider map of Constant. Will that happen? Will that not? We'll of course wait and see. Of course, we've got a few end of game statistics to go over, as we always do. And speaking of which, let's have a look at that. And I'll tell you what, Santa, I am so very excited for what they have in store for us.
Oh, yes, sir. I have to totally agree with you. 14 to 13 from Buckinator, 7 to 12 for Kuntal. Oh, man, cost is somewhere percentage here and there, but the numbers, big ones on the board. 17 to 10 for Drishya, 13 to 9 for Baz, 12 for Zedux. Went back and forth, so I can't really complain for Zedux. He gave his best of the best. 9 to 8, 6 to 11 on the other side. Desmond, while the numbers are low, but I have seen a lot of times the contribution from our Desmond, and which has kind of boiled down the play for the other teammates. And on the other side, not to forget what I Am Noob has done in the map. Time and again he came in for the rescue along with Disciple. Though the numbers are 8 to 15 and 7 to 11, I have seen, and we have seen what these two guys have done for the team. So the carriers, I would say Kuntal, Buckinator has definitely, risen the bar to the next level. And there's a lot of heat that they have brought it in. So yes, we can expect bigger, better, explosive play right after this. Now, I have been telling this, explosive play before the round began, before the map began, and you saw what happened, right? And I can very, very safely say that map number 4 is going to bring so much action. If I'm wrong, okay, let it be that way. But I'm definitely expecting a very, very, very explosive play, particularly after seeing what happened in map number 3.
Absolutely. But of course, map number 4, we'll have to wait and see, folks, because it is going to be Nighthaven Labs, one of the newer maps of Rainbow Six Siege, and we'll see what happens when we get there. Until then, we're going to be taking a quick break to get everything set and get everybody recharged. Stay tuned.
Reach the bar, underground method. Got nachos, get the most in the litter. Straight to the pushing cut your baby.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Lenovo and Intel presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat. I'm your host, back again, Blackjack, alongside my co-host Santa, as we are here one more time for what could be either the last time or the second time, depending on, of course, which is to say we are map 4 in this best of 5 grand finals. For those who are joining us right now, a quick recap of the score. It is now 2-1 currently in the favor of Won't Stop Peeking versus Team UWU. Even though UWU won map 1, Won't Stop Peeking have taken 2 maps after that, and we are not wasting any time here. We're getting right into map number 4. It is Night Haven Labs, the newest out of the maps that are being played here tonight. And I know Consulate Rework, which is Decider, is technically newer, but I don't count that because Consulate has existed for longer as a map, even though the rework is newer. Regardless, semantics aside, we're going right in. As the first bans are coming in, we have ourselves Ace and Azami, pretty much industry standard bans across all maps. And now we have the second bans for this particular matchup, for this particular half of this particular map. I know I said particular a lot right there, but it is what it is. I'm particular about my Thermite and Mira are going to be banned, and that is once again a very breach heavy ban, because Night Haven Labs, folks, is a very breach heavy map. And Zami and Mira, well, like I said, industry standard stuff as we get into round 1.
Round 1 it is. Frostbender, Bandit, Melusi, Capcan, Anticonto, Ash, Florus, Twitch, along with the others. Let's jump into the action. Night Haven Labs. Now, this is a map which I kind of like look forward for a lot of times. And this is a map where it can either make it happen for Won't Stop Peeking, and if UWU can make the breach happen, can get the action in place, on time, on point, they can take it one step further. When I say one step further, will we move towards the decider or not, will be decided in this particular map. So be excited to be looking forward for the same. And I have already mentioned it's going to be quite an explosive matchup for sure. I see only one C4 to be used. So I wanted 2. Why not? More explosions. But then again, let's look at the tactical advantage they are moving in for. So Disciple is the one who could potentially get the first kill, looking at the way that approach is happening, and Zedix is quite feisty. Why not?
Once again, we start off with a pretty overall pretty simple op selection. Site is going to be basement to start things off, of course. And that's interesting when you really think about it, because basement tank is not usually the first site most teams will go for. It's usually second floor on the office side, office and servers, but not this time around, as we have the call coming in. That's the logic bomb, because they droned it out and they know that there's going to be players on the first floor that they have to be careful of. Coming down Aquarium Stairs, or CC Stairs as it's called on the map, but I call it Aquarium because it looks like one. It really does look like an aquarium in here. Regardless, we're just going to be careful about this, of course. Dokkaebi and Finka, which is interesting here. Finka is not a very common pick when it comes to current meta of Siege, but you know what? Go for it if it feels comfortable. That's what I would say every single time. They have found their way onto the back stairs here and trying to get something going, as we have the boogie drums coming in on storage, giving away a lot of verticality, and that's the beauty of this side. Beautifully done by Zedux as he takes advantage of that, and that's going to be Disciple to fall. With the barbed wire taken care of on these back stairs right now, we have ourselves the Twitch drone going in. He's going to see where the Frost is. A little bit of a missed jump there, which means the drone does get taken out. But with 1 minute and 10 remaining, plenty of time for Team UWU this time around to go for some sort of big play. Now, the thing is, they do have a Fuse who has used up both exothermic, I say exothermic, not exothermic, both secondary heartbeat charges on the top, on the main breach of the map, which is understandable. You'd want more, but the flashbangs go out. That's going to distract the Valkyrie right there. Buckinator is going to be just facing away on the wall right now as Kunto falls on the other side. They're giving themselves time here, and there we go. Baz is trying to go for the plan, but they didn't have the cover. Nobody's watching that part of the map from the stairs that are present over there, and that's exactly why the diffuser has been dropped inside the site. Desmond falls on the other end as it's a 4v2, but make that a 1v4, make that a 0v4. Dizzy comes around with the final kill as well. Little bit of a scare, admittedly, with the fuse going down in a situation where, you know, could have been avoided, but it is what it is. Round 1 goes to Team UWU as they start off strong.
Fabulous opening is what I'll say, and Team UWU is very well prepared for it. Why not? Being the attackers, they have prepared for them, prepared for this for the same. Pardon me, the excitement caught my words a little bit. So UWU is definitely gunning forward for the second victory as well, and I can very well expect the same from the team, and why not? Now, what can change things around is the play by either Kuntal or from Buckinator. They are the two I'm counting a lot to get the victory from Won't Stop Peeking. Now let's see if that can happen or not. Meanwhile, the preparations is in place, and I see a lot of reinforcements being done, right, making the second floor as the centric point, and one already covering the first floor central as well. That needs to be covered. Now, the execution or the entry from UWU is where it can turn things around, and whether they will be able to, you know, make a quick breach or not remains in the hands. Two flashes to work with, and again, no C4s on this particular round, most likely, but the explosives for sure in play.
I'm reloading.
I'm interested in the pick of the gridlock right there, of course, as a lot of people would probably say, or some people I would say, would probably, you know, point out that, hey, you could just get Nomad for the flank watch if you're really that worried about it. But at the same time, the gridlock has proven to be pretty good at oh my goodness, the clothesline right there. Kuntal, he was just trying to get to a safe spot after getting droned out, and Drish, he was like, alright, you know what, I know where you're going. You're probably going to get in the hallways. I'm just going to pre-fire that angle, and guess what? Pretty much like an MMA fighter, he got his arm outstretched and got his face Kuntal got his face smashed into the giant biceps of the gridlock right there. Durish with a beautiful kill to start things off, and that is once again the top gunner off the board. Ooh. Desmond comes around, finds Dizzy on the other side. That's the Twitch taken care of, and a good kill to return fire, because guess what? You've lost your Twitch. So now utility clearance is going to be much, much harder because those Twitch drones are no longer in play. Capcan forced away from his position because of the drone, and Thrish comes around, getting that kill onto Buckinator. Double kill for the gridlock right now, and it's less track stingers, more bullets stinging for these defenders, as we have more tracks as being sent out left and right to deny them opening, deny them position, and that's exactly what's happening. Banshee Deterrent is slowing down a Flores on the other side of the map, who's trying to get in through IT room, and right now, see, the thing is, right, they've gotten control of Connector, they've gotten control of IT, but Drish will fall. That's a big one for Desmond right now. Beautiful kill right there. Baz gets taken care of by Noob, and suddenly the situation has been flipped. This Frost sitting inside of this small room has been such a menace, but guess what? He's not. He's going to be taken off the board, but Noob is going to find Zedux on the other side. It's all done to Daisy in the 1v2 right now. The last one standing, the Grim, and he's got one common hive to maybe make something of this. He's going to see the fact that Malusi's playing close, but never mind. The Capcan trap comes in clutch at the last second, and that is going to be the round for Won't Stop Peeking, as they are able to secure the second round. It got dicey at the beginning, but they stabilized the ship 1-1.
Ooh, and that was definitely a lot of action to watch, of course, and 1-1. We expected it, and it's been delivered. The KB in action right along the ramp, that's a force to reckon with for sure, and kind of a confident, well prepared for the opposite. I thought to see if it would go for 2-1 or not. The reinforcements in place, and so far defensive strength working for the same. Won't Stop Peeking is definitely looking forward for a big number over here. Now, Disciple along with Kuntal has to make it happen for the team because they are the one at 0. The others have already contributed hugely with those 2s on place. And talking about UWU, Grish is the one with big numbers on the board, and he's the player who's been taking the team a step further. So got to see if it works in the
Attackers
favor
are
of
moving out to
UWU or
locate a bomb
not.
and defuse it.
In this particular round, I'm expecting kind of like a 1-2 situation, particularly the way the momentum is being carried further from the attackers' end. A big time action about to get unleashed. Again, no C4s on display.
Once again, we have a fuse in play as well. Basement side being the site of choice this time for team Won't Stop Peeking. Of course, that allows them quite the room to just kind of play around. But wait a minute. Oh, not going to be able to catch him. Kuntal gets away with it just about as he got this close to getting his head taken clean off. The drones will follow him, giving the red pings. And there we go. The logic bomb comes out as well. So the calls are out, and that means the Legion has to be careful with his positioning. You have an impact from below. That's actually going to stop the boogie drone, and that is good use of utility right there. You need to be able to stop the boogie drone if possible, because that will deny verticality for the ram. But guess what? She's got more drones doing the job that she always loves to see. And with that, we've got the roof being opened up above these defenders who have been forced back into the site. But Won't Stop Peeking might actually revert to that other strategy that they keep in their back pocket, which is to play it safe and stay in the site, forcing Team UWU to come to them.
Yes, sir, indeed. Has to make them come towards their way. And this angle that Zedek's been approaching time and again, it's been predicted. Now, this time around, it can turn things against him. So he has to counter, has to move, take a bit of repositioning. But on the other side, they have a different play altogether. Buccaneer goes down. They see a big one. Oh, that can turn to the second as well. Zedek's in position, ready to counter. I am Nova as well, ready for the same. 50 seconds on the clock, almost going down in the favor. Desmond is the one to get a big one off the board. Now, got to see who's gonna fall. The body's about to make a big time mark, and it can be like a pack of cards that they would fall. Whether it be UWU or be Won't Stop Peeking remains as a question. Whoever makes the step further can go on the other side. They see may not be able to take a frontal assault, particularly looking at the health factor, but we have seen them doing some crazy stuff. But the prone attack, oh my goodness, this is a sneaky play. Disciple has no clue, and it worked in the favor, just as anticipated. And UWU, oh my goodness, what a plan in place.
Beautifully done, but they gotta go for the plant. It's now or never. But guess what? 2 bodies dropped, 3 bodies, 4 bodies dropped because they didn't set up the site properly. Whatever vertical they had completely abandoned, and they could not clear out where this Melusi was standing by the pillars from the stairs. Massive oversight, massive oversight from the side of Team UWU, as they simply did not create enough space, and they wasted too long getting themselves set up for what was ultimately a half-baked push, and they could not get the right amount of, space created, as mentioned before. That is going to make a 2-1 to Won't Stop Peeking, as Dokkaebi and Kapkan are going to be banned from these defenders and attackers. As I gotta say, though, this happens again and again. Team UWU has this consistent problem, and given that we are now 4 maps and 4 rounds into this grand final, you'd think that they would have had time to think about this, to work on this, because guess what? Round number 1, they had a very similar near problem happen as well. They didn't create enough space, and in that pillar room, or I think armor room, I'm forgetting exactly what it's called, but it's the one by the stairs where the Melusi was in the last round. In round 1, that was where the Valkyrie was, and that was also where the plant was denied, because the fuse went in and the flashes happened, sure, but the flashbangs were not enough. They needed somebody to get down there and actually force the Valkyrie out of that part of the map, and they didn't. And because they didn't, the plant was denied. And had they not been able to get those kills in time, they barely had like 25 seconds remaining.
5 seconds
they
remaining.
would have lost the round. So even though, well, you know, Team UWU are great gunners, yes, you gotta also really create that space, and you can't just do the same thing twice and expect it to work. And this has happened before, it's going to happen again. The longer that we see Team UWU keep making these mistakes, the worse it's going to get for them. Beautiful shot by Desmond, this time anticipating the fact that there was going to be an entry from that exterior terrace. He's going to get one, and now the Valkyrie's here. He's got the intel that there's two players coming in from that part of the map as well, which means that they know where the push is, they know what to expect. Meanwhile, the site, I forgot to mention, is in first floor kitchen.
The kitchen it is, and the sides being covered. Disciple ready for a lot of action. Buckinator moving in. That's a big time flank, and he knows for sure that a counter is in place. The shot's being connected. That's Zedux. Oh, he's off. I forgot the fact that he's no more in that angle, but it's Desi on the other side as well. Has to be prepared for the same. Now DZ holds a big one too. Now got to see if the verticality would work in the favor or not, but looking at the way the floor is being dismantled entirely, a lot of mother holes being created, and on the other side I see a counter flank happening as well. Now got to see if this will work for the team or not. The last 90 seconds about to happen on the clock. TikTok, it's being watched, it's being counted. Everyone in position, headshot connections, big bangers happening, 4v4 situation. Pass for the play. No one is leaving the corner. No one's taking a big step. Now it's all up to the flank. And it's all up to the execution to happen. Now got to see if it is Drish that's gonna fall down. He knows for sure. Player is right around the corner, but that's a setup. That's a fielding. You have to be cautious. And a beautiful move. I love this.
Nomad coming out with the air jabs, of course, allowing for a little bit of flank watch. Of course, the sound cue for that is going to allow them to really know if somebody's going for a big play around that part of the map. Maybe, maybe not. At least cover the teammates. But the problem is here that because they've lost Zedux, they can't go for any roam clears. And despite the fact that they have a lot of vertical control, that's about what they have. The defenders of Won't Stop Peeking are doing something very smart here. They are playing off-site. They are what we like to call lurking, as Buckinator is going to get taken down. In the meanwhile, wait a minute, Disciple goes as well, finding Dizzy, and that is two big kills right now. As we have the plant coming in, Baz is going for it. He's got to be careful about this though. Plant might be denied. No, Drish comes around, finds Disciple, and the plant will be successful this time around. Desi finds Noob, and it's all down to the last one standing. Desmond, the last player, the Frost, who needs to find multiple bodies. He's not going to be able to do so. Desi will get the final kill. Bearing 9 in hand, and that will allow for the equalization. Team UWU with their second round. And I have to say, once again, UWU were on the verge of having that same problem of not really seeing what Won't Stop Peeking were doing, but they actually did. They got their drones in time, they got their intel in time, and they were able to deny them what could have otherwise been a big site retake play. But with that said, we're moving into round number 5 here with the 2-2 scoreline.
2-2 score line, and it's taking one step further. The excitement is building up, and we know for sure it's there on the board. Now, what I'm expecting is 3-2 Won't Stop Peeking will make it happen, most likely. That's how confident I am, and I can safely say it's going to occur. Now, got to see if the defensive play will work. And again, we are talking about Won't Stop Peeking, man. Be it defending, be it attacking, they have their play style. And UWU has
10 seconds to
somehow,
go.
can I safely say that they are adapting to the playing? And
5
that's
seconds
where
left.
the difference is happening. Because the way the rounds have been equalized, that's what we are observing, right? Now, Disciple on the other side, he knows for sure. He checked the corners, the cam in action. DZ as well, very well prepared and is positioning themselves. Drish is the one who could get the first kill. That's what I'm expecting, because two right around the bend. Now, the peak is where it can make the difference. Disciple on the other front, moving in, very well prepared and is in ready for the action.
Ready for the action. Exactly what they need to be. Camera shot, Gridlock track stingers all over the place. And of course you've got the Grim Bees ready to go. Kawan Highs, 5 of them for that matter. Alongside the Blackbeard pushing up CC stairs. or I should say the CC Stairs door, or as I like to call it, aquarium door anyway, but it doesn't matter what I call it. What matters is that Desmond has started things off with finding Zedux yet again. That's, I think, the second time in a row now that Zedux is going down first, and it's not going to be a very happy time for that player, I'll tell you that much, as the Zofia has fallen. Daisy also taking a ton of damage. That Grim needs to stay alive. Kawan Hives are going out, of course, but that's not really going to do much of anything if there's no one to actually contest with all that knowledge. You have the Warden with the C4 ready to toss, and the moment that C4 goes out, it's either going to catch someone or it won't. There's no in-between. And you can see Buckinator, he's waiting for the call. He's waiting for somebody to say, hey, go for it. And the moment he does, well, guess what? That will be a big kill indeed. But wait a minute, we've got a peek coming in from Disciple. Double as they get the Blackbeard and they get the Gridlock. Bass comes around to find Noob on the other side. That's one down. But realistically, you've lost so many bodies, all for the price of getting one Fenrir whose FNets are still active. Two, at the very least, are still active around the map. So realistically, you haven't gotten much of anything done, and Team UWU are looking much worse for wear. Buckinator with a shot. He's going to find Daisy. He pretty much baited him with the Kawan Hives because Daisy thought, hey, I've got the live location. He's just sitting there. No, he's not. He's got a shield in front of him. And Baz will find Disciple, but he's also the last one standing. 40 seconds remain, as he might go for a play. He might not. There's somebody prone. That's in the side, of course, but with the shot of him, making that shot as he enters, he's got the flashbang coming in. The Legion peeks out. He's going to get taken out. It's a 2v1 now. Baz could actually make something of this if he knows where to play his cards. That's the most important thing right here, right now. He doesn't know where these final two are. Being slowed down by the Banshee, of course, that's going to give away his position. He might actually go for a peek. He does do so, but he doesn't know that there's somebody behind the table there. He gets the Frost. It's a quad kill, but no! He is denied. Buckinator, he just sat there. He was prone behind this table. I don't know why I said prone with so much force, but he was prone right behind the table, waiting. The patience required to not just immediately peek. Beautifully done right there. Won't stop peeking. Their hopes are alive because they keep the lead. They are now 3-2 up going into round number 6.
Round number 6. This can turn things around, and I'm expecting kind of like an equalizer again. 3-3. Be on the board for sure. Now, if UWU can make it happen or not is a question, and they are very well prepared. Look at the numbers. 5-5 each by both DC as well as Drish, and the other D walking in as well. Baz also contributing 5. And on the other front, you see what's happening from Buckinator and I Am Noob. At the same point of time, Desmond is the one who has been contributing big numbers. Very well worked out, I would say, from Won't Stop Peeking, and they are prepared for the same. Again, I mean, I don't want to repeat myself when I say that, being defenders, they are still on the attacking front. That itself is already evident in the play and the way they are taking one round after the other. So, what happens in round 6? Definitely an explosive play, I would say, particularly with the C4 in action, and that too in the hands of Buckinator. We have seen him doing some crazy stuff from the attacking angle. Now, what DC does with the shield in hand is a question at this point, and as soon as the breach happens, they have a heavy opposition on the other side.
Maverick with the lines, he's going to get the wall softened up, and that's going to be a breach potentially as Drish finds Kuntal on the other side. That's the fender of the board, and that's a good kill as well, because of course we know Kuntal how dangerous he can be. However, speaking of him, Kuntal has definitely had a bit of a quiet map this time around, playing a little bit more on the back foot, and getting taken out when he tries to be aggressive. So maybe just not having the best time, maybe a little bit of out of steam here as Desmond falls on the other end. Zedux will get that kill. Finally, Zedux actually gets a bit of revenge as well. Desmond has been one of the few players who's been taking him out early, but the Valkyrie runs back in. They're going for the plant. Wait a minute, Zedux is taking a ton of damage right now because of the Evil Eye. Disciple finds Drish on the other end. Buckinator falls because Zedux is holding down angle. As as we have the Evil Eye, which will not be able to stop the plant here. ZDux will get that done, and the impact goes out, but it's not going to find anybody. There's somebody on the breach. It's a Maverick with a hole in the wall, watching this down. Noob gets one, but as the flashbangs ring out, it's a Maestro with barely any HP remaining. All he can do is try to find maybe one body for himself, but he won't be able to do even that. Baz comes around, gets that kill. Beautiful push onto the basement tanks to get the plant going, to get the site in control. They breached, they entered, they took the bodies on first floor, and that's what they needed to do. They created the necessary space and planted behind the Monty, which was ultimately the right decision. As we have ourselves the 3-3 equalizer. Round number 7 means we're in the second half, folks, and we are getting into it with the bans, as Maverick and Azami are going to be banned first. Interestingly enough, Maverick is not someone you usually see get banned, but given the fact that he can very easily turn hard walls soft and, you know, get them blown open by anybody with a soft breach, I kind of understand it. You have the Ace and the Mira to get banned on the other side, and of course that takes us straight into round 7.
Round 7. And you know what, Blackjack, I'm kind of like expecting that we will see a repeat performance of map number 3, where we saw the back and forth happening, and then we moved on to overtime. Not a lot of overtimes for sure, because that's not in the play. Whereas overtime is in store. Now that is possible if and only if tStopPeeking can take it further, and if UWU can easily counter it. So we are talking about that situation where it is like 4-3 and then 4-4, or probably 5-4 and then 5-5 and things like that. A lot is in store. But right now what I'm excited about is those 2 C4s, one in the hands of ZDux, one in the hands of Baz, and they have made some beautiful connections with those C4s time and again, and we have seen ZDux this time around. If I remember correctly, that was map number 3, either round 5 or round 6. I might be wrong, but for sure in the hands of ZDux, it's a deadly move to make. Now, talking about this particular round, look at the way the counter is being happening, and a lot of rotation. Run and gun is not a thing that is there in R6, but the time and the position is demanding for the same. I can expect a quick kill. Just a peek is all that's needed, but being very cautious, checking around the drones. Buccaneer was almost there and safely moved around. Otherwise, it's a quick frag, quick kill. They see on the other side moving in. Now got to see who falls for who, but the verticality in place and not on the same floor, but very well prepared. Baz knows for sure, has to wait for the timing. He's waiting for the call, I believe so. Disciple on the other side trying to flush, playing around the corner. I am Noob on the other side is prepared with the diffuser. Now got to see who works, and here comes the big one. But I did not expect Drish to fall. I thought so it could be DZ.
Getting Drish taken out this early is actually really, really strong. And I've said this before, I'll say it again. Drish is really a good gunner, but more so it's because of the way he plays around his teammates. And oh dear me, he actually did go for a jump out. That was, well, you know what they say, some of the bravest in the world do tend to border on foolishness even sometimes. As Daisy comes around, he's still on the prowl. He's actually above in garage. I don't think they know, on top of warehouse I should say, but as the call goes out, the position should be given away. ZDux gets one actually taken off the board. That's Noob to fall, and tStopPeeking are losing bodies here right now. There's still a player on first floor, and he's gonna find Disciple. That's Daisy coming in. The Capcan trap's gonna do a bit of damage as well. You have to be careful about these things. You've got more than 60 seconds remaining. You've got time to check things as you move in, but he's going to be low on health. The Deimos, I should say, Kuntal, he's going to go for the scan, and that's going to give him the position of the Valkyrie. ZDux on the other side. Desmond finds Dizzy, so it looks like a little bit of stabilization might be happening for the time being, but not enough, because yeah, sure, you know where the Valkyrie is, but is that really helping you? No, it's not. Shots fired, and Daisy will find Desmond, who just falls into his line of sight. Daisy with another to find Kuntal. And that, folks, is once again going to be Team UWU, this time taking the lead back as they make it 4-3 in their favor.
Taking the lead. Now this is where, you know, my entire equation kind of like went into the trash can. because what I expected is a win from Won't Stop Peeking, particularly the way they have been moving further. Now, all these will happen. We are talking about the game of Rainbow Six Siege, where a lot of things can turn the other way around, particularly with the game style, particularly with the gameplay. And the strategy that has been deployed by Team UWU, my goodness, man, mind-blowing, of course, indeed. And what I expected is slightly different from what I saw on the screen. But nevertheless, we can expect more and we can talk more about it. Now, still, I'm hoping to see that 4-4-2 happen, and Won't Stop Peeking might make it possible. Got to see for the time
10
factor.
seconds left.
And again, I need to see those explosions of C4s.
seconds
Come
left.
on, please. Give us that opportunity to those clips. Blackjack, could you please recommend it?
I mean, getting a C4 kill, it's always a 50-50. It's pretty much a coin toss, right? So I think, I hope we get to see more. That's certainly always exciting, especially C4 double kills and triple kills even. But of course, that might be asking for too much. Let's just hope and see. Let's just wait and see if we can get the first kill of a C4, and then we'll go on from there. With that said, site is on second floor once again, to be expected, as we have the thermite in play from Noob. But of course, the more important thing is the bandit, which Zedux is bringing in fairly regularly here. Bandit being, of course, a main fixture is not surprising. Drish finds one, but gets found immediately by Desmond. It's a back-to-back kill situation, as Kuntal was the one who got killed first. The entry frag really isn't going his way, looks like. But it is what it is, and right now, it's a matter of whether or not the breach gets open for the side of the attack. They've got the overall wherewithal of the bandit, kind of holding that down, of course, but there's also a Tubarao, who they need to be careful of. Zetas finds Desmond on the other side. That's a good kill right there, but Dizzy fell, mind you, and that's not something they are going to like. There is somebody on the flank. I don't think the Blackbeard knows. He does not, and Daisy comes around, finding Disciple. That's going to be a big kill, but there's an attacker trying to push him out now. It is, I believe, Buckinator. Actually, it could be Noob as well, but it doesn't matter who it is because there's two defenders peeking this. But wait a minute, Zedux comes around, and Noob comes around as well, getting one and the other. It's a 1v1 now! But he peeked it, and he gets taken down. The defenders, they are still winning rounds just by the skin of their teeth this time, but it doesn't matter because the round is theirs, and that is all they care about. Team UWU, 5-3 up. They are so very close to equalizing this. That is to say, the map count, not the round count. If they win this, which is to say, if they win Nighthaven Labs, it's 2-2, and we're going to be going into map 5 for the final game of the tournament. Will it happen? Will it not? Let's find out.
Definitely looking forward for the same. Will it happen? Will it not? That's the question of the hour, and it can be decided right over here. It's all in the hands of Won't Stop Peeking. Being the attackers, they have to get it done. But now, UWU is in the groove. Now, breaking their momentum is something of a different story altogether. And I feel, I have observed Won't Stop Peeking is slightly, not entirely. But why? Why are you destroying the entire table? I mean, aggression. Like, Blackjack, is that kind of like in a strategical importance of breaking everything, or is there something else, like kind of like just venting out the frustration? I don't know. I really don't see the point. Okay, that's a different thing altogether now of discussion while we are on the topic, or maybe so. But as of now, I have to see that 4-5 on the board. That is where things can turn around. So Won't Stop Peeking has to make it happen. Disciple is the one to get the first kill, I believe so, looking at the angle. And Buckinator slowly playing the time, as well as making it happen for the team, I would say, because the way he approached the angle for the breach, it's kind of like flushing the players head on. But mind Kuntal, you have to be cautious. There's someone around the bend and is waiting for the breach to occur, and as soon as it is done, it can either be Buckinator or that is Kuntal, or DZ, I believe so, is on the other front.
I do believe it's the Scopos who might be up there on the meeting room. Yeah, no, it's actually going to be Kaid. Interesting to see that Kaid is all the way up there, but he's gonna find Kuntal anyway. That's another entry frag that Kuntal has died on, unfortunately so. But with that said, that's also the Grim taken care of, and that means no more Kawan Hives. That's intel and space creation no longer available to the attackers because they lost a massive operator right now. For the time being, of course, that's not going to be the be-all end-all of this because they still could refrag onto Drish. Hopefully, that is what they will want, and there we go. They do so. Drish falls, and Noob with that kill is going to open up this entry, but Disciple falling on the other side is not what they want to see at the moment. Track Stingers going out as they want to really aggress on second floor. They're trying to get in there. They're trying to make sure that things go their way, but it's just quite working. C4 from below. That's going to be Zedux to get Buckinator off the board. Beautiful shot. Beautiful explosion right there. There you go, Santa. You've been asking for one. You finally have one. And that is going to leave Won't Stop Peeking pretty much grasping for anything, but they won't find anything at all. Zedux with 2 back-to-back. And that, folks, is going to take us to map point 6-3 to Team UWU. They picked Nighthaven Labs for a reason, and we are seeing just how much they have practiced on this map.
A lot of practice definitely went into the play, and also I have been speaking about it right from day one. It's about homework, right? How exactly you read your opponents and what kind of strategy you have walked in to the play, and all that boils down to a lot more things. So I see that, UWU is well prepared, and why not? They have been undefeated so far in this tournament, and that's for a reason, right? So UWU is very well prepared for the opposition that's being presented by Won't Stop Peeking, and they also understood the play style. Couple rounds ago, or maybe in the prior map, we have spoken about hashtag adaptability, right? So this is where Team UWU is rising up to the situation. Whatever the challenge they are being presented, they are completely dismantling each and every opposition, and the strat that's being played, it needs to be changed. So high time that Won't Stop Peeking has to re-strategize, come up with a better plan of action, and now they are the one who has to go for that hashtag adaptability sort of situation. All that can happen from here on. Now, winning 3 rounds one after the other, that's a big time ask, wherein I can ask Won't Stop Peeking to do it, because they have done it. And I mean, is it way too big for me to ask them? I don't think so, and it is quite possible.
Given the current situation that Won't Stop Peeking finds themselves in, this technical pause that they have opted to take here is certainly very, very useful for them. Even if it is because of, technical difficulties or disconnections or whatever, it gives the team time to really talk, get themselves back into the mindset of winning this particular matchup if possible. And it is always possible. Even if it is 3-6 down, even if it is 1-6 down even, we've seen teams of similar and even higher and lower qualities, of varying qualities, varying qualities, I nearly swallowed a bug there, make comebacks from very different positions and very different times. It is definitely possible. The question is, will Won't Stop Peeking be able to achieve that sequence of events? And that is what really is kind of playing in my head right now as to whether or not it could happen. Yes, it could. No, it couldn't. Whether or not it will is a 50-50 contest. We've got the ready coming in, and that means, folks, the timer resumes. The bans are in. It's Valkyrie Blitz, understandably so. We've seen a lot of blitz from Won't Stop Peeking, and there you go. They've now taken the tactical timeout that you can take for yourself right after the ban, and understandably so. As you can see on the piece of UI in the middle there, 4 rounds, the last 4 rounds, have gone to Team UWU. They have given themselves a massive lead, a ton of momentum right now, and realistically, even if they lose 1 round, it's fine. But if you lose 2, suddenly things are so much dicier because it will be 6-5 and we'd be in round 12. So UWU, your best bet right now is to close this game here and now. If not, well, we'll just have to see if they can handle another overtime.
Another overtime. That's an interesting thing. And of course, you know,
Defenders,
I
protect
have
your
been
bombs from being defused by
asking
attackers.
for it. I want more CX action to happen, particularly because, you know, we are at the grand final stage. The audience are also somewhere waiting for more. Now, all that is possible if Desmond and I Am Nobu are the top fraggers from the team to take it further, to one step more. Now, Buckinator and Disciple on the other side, and I'm really not certain what happened to Kuntal because his numbers have been really good. He was the one to get those initial kills, the first bloods, etc., etc. Now, that's not happening on this particular map. Maybe
10
it's the
seconds
effect
remaining.
of the map, maybe it is like the heat of the situation, or probably so
5
that, you
seconds to
know,
go.
kind of like a stress factor added on. And on the other side, you saw Zedix and Desi who are with 11 each, and they are the top fraggers from their team. And Drish Bars also contributed heavily. Daisy on the other side with 2, slightly off, just like how Kuntal on the other side. So, if Won't Stop Peeking has to win it, Buckinator, Disciple, and Kuntal have to definitely take the game to the next level, and that's where things can happen. Also, they have to quickly eliminate Xedex and Daisy because they are the ones who have been time and again dismantling the entire play of or the strategy of Won't Stop Peeking, I would say. And talking about the same, even before I could complete, Xedex walks in and says, Santa, shut up, because I'm going to take Disciple off and I'm also going to go for one more, but that's Daisy, and Desmond is gone. Looking at the situation, I don't expect a big time, but I again, Buckinator and I have to make it happen. But Kuntal wakes up. Let's go.
Now, of course, given the site is basement tank, I'm interested to see what could potentially be the play here from the side of Won't Stop Peeking. They have lost their verticality entirely as both Buck and the Ram have been taken off the board. So opening hatches, that's really the only thing they've got left, and going for hard breach. After that, it is all, you know, up to the gunners to make this round their own. The cam goes out and the Zero will hear the fact that the cam gets shot. We do hope that they are able to peek that in time, and they're going to try it. Daisy, in the meanwhile, taking a bit of damage right now as we have grenades going out from Kuntal. He's going to try and force them back a little bit, but he's going to get taken down. Zetas with a big push out. Noob falls as well as down to Buckinator, the last one standing. The Zero caught in a 1v4 position given away, and the C4 from below just to rub it in. That is going to be, folks, the map taken care of. 7-3 in favor of Team UWU. And boy howdy, that is a differential, all right, because that means it is, you know it, 2-2 between these two teams on the map count. And that, folks, means we are now going to be going into map number 5, the final possible map of Rainbow Six in this best of 5 grand finals. It has come down to this, a glorified best of 1 between these two teams. And I tell you what, it is so very exciting and so very refreshing to see as these two teams are fighting their hearts out.
Fighting the hearts out, that's the word over here, that's line over here, and that's needed as well. We are talking about the grand final stage, right? Lenovo and Intel presenting you the India's top game of feat, Mythpat. Let's take it one notch above. Now, before map number 3 began, I said that it's going to be an explosive map, and that's what happened. Before map number 4, I said it's going to be explosive, and that's what happened. Now in map number 5, I really cannot say the same thing, because what Won't Stop Peeking went through in map number 4 kind of, you know, disappointed me a little bit, because I wanted to see those equalizer scenarios, those overtime sort of situations. They really gave their best. I'm not saying they did not. At the same point of time, you know, something did not work the way I have anticipated. So, decider map, I thought it would come to this point. At the same point of time, I did not expect it would come in this particular way. So along with you guys, even I have to like just wait and watch. And if Blackjack would like to add a pointer over here for me and for you, that would be really fantastic.
Well, as we have a look at the statistics of map number 4 right here, I do have a couple of things that I would like to see when we get down to Consulate. Consulate, especially in its current state, is a map that does punish you for taking too long, right? It's got so many corners, it's got so many hiding spots that you can kind of just sit inside of, and that of course means that you can't just go in willy-nilly with the last 20 seconds remaining. Consulate is not a map that was designed with the 20-second push meta in mind, I would say, but it's certainly a map that has alleviated that particular grievance of I say grievance. It's not a grievance, it's just that it tends to drag out sometimes if not properly handled. So with all that said, you can see all the statistics here, a couple of double digits here from the side of, I do believe, Zedux and Zoomies over there, 12-4 and 13-6 respectively, and of course a 93% cost for Zoomies as well. Well done on that front. Overall, well played as well to the side of the Team UWU. All things considered, they gave it their absolute best, and that is what we like to see here, folks, because that is what we are potentially going to be getting when we get to map number 5, the final map of all of this entire tournament here at the Lenovo and Intel Presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat. It has all come down to this. This is the final map. This is the final frontier, pretty much, as we have ourselves a game on Consulate to be commentating very, very soon. Of course, Consulate is the decider map as shown before, but also we have ourselves the defender for the first half is going to be Won't Stop Peeking once again. Now, Consulate, I believe, is a map that's, I think, the newest. This version of Consulate is the newest in Siege Esports at the moment. So whether or not it's attacker or defender sided is pretty much up to interpretation, although I would say it does tend to feel a little bit defender sided sometimes, just purely because of every single room has like 15 different corners you have to peek when you go in there, 15 different corners you have to drone when you get in there. It is certainly quite the quite the map for all that. So defenders tend to get a lot of places to hide and chill and wait for the attackers to come to them. But at the same time, like I said, it's also a map that punishes attackers for taking too long to actually do their work and get into the map. So all things considered, it should be exciting to see what we have going forward from here in the map of Consulate. Though I will say that whatever the scoreline is, we've already had a great game. The final victors of all of this, the real winners, are you guys at home enjoying this with your food, with your dinner, with your water, whatever you have with you right now. Folks, we hope you've had as good of a time watching this as we've had here on the desk casting this, that is for sure. So with all that said, Santa, any final words about map number 4 Lair? I said Lair, Nighthaven Labs, before we get into map number 5.
Through my experience of casting and watching a lot of games that have happened in Nighthaven's lab, it has already almost 80% of the times brought me a lot of surprises, and this map as well brought in a lot of surprise. So I'm kind of like short of words over here, and my mind is actually going for the next map, because that's where the decider. While I expected it also went the other way around, so I'm short of words. I'm just as blank as many of would be, possibly. So nothing much from my end. I'm so sorry. I'm completely blank, Blackjack. You have to take it further for me.
Absolutely. But folks, we are going to take it further. But before that, we're going to be taking a quick break, and we'll be right back with map number 5. Stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
Reach the bar, underground method. Got nachos, get the most, then the litter. Straight to the got a and pushing
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Reach the bar, underground method. Got nachos, get the most in the little. Straight to the got and cross. Pushing cut your way
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Reach the bar, underground method. Got nachos, get the most in the little. Straight to the got and cross. Pushing cut your way
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Reach the bar, underground method. Got nachos, get the most in the little. Straight to the and cross. Pushing cut your way
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to Lenovo and Intel presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me once again is my co-host, Santa, as we are back for what is going to be the final time here in this grand finals. Best of 5 between Won't Stop Peeking and Team UWU, as they are here for what is going to be map number 5, the glorified best of 1 in this best of 5. As we are in, we are ready. We're not wasting any time. We're going straight in as we have a very interesting set of bands on the map of Consulate for our decider. We've got Blitz and Fenrir and Monty and Melusi here. Those are the bans that have been decided upon. And I have to say, the option to ban both attacking shielders is very curious to me, because people would normally go for maybe a Breacher or maybe even Thatcher or like Lion or Dokkaebi, but no, in this case, Team Won't Stop Peeking have seen just how much UWU is able to utilize the shields in the last couple of matches, or maps I should say, and that means they are not going to mess around. They are going to take their shields off the board immediately, leaving only Blackbeard remaining, that Dizzy is actually looking to pick up right now, which means that Blackbeard's probably going to be their third ban if I'm really going to have to predict something here. On the other side, Mira also escapes into the round because Melusi was banned by UWU, which means they probably want to be quick and decisive about this as well. That's the thing about a best of 5, folks. It saps your energy very quickly, and by the time you get to map 5, if you do, you are looking to end this as quickly as possible. With that said, let's get into it. Round number 1.
Hashtag quick is the word for this hour, I would say. So make it happen, make it fast. You wait for a moment and the opponent is going to take your head off. I mean, that could be like slightly too much for me to say, but at the same point of time, the explosions in place seems as if they are very feisty. ZDX can get into trouble. He knows for sure someone is lurking around the corner. A quick flank is needed, and that's expected. And a counter rotation on the other side as well. So even Won't Stop Peeking is very well prepared, but no! That was something different altogether. Daisy as well took a lot of damage. ZDX is the man of the hour. He has to get those 2 kills. And I'm sure that I Am Noob is very well prepared for the same. Not so Noob again. Disciple on the other side, getting ready, quickly making some moves. And that's a big move from the player right around the garage. He's very well prepared, but on the other side, look how ZDX. Is it AK-12, if I'm not wrong?
No, I do believe that it's an AK variant, but this should be the AKM, if I recall correctly.
Oh, okay. Big one for sure. So yes, Blackjack. Talking about this apple, he has the texture in hand, the firepower, right? Let's see. When I say firepower, it's the rate of fire. That's what I'm referring to. Drish on the other side, very well prepared as well. He has the stopping point. Now, when he has the other side, that's a bit of explosion, a slight bit of health taken out. The side as well. Took a little that's been tagged as the right word. Zedux is slightly low as well. Drish is the one to take it further. Now, talking about Kuntal and Noob, they have very good angle. They know for sure. Big one's walking in. Zedux being taken out. This is where Won't Stop Peeking can make this round into the name, but I am no falls, and Daisy has taken him off the mark. Drish on the other side. I'm not sure why he's waiting. Is it because the positioning, the intel? I'm not certain.
Drish over there is going ham on the floor right now. He's giving the verticality as much of a go as he can, but there's only so much room he can make using something like that, and Desmond's going to go for the long peek, finding Baz. It's all done to Drish, excuse me. He gets one, but his position is given away as he goes for the drop in, and there you go. Kuntal will come around, get that kill, happily so. 9x19 VSN, that's one of the longer gun names in the game, fun fact, is going to get that kill. Won't Stop Peeking. Very well done on round number 1, as they have a good solid start here, and that is something that they are absolutely hoping to keep going here. A fantastic start to Won't Stop Peeking here and now, as they will move on to second floor console office.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused
Oh,
by
a lot of moves have happened, and I've seen some big time rotations that's been done. A lot of flanks that was needed, and a couple of players making their anchor points the other way around, I should say, is that kind of like a defensive play that I haven't seen in the earlier round. So if two are holding it on the corner, the other two are making those flanks happening. And while that's going on, couple of kills right in the beginning. Now, big time denial points, of course, the wire is going to, make that noise if at all the move in, and
10 seconds left.
I won't be
before
surprised if an approach would be done through the stairs. So
5
let's see
seconds
if
to
that
go.
would be the case or not, and I'm expecting an equalizer from UWU, because that's what they have been doing time and again. A lot of utilities to work with, couple of flashbangs and those breaches, the charges in place, and on the other side, one C4 and some cams to work with, a lot of wire that's in place.
Reloading.
Now these charges are where all things can turn around, and Won't Stop Peeking is pretty much prepared as much as UWU is. Now, not to forget, this round can take a lot of lead away. So whoever wins it is the one with a lot of momentum to move further. I'm saying that so safely because I have seen the pattern happening. And the pattern says that if at all the 2-0 happens, Won't Stop Peeking will not make it easy for UWU.
That they will not at all. We have ourselves Zedux kind of sitting by that main breach wall. Grenades out from the Blackbeard on top of Skylight right now. He's doing what he can to kind of force these defenders out of position, get their utilities as much as he can. There we go. Breach has been done on the other side. That's Zedux on the striker, getting the entry secured. Well, kind of secured, I should say. Secondary EMP gets thrown in, but never mind. There's somebody from below, and that's Disciple holding a vertical angle, takes down Zedux, but multiple bodies fall on the other side. Noob did get taken out, but Zedux and Daisy fell as well. Dizzy, Drish now too, gone. As it's all down to the Ying, the last one standing. Where is this one operator who loves those Candelas more than anything else? Well, she is all the way on the first floor. Unfortunately, nothing going their way on this particular part of the map, as UWU completely got destroyed on their entry. And now it's all down to Baz. Last one standing in the 1v3, diffuser in hand as well. Entire minute ready to go as well. The Legion's still alive, of course. That means that multiple goo mines are probably just sitting all over the map alongside the Capcan traps. It's just a hard situation to try and play with, as the smoke grenade is tossed. That's going to be position given away, and the jump out from Kuntal will happily confirm the final kill, as Won't Stop Peeking for in this entire matchup will actually get the first 2-0 lead. Yeah, that's right, folks. This is the first time in this entire best of 5 that within the first 2 rounds, the team has won 2 rounds as well. So, because every single map in this matchup so far has been UWU wins one, Won't Stop Peeking wins the second. Won't Stop Peeking wins one, UWU wins the second. It has always been that way. It's always been a 1-1. And that trend has been broken with Won't Stop Peeking winning 2 rounds here.
I have to agree with you on that. The pattern's been broken, and the trend that's been going on is also off the mark. Now, as I said, if it happens as 2-0, Won't Stop Peeking will not make it easy. So here is when UWU has to come up with a better plan of
Attackers have
action.
located a
Now,
bomb.
looking at the opposition to go against one C4
10
and the
seconds to
wire
insertion.
placements, all those defenses in place, it's
5
making
seconds
them hard.
remaining.
And of course, there's so many corners, as rightly mentioned. 15 corners to work with. Oh my goodness, man, that's actually true. Because if you look at one corner, you're getting shot from the other, and it's like going back and forth. The UWU really have to make things happen over here, get that victory so that they back the momentum and then take it to possibly to like a equalizer sort of scenario. If that happens or not, it's all up to the players and in this particular round.
I'm very interested in that Amaru pick from Drish right there. You can see Drish is already low on health. And that, of course, is for good reason, as I do believe that Amaru decided to just, rappel into admin office on the second floor, as Zedex will fall on the other side. Kuntal with a beautiful kill to start things off. That, unfortunately, means, as Disciple falls on the other end, that we have ourselves a 4v4 situation, and Team UWU have once again lost a massive body. Disciple, of course, also is a great gunner, don't get me wrong, and one vector down is huge as Buckinator gets Drish on the other side. Meanwhile, we have Daisy. That's a jump in, and that's a jump on to Noob, who will be taken off the board for his unfortunate transgressions. Dizzy, well, with the Claymore, actually gets Kuntal, who might have gone for a jump out. It is what it is. But the Flores is very low on health. Frost as well taking damage right now. Desmond on the long angle. Not an angle you want to fight, as Dizzy will fall on the other end. Buckinator with the Goyo canister will make that kill happen, but never mind. Baz and Dizzy come around with 2 back-to-back kills in quick succession, folks. And that means, guess what? UWU, they are showing signs of life, signs of a fight, as they are 2-1. Well, 1-2 down, but they've taken their first round.
See, I definitely expected this. This would be a victory that is there. Whereas I was also going for the fact that the way Won't Stop Peeking has been taking it further one step at a time. So this is where kind of like it pauses that progression further for a moment. And with the bans of Ace and Capcan, it's kind of like giving another indication as well. So that's all I would go for at this juncture, and I would not to see how they would go for this round. Clash in play along with Legend, Mira, Mute, and Valkyrie.
Defenders,
So the camp
protect your bombs from
placements and the
being defused by
utilities, this is
attackers.
going to work for the team. Of course, waiting for it. Now, Won't Stop Peeking. Talking about the team, that I have expected like kind of like a 3 on the board. As of now, they are gunning for it. Whether they would get it or not, that's a different picture. Now, talking about the kills, Drish is the lead fragger from the team. And over here, we have Kuntal, who's been making it time and again very difficult for the opposition. Join that with Buckinator. So they are the force to battle with. Sorry, wrong choice of word. They are the force to work with. Now,
10
Disciple
seconds
and
left.
Desmond are also contributing heavily. So the team is working together.
5 seconds left.
Of course,
before
why not?
insertion.
The last map of the team.
Wall secured.
I have to say, these bans are throwing me for a loop right now. Ace and Capcan, the final bans for this first half, right? And I kind of understand Ace at the same time. It's like, if you're going to ban a breacher, well, you're going to want to ban the anti-breach, right? Because you have like Thatcher and Dokkaebi who can allow and facilitate breaches. So it would be better, in my opinion, to ban them instead of banning a breacher outright. But then again, Ace is just really, really strong in that way. So I understand that there's arguments for it. Capcan, I'm sorry. I just do not understand this consistent banning of that one operator who really, most of the time, amounts to nothing more than 1/2 second of an extra check. And I get it. In a pinch, you can't go for that extra check. You will either have to, tank the Capcan trap head on or get killed by it. And I get it. Some people don't want to have to deal with that discomfort. But at the same time, guys, you're letting Mira, Valkyrie, Clash into the round just because you don't want to do that extra 1/2 second or pick Twitch. That is not... Okay. Anyway. With that said, we have ourselves a garage hold here with the Mute sitting inside of pillars, as you always do. Now, of course, it's a long angle, and the Thermite has been spotted, so shots were traded, but no one will go down as a result, with the Clash pretty much acting as a second shield for the defense on this particular part of the map. And because there's mute jammers all over the place, those calls probably won't last as long as they normally do. Kuntal actually silences this pretty quickly, and Noob doesn't even have to worry because he is sitting pretty behind a mute jammer. But wait a minute, Kuntal, he's on the long roam right now. So is Buckinator, but Buckinator is actually going to fall as Daisy takes that kill happily. Ooh. So the Dokkaebi getting the first, but never mind. Disciple comes around, finds Zedex. Drish falls to Kuntal as well. Two big bodies to start things off as the defenders have fought back, clapped back even, some would say, but Baz comes around, finding Desmond. So it's not quite done yet. Kuntal on the first floor is going to find one more. Never mind. Dizzy actually gets him taken down, and that is going to leave Disciple and Noob, the last one standing in the site.
It's D&D play again. If you remember, Daisy and Dizzy, they can make things around. Meanwhile, Baz walks in, takes a light bit of damage, and I am Noob. Did I not say Daisy for the play? Daisy on the other side, moving in. It can make Disciple quite a bit of troublesome matter. A quick pick is all that's needed, deleted. But Disciple right now is in big time trouble right around the corner. He fights the back, but's been denied heavily by Baz. Oh my goodness, that was a trap set for Disciple, and he straight up walked into it. Did you see what kind of fielding setup they had? Oh my goodness, I'm falling in love with the strategy of UWU. Oh, very well done.
Very well done indeed, yeah. Team UWU, they are giving us quite a lot to root for, as their attack on Consulate has certainly been exciting, to say the least. Because right now, we have ourselves, once again, second floor in play. I will say, though, I did give them a bit of grief for having to ban Capcan, despite the fact that Capcan has like 15 different workarounds. And, Mira is a dangerous operator. Don't get me wrong. I do not say that lightly. But it's pretty clear to me that Team UWU is not very worried about the Mira being in play. On the other side, Won't Stop Peeking, I'm interested in the fact that they have not picked up Azami once, even though Azami is actually available to play, right? And on a map like Consulate, which is already chock full of hiding spots and corners and this and that, why not make a few more, right? You've got what is essentially bullet-stopping barriers, at least to a certain extent, and those barriers can prove to be even more useful if you give them the time of day. But without an Azami in play, of course, they can't quite do all of that, and that's another gun that could be pretty useful, but they're going for the SAS brothers instead, as they will be, pretty overall happy with their picks, and that's ultimately what matters. Jump out coming in from the smoke. Not exactly sure where Disciple decided. Oh, okay, he was probably trying to find somebody on the rappel on main window of console office. Didn't find that. Decides to run back in, understandably so, and clear out a little bit of vertical space to potentially find another repeller. So the smoke playing downstairs is definitely interesting, but it's also a smart move because that also gives you the chance to save those smokes for much later in the round when you will really, really need them.
Interesting, and Disciple is very well prepared, knows for sure. Lurk is there. Oh, one more shot would have been coming to meanwhile, a big C4. Oh, let's go. I am Noob getting it done. One more time, it is D&D for the play. Now it is DZ and Daisy to make it done for the team. 2v5 situation. A lot to work with and a lot of corners to work around. Particularly now that the C4, we have 2 more C4s. So will they fall for the prey? Meanwhile, 90 seconds on the clock, and this is where a lot of action would happen. Both moving together. A lot of communication that has to happen. The piece in place. They got to wait for a moment, but no more. The corner's been checked. That's a lot of damage and been taken down. The duo has been singled out. Now it is all up to DZ. He checked around the corners. It's a 1v4. Buckinator low on health. So shots are what's needed. And here comes the RC with the grenade. That's a boom. Looks as if the player has survived the explosion. Yes, indeed. No damage dealt. Now DZ, he has to walk into that trap. What are the utilities you're carrying? You have those claymores, but I don't think anything can be worked out. Yes, of course, you can avoid a backstab. That's what I would say. But as soon as you take a single step, but meanwhile, walking directly in. Oh, what are you doing? Won't stop peeking. Is it a strat? I believe yes. They are baiting themselves. Those that DZ will walk straight in at the same point of time. Time is of essence, waiting for the same.
He's going to come around to the front reception here, but the camera's going to give away his position. They know where he is, absolutely, but won't stop peeking. They know that they need to stop peeking here, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Gumine in the shin, he's going to take it out, but there's really not much Dizzy can realistically do here. The 3 defenders are way too far spread out for him to find them consistently and quickly, and that is why he will get taken out by the mute at the very end of the round. Won't stop peeking. They take 1 more for themselves, and obviously that stops that momentum that UWU were building, right?
Yes.
It gives them back the lead, it stops UWU's building momentum, and it makes sure that the side of Won't Stop Peeking, they are far from done. They are doing everything they can to give themselves another leg up in this in this competition here, and that of course means taking the time to understand what your opponents are doing. And I do like the fact that you've seen that adaptability come out from Won't Stop Peeking. On the other side, Team UWU, they are, well, they're kind of falling prey to the same mistakes. And I know I sound like a broken record, folks. I know I've said it before, and I have to keep pointing it out, because at the end of the day, they'll come back and see this VOD, and I hope that they hear my words, as regardless of the result, folks, the side of Team UWU, they keep making these mistakes. And on Consulate, it hasn't been as prevalent as on the other maps, sure, but at the same time, it's still there. And that ultimately is kind of the issue that, you know, I would like to see them address in future tournaments. For now, we'll have to just wait and see as round number 6 is underway. And okay.
See, you pointed it not even like 10 seconds ago. Not even 10 seconds ago. And this is where they have to correct. You are falling, but DZ got the better out of it. Disciple kind of like overstep, a bit of overconfidence, or maybe, you know, he was certain he'll get the frag and baited himself. Also, it was so very funny to see the quick peek in and out. I hope that, you know, the producer has clipped it. If not, I have to take it from YouTube. All right. Nevertheless, that was definitely funny. 4v4 situation, DZ low on health. So I won't ask a lot out of him, but at the same point of time, we have seen these players doing some crazy stuff, even with 10 HP. Let's go, Team UWU. 2 players right around the corner. The reinforcement in place, and what are you doing around that band? The Sterling SMG making its mark, and that has rolled heavily. Now it is all up to Zedix, Daisy, and Bars. Now this trio, can you get the 3rd victory for your team is a question of the hour. Have to move in. The DMR in the hands of Daisy, that's where I'm kind of like doubtful, particularly because it's close quarters. And Blackjack, please correct me.
Oh no, Buckinator, this is probably the worst time to have a dissection, and that will not be good for the team. As on the other side, that's going to equalize it to a 3v3. It is what it is, as they just have to wait for the player to come back. Kuntal is still in good shape, though, and Noob and Desmond can certainly pick up the slack where Buckinator would have before. With a whole minute remaining, they've got time, they've got patience on their side, and of course, as we all know, the clock always ticks for the side of the defense until and unless the plant is secured. With that said, with that said, we have ourselves the final few seconds here. 40 and less remain on the clock. And it's all going to be a case of right moments. Do they have a C4 for this? Yes, they do. It's going to go out. It's going to do damage to Zedek, but it's going to find Kuntal instead. Daisy falls as well, as this is a 2v2. Make that a 1v2. Defuse has been dropped, and Desmond gets the final kill at the very end there. The Frost coming around with the 9mmC1. And that, folks, is going to allow for Won't Stop Peeking. Well, they are definitely going to keep peeking right about now, as they are 4-2 up in the first half. And of course the pause will be requested, as is to be expected, as they await the return of Buckinator. And yeah, no, all things considered, a wonderful first half for Won't Stop Peeking, as they gave us quite the rounds, and they are certainly going to be happy about this. But now they're going on the attack, and if they have the same amount of, overall luck with their attacks as Team UWU did, oh geez, that is going to be a tough game and potentially a tough pill to swallow if they end up losing more rounds than they can afford to.
Interesting to think about the way it's been going on. And being the attackers, I'm kind of like expecting way more from Won't Stop Peeking. At the same point of time, I should not forget the fact that, UWU has been giving a lot of opposition. Now that they are on the defense, I have seen them doing, or maybe let's say, if we keep the aggression part aside, if you hold the corners a little longer while keeping the time factor in check, it can be a win for UWU. Now, how exactly it would be broken by Won't Stop Peeking entirely depends on the plan of action, and I'm sure that Won't Stop Peeking will do it, particularly the way I am no Buckinator has been approaching time and again through the areas right along with Kuntal. Kuntal has always been that surprise factor, be it the numbers or not, whereas his contribution has been quite phenomenal throughout the play. Now, keep in mind, it's 4-2-2, right? Now, if at all, I'm saying that with a big time if WSP, Won't Stop Peeking goes for 6, to say 2 victories, one after the other, it will be really difficult for UWU to stop them on the tracks. And looking at the way the last 2 rounds have been approached, it's already in that place.
I think it's also going to be a case of how much momentum Won't Stop Peeking is able to build here with these final, or I should say these next 2 rounds, right? I don't want to say final. I don't want to leak the script just yet. But with that said, these next few rounds, how much momentum will Stop Peeking be able to kind of carry over from their defense into their offense? And how much of it is Team UWU going to be able to either stop or halt in its tracks? That is going to determine a lot about these next few rounds, and that is what we're also here to see. Whether or not it's going to work out, of course, is an entirely different beast, folks. With all that said, we have ourselves a little bit of a pause. Once again, I think it was some sort of PC crash that might have happened, and if it is that, then yeah, we shouldn't be waiting for too much longer here, as that return should be pretty quick for Buckinator. And things sometimes happen. This game is pretty intensive on your PC's resources, but what will help? Lenovo and Intel. That's right. Make sure to check out all of the products on their websites. Of course, links will be in the descriptions below. And I gotta say, all things considered, being here at India's Top Gamer, of course, Lenovo and Intel presenting, is certainly been quite the return to casting for South Asian tournaments for myself, and I certainly look forward to doing more in the future, hopefully, as right now, we're just waiting for them, that is to say Buckinator, to return, for the rounds to resume, because I know that for all of those at home, this is arguably the worst time for something like this to happen. Trust me, the players are not any happier about this than you are at home, folks, because, they hate it. They hate the fact that they were having this massive exciting engagement, and suddenly everything's been put on hold because because somebody had an issue, technical issue, that is beyond anyone else's control. No one's to really blame here. No one's to be, no one's to blame. No one's to really be put at fault. It just is what it is, as we have to wait and see what is going to be the overall result. It might even end up in a round rehost here, because custom game lobbies in Rainbow Six Siege X are certainly a little bit finicky, as it tends to happen. So with that said, folks, a little bit more time to talk about what we saw in that first half, which of course leaves us with time to discuss and kind of delegate what is the overall adventure. Why did I say adventure? What is the overall standing of the two teams here and now? There we go. We're back to our beautiful faces as well. Hello, everybody. And yeah, well, actually, you know what? Both me and Santa are going to be talking about that in a little while. But before that, we're going to be taking a short break while we get this video underway. Stay tuned.
Big step underground method. Got nachos, get the most in the little. Straight to got a cross. Pushing cut your baby.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Lenovo and Intel Presents India's Top Gamer Fishing Mythpat. We are back after that rehost that we had to take, and we get it, folks at home. You are frustrated because rehosts tend to sap away all the energy from what is otherwise a fantastic game. But for those who are rejoining us, for those who need the recap, we are 2-2 in this best of 5 grand finals between Team UWU and Won't Stop Peeking. And because we are 5-5, we are effectively playing a best of 1 in very high stakes. As right now on map number 5, Consulate, we are actually at the end of the first half and at the beginning of the second one. The bans weren't even set yet, and we had the 4-2 in favor of Won't Stop Peeking, who have showed us that they are certainly more than ready to make Consulate their own. Will they be able to do so, or will we have to wait and see what happens from here on out? We will find out. But with that said, let's get into it here and now. The bans are coming in, and we are going to be getting into it in just oh, wait a minute. I think we've had a little bit of a problem. Yep. All right, we might have to we might have to get a little bit of a rehost going once again. Oh dear me, that is clerical error at its finest. Unfortunate, folks, but it is what it is. You'll have to wait for the game just a minute longer. I know. You know, you're frustrated. I'm frustrated as well. Trust me. I might not sound it, but yeah, there's going to be an empty packet of chips that's going to get thrown across the room in just a second. But yeah, we'll just have to wait for the match to start back up again. And until then, you're going to be stuck with us, me and Santa, as we, pretty much think about what could have happened, what could be, what couldn't be going into this next half. Second half of this game is certainly going to be interesting if we ever do get to it eventually. It's going to take just a second, folks. I'm just joking, of course. But yeah, no, patience is the key, and this game is certainly going to teach us that as we wait for, I do believe, another rehost. So with that said, we're going to be taking a quick break once again. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Makes the underground method. Got nachos, get the most in the litter. Straight to across, pushing culture baby.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Makes the underground method. Got nachos, get the most in the litter. Straight to across, pushing culture baby.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Makes the underground method. Got nachos, get the most in the litter. Straight to across, pushing culture baby.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Makes the underground method. Got nachos, get the most in the litter. Straight to across, pushing culture baby.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Makes the underground method. Got nachos, get the most in the litter. Straight to across, pushing culture baby.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
big stepper. Underground method, got nachos, get the most in the litter. Straight to got a cross, pushing cut your way together.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Yeah, big stepper. Underground method, got nachos, get the most in the litter. Straight to got a cross, pushing cut your way together.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Yeah, big stepper. Underground method, got nachos, get the most in the litter. Straight to got a cross, pushing cut your way together.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Yeah, big stepper. Underground method, got nachos, get the most in the litter.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. The Lenovo and Intel presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me once again is Sanchez. We are back yet again for what should be, hopefully, the final rehost required. Yes, it is. The bans are going to be set. We are back into the best of 5, which is now in map number 5. The second half is underway as Won't Stop Peaking are 4 and 2 up, and we have ourselves the bans being used up here as well. Excuse me right there. We have Blackbeard and Azami to start us off. And of course, the second set of bans are going to be Dokkaebi and Valkyrie. Guess what? Both of these teams, they finally decided to listen to me. These operators, we have seen them time and time again, and you can, what is it called? I forget the exact word, but you've seen it as well, Santa, right? We've seen Blackbeard.
Yes.
Yeah, textbook bans, yes, but we've seen Blackbeard be such a menace, right? We've seen Dokkaebi constantly calling the defenders' phones, giving away their positions, taking their cameras against them. We've seen black eye cameras of the Valkyrie be such a nuisance to deal with, left, right, and center. And of course, we've seen exactly how powerful Azami can be when not banned, right? So seeing these operators get banned, even though they are industry standard, don't get me wrong, for me right now, I'm feeling a level of catharsis I have not felt in a while, because I have been pretty much shearing my throat off saying that you guys need to figure out your bans. Why are we banning Capcan? Why are we banning Melusi? Why are we focusing on banning Montaigne when clearly you've had issues dealing with Dokkaebi, right? And now they finally done it. So let's see what they have in store for us as we go into round number 7.
See, that's where I have been thinking as well. I normally see Dokkaebi ban, I normally see Solis ban. I can even understand if you're banning Wamai, possibly Monty. These are the guys whom you normally see because they are the one who disrupt the play a lot, right? But we see the other way around, and thankfully they have brought it together and Won't Stop Peaking right now at 4-2 for UWU. Both the teams would be like definitely going to cutthroat competition, would be like ready for each other. Feels fabulous play to happen. So I want to see those explosive action to happen, and I see one C4 in play. So I would definitely ask for it. Now, would it happen on to whose phase? We have to just wait and see. The other thing which got me excited is after a long time, the weapon that Baz is holding, the DP, the potato gun, is what I remember it's been called as. Combine that with 2 vectors, so a lot of firepower from UWU. Now, to counter it, you have an LMG, you have a FAMAS. Now, FAMAS is something which I fear a lot, not just in Rainbow Six Siege, but even in the other games. But I won't want to, refer the other part. Buckinator is very well prepared. He laid some shots, but oh my goodness, talking about Vector. Drish has taken a big one off the board, and I am noob. Time and again, he has been a disruption factor from Won't Stop Peeking. Now, that's been taken off the mark. Now, it is all up to Kuntal, Desmond, Buckinator, Disciple to take it further.
That's a huge one to fall as well. The Nomad going down and Thresh falls on the other side. That's one body for each. The Goyo taken off the board. But guess what? Desmond and Desi trade, which is also huge right now for the teams, for their overall plays, because again, that Melusi would have been a flank. That Melusi could have potentially made for a huge late round play, but the ace, who would have opened up a few more extra lines of sights, will no longer be in play as well. Interesting decision to open up the floor right here by Disciple. They don't have access to the diffuser. It is dropped somewhere else on the map, and nobody's gone to pick it up just yet. It's got to be Buckinator and Kuntal, who gotta go for it in just a second here. And there you go. Dizzy comes around, gets a beautiful shot, as we did have the Tachanka getting those Shumikas in place to get the flames going. Kuntal's going to run right through a few of them, but he's going to go down for his trouble. It's all down to the Buckinator, the last one standing. Never mind. Team UWU on the defense, very strong, very capable, very well coordinated. They will be the ones to take round number 7 for themselves and make it 3-4, as we once again see why Mira is banned so very often. That window was opened actually by one of the attackers earlier, but it didn't matter, right? Even if it is an open window, that's still an open thoroughfare for bullets, and that is exactly what we saw the attackers have to deal with. Mira is, again, so very dangerous, and Baz has decided to bring that operator back yet again with good reason, as we've seen Mira be so very useful in Garage too. So with that said, Sight is on Garage now, and Team UWU are definitely looking to turn this into a 4-4 equalizer.
Equalizer indeed, it is quite likely possible, and equalizers are what I normally see after a long tech pause, be it a tech pause or be it the normal timeout that they take in order to re-strategize a little bit, and these are the things that we have been seeing time and again, going back and forth. But now, can we see that 4-4? Would Won't Stop Peeking allow it, that too being the attackers? That's a question that still lingers in my head. Now, the positions wise, I see that UWU has definitely stationed themselves in a very proper manner compared to the prior rounds, and they are taking the heat up a notch more. And on the other side, if we talk about the utilities part, I see 2 C4s in action. In the prior round, they used it to get a bit of splash damage. And on this round, if you can check it right on the face and get a kill, that would really be awesome to capture, and a clippable moment. Now, at this juncture, Desmond could pretty much get a kill. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. The firepower of AKM. And I really like this score as well.
That's a big first kill as well. Daisy, the Melusi, gone once again. Melusi, I've talked about it before and I'll say it again. She is very good for those late round flanks because, again, most of her utility is placed in the prep phase, right? She has no active utility like that. A lot of it is passive. So that leaves her free to pretty much do whatever the hell she wants across the map for the rest of the round's runtime. And what that does, folks, is it means that she can go for those late round plays, for those late round flanks that then get denied because Melusi is no longer in the running in the play. So beautifully done right there by the attackers to take that kill. And in the meanwhile, of course, we have ourselves the rest of the attackers trying to get in position, but Bass comes around. That's Buckinator gone. The Twitch off the board, and meaning those Twitch drones, if they were still active, will no longer be able to do much of anything other than be static cameras for the attack. That said, of course, it's an equalized body trade, but Won't Stop Peeking, they're taking time here, a lot of time for that matter, in setting up their vertical and setting up potentially even their breach if they haven't done it yet. They actually have, never mind. But there's somebody in pillar that they haven't been able to force out just yet. And given the fact that the breach is only on one side of the wall and not two sides like you would normally see a ace player do, that leaves the question of, is it going to be very useful even then? The entry is seen. And now the shots are going to be fired. Desmond's going to go down because Zedex has the pillars control. Nobody contested him there. Kuntal does come around to do that. But at the end of the day, is it too little too late? 26 seconds remain. And they have to start catching bodies left and right. Disciple finds one Dizzy to fall as we have the Mira in the hallway along with his friend. The Doc comes around. The plant is happening. Disciple's getting it down by the bomb, but he's trying to bait as well. He's trying to make sure that verticality is his and his teammates. And the Grim is doing what he can, but he gets double peaked at the right time. It's all down to the last one, and the Bailiff from Drish is going to come around and take that final body. That final kill is his. And folks, we have ourselves the great equalizer, the 4-4 coming in round number 9. This game, it is far from done as overtime looks more and more likely.
It's come to the point where, can I ask for more action? Can we take the
Attackers
heat
need to
up
locate and defuse
one
the
more
bomb.
notch? Or is it to the point where, it is way too hot already in the game? Okay, might be a lot of thoughts going into it. 4-4. Now, we all may have expected the situation, particularly after the timeout scenario, and yes, indeed, we must have re-strategized a lot
Bomb
of the
located
play,
by attackers.
and that's where we are seeing this score on the board. Now, round number 9. Usually over here, I see a quick turn of things. Now, have been waiting
10 seconds to
desperately
go.
for Won't Stop Peeking to make those moves, those 2 victories where they
5
can
seconds to
propel
insertion.
themselves to the 6th, and from there to take it further, just one more after, right? So, that is where I've been waiting, whereas I can't see the aggressiveness. While it is there, it is not there as well. So somewhat, after the pause, the team is kind of like taking it slightly slower. Or is it so that, they are purposefully holding themselves back a little bit for the final blow to happen? And if that is the case, these 2 rounds are the ones to take it further. So it's round number 9 and round number 10 for the decided to go for. And let me also remind you that this is the last map of the day, and this is where you have to win it, and there is no other thing to say.
That's the other thing about the push we saw from Won't Stop Peeking at the very end of the last round as well, right? Is that what I said before at the very beginning of Consulate is that this map, Consulate, it hates, not hates, but it punishes people it punishes teams for doing that kind of late round last 20 seconds push, right? Because there's so many ways and there's so many areas and corners and this and that. As Buckinator falls on the other side, the Twitch gets taken off the board. But that's the point, right? There's so many corners and hallways and claustrophobic areas that you just cannot account for, right? And that will end up punishing you if you leave your final push till the very last second. It has happened before, it will happen again. Drish finds another one in the meanwhile. Desmond to fall, and that's Diffuser here by reception door, taken on to the floor. Guess what? We now have ourselves, excuse me right there, a 3v5. You know what? This is gonna sound a little bit rude, but I wish one of the defenders had gone down so that I could, just so that I could rhyme it. At the end there, 3v4. Get it? Door, floor.
Yeah.
Anyway, Drish falls on the other side. It is now a 3v4, but it's too late for the rhyme. Kuntal gets that kill for himself, but is it too little, too late? That is the question here. It's a 2v4, I should say, because Disciple did fall on the other side a second ago. It is now just a case of trying to get in, and he is in the site. Noob gets a Baz on the other side. Daisy finds Kuntal, and it's all really up to this one player who was potentially a playmaker, but not to be. And that is going to be first floor piano going the way of Team UWU. Guess what, folks? They have reclaimed a lead. They have claimed their lead here on map number 5. They are 5-4 up, going into round 10, and we have the very final bans going in to this map and this match as a whole. Ace and Mira.
Ace and Mira, it is. Now, I have been saying this from quite some time, and before I go to the point, let me point out, oh my goodness, man, Tachanka looking so deadly. Did I say it correctly? Tachanka or it's Chanka? I forgot.
Attackers
At the
need
same
to
point of
locate
time, the
and
bear
defuse
skin on
as many
Fenrir,
bombs
my
as you can.
goodness, man, that is so beautiful and scary at the same point of time. Now, I'm done with my skin thing. So, moving into the rounds and moving into the day, what I have been observing is the number 6 factor. Okay, when I say the number 6 factor, whichever team reaches there, it's kind of like an unstoppable thing from there. And it's pretty much evident. I have it seen time and again. Would an equalizer happen 10% of the times? Would Won't Stop Peaking would be
10
able to,
seconds left before
get
insertion.
that done? A big time question mark. Will Uwu be able to
5
win
seconds
this
left.
round? I am kind of like tilting to their favor because the way they have been aggressive further and have taken control in the entire situation, and here comes an entry frag, I believe so. Very well prepared. Would you check that corner or the window? That's the question. If so, that's a spawn kill for sure.
And there we go. Dizzy will go down. The Fenrir off the board. That's huge right there, of course, because we know the MP7 is such a powerful weapon at the end of the day. And on the other side, of course, those FNATs, well, whatever's active will remain active, and whatever isn't, well, guess what? We are now going to see those FNATs effective, are very effective for the rest of the round. Soft wall on yellow stairs will get blown up by the Rotero charges, Rotero drones, I should say, of the Flores. And looks like the attackers are going to quickly reconvene towards the printer hallway and admin office side of the map. We still have the, we still have the Nomad trying to find a way in as Disciple does find Drish on the other side. That is another defender down. Given the fact that it's second floor console office here, it definitely feels like the side of Team Uwu are getting a little bit potentially out of order at the moment, given that they have 2 bodies gone, but at the same time they have to get in there. That is to say, Won't Stop Peaking. They have to find their way in still. They haven't quite pushed them out of the site, and they haven't quite been able to make a play for the actual bomb sites just yet. Minute 15 on the clock. That's 75 seconds. They gotta get in there. And they're just deliberating. Which way do we go from? How do we approach this? Zedex finds Disciple on the other side. That's huge right there. Flores off the board. But of course, you gotta find at least one more to equalize this situation. Smoke grenades coming in onto that balcony drop outside a bathroom. And there's gonna be a defender there in just a, not a defender, an attacker there in just a second who should be taking some damage. Flashbang's going out. And now the push is in. Into hallway. Going towards meeting. They're in meeting right now. And it's going to be an all-out brawl as Kuntal finds one on the other side. It's a trade with Baz, and Noob gets the final kill. Guess what, folks? This game got just another equalizer. As it is now 5-5. We are round number 11. And we are 2 rounds away from either a victory or an overtime.
No, I really don't know what to say over here because what I'm seeing is definitely taking it further towards the overtime scenario. At the same point of time, I did not expect Won't Stop Peaking to win this round, particularly the way Uwu has been defending themselves so strongly. They had everything to work with, but everything dismantled as well, totally off the mark, and Won't Stop Peaking made it happen. Now, if they go for the 6th, you know what is going to happen, right? At the same point of time, I mean, it is going completely in a crazy manner, buddy. And sorry to use the word, at the same point of time, I have seen this happen. The overtime situation right around the bend of the corner, and would that be in place? I would give it like a 75% of chance,
5 seconds remaining.
and let's see. And that all depends on round number 11, would that be taken further or not. At the same time, round number 12 as well can lead towards an equalizer, and that's where we would be walking into an overtime situation. Now, Won't Stop Peaking, meanwhile, I can see a body fall immediately because right in the beginning, I can expect a player peeking around the window. Had it been in position or not remains as a question for Uwu, and that would be answered with the firepower.
We've got some electrification here that, of course, the thermite needs to get cleared out really quickly. And we have the secondary EMPs coming in just a second. Actually, it's the grenades, not secondary EMPs. And guess what? This is why you should get a Jaeger if you're going to have the bandit hold down that part of the map in that way. Because the Jaeger would have caught that grenade. And that bandit battery would have stayed active. It really is just one more case of potentially picking the right operators for the wrong job or the wrong operators for the right job. Actually, no, that second one doesn't even make any sense. Never mind. Forget I said that.
Okay.
The point here is that having a Jaeger would have been good because, again, Jaeger catches projectiles and the grenade would have counted as one. But meanwhile, Daisy is going to get Disciple. That's one more off the board here. And that's an attacker, and a good attacker at that, too. Verticality is going to be severely hampered because of the buck being taken down. Now, of course, you do still have Gridlock with her secondary shotgun, the Super Shorty, who could make a big play of this, but Zedux falls to Kuntal on the other side. We have... Excuse me right there. We have, once again, a big couple of bodies potentially being dropped. Shots are fired. Buccinator will find Dresh, and that is not good. You don't want your dock to fall in this moment as the C4, or impact, I should say, comes in. It's not going to do any damage, but there's a high angle being held by the Malusi, who does fire a shot off just to see if anybody's going to peek. And that gives away the fact that somebody is peeking that, and that's a defender who's getting awfully close. Holding on the corner of the door. I don't know if they heard this. They might have. They swing with the pre-fire. Beautifully done. And Kuntal will get Daisy, but Buccinator falls on the other side. It's a 2v3. Make that a 1v3. All up to Baz, the last one standing, who has to make a big play for this. Where is the Goyo in all of this? He is deep inside of the site. He gets one. Where are you walking? He did not know what was even happening right there. The drone won't spot him right now as he's going to come around. He sees the backpack of the thermite. He might see the head as well. Yes, he does. All he has to do is find the last one. The Nomad is the last one standing. It's a 1v1. Baz versus Noob as we have the flashbang. That's in. That actually does stun him. Beautifully placed. And that is going to be the Nomad taking the kill. Noob securing the round, stopping the clutch from going through. And guess what, folks? Won't stop peeking. They will return themselves into the lead. Team UWU are here, and they are now required once again to try to go for overtime. Will they be able to, or will they not? Let's find out as we head into the round of ones. Round number 12. One round for Won't Stop Peeking to win this and go into a 3-2 scoreline and finish off the entire BO5. And on the other end, one round for UWU, Team UWU, to push us to overtime and give us one last hurrah on this map.
Very well said, and that's where the entire equation begins, and I have to see if that can be possible or not. Now, in the last round, for a moment, I was about to scream on Won't Stop Peeking that talk to each other. Where's the communication? Because as soon as a body fell, I saw that, you know, the player, particularly the Thermite, was looking the other way around and totally got off the mark. That's where the kill happened. And it was down to the last 1v1. And thanks to the play from I Am Noob, that they backed the victory on the round, or it would have went into the name of UWU, and they would be the one with the 6. And now remember, I told you that whoever gets the 6, they have the 75 to 80% of probability to win. If not, we'll see the equalizer. So that's only a 30% chance that I'm giving to UWU. Again, I'm not being biased, but that's the pattern that I have observed for Won't Stop Peeking, and particularly when they being the attackers. Right, so they would definitely, I mean, they Won't Stop Peeking will definitely aggress completely, and what I ask them is to be a calculated approach, not a blind aggression, please.
That is pretty much their modus operandi right now, right? Because they do love themselves some coordinated chaos, but sometimes that can't quite work out if you are unable to kind of temper your expectations and excitement going into, of course, the rest of the round. Now, with all that said, given that we're at a minute 40 and we haven't had a single body be dropped, just tells you just how defensively UWU is playing right now. And of course, they're defenders. They're meant to play defensively. Someone's probably going to say that in the chat. But the point here isn't that they're defenders and they're playing defensively. The point is they aren't going for anything too extreme. The only one so far is going to be the Legion, who did do some damage. He's going to get noob, and that's really, really good right now. Because so far, the attackers were probably lulled into a false sense of security, thinking that all the defenders are just sitting in the side. They're not doing much. But that's not true. And Zedex has just shown that. He's the only one out and about making a play of that caliber. And that means that as it stands right now, the side of Won't Stop Peeking, they've lost a big body. Nomad is no longer in play, so flank watch is going to be so much harder. They do still have, of course, the gridlock in play. Grenades out just to get rid of any and all remaining utility on that small door. Disciple falls on the other side. Baz to take that kill. And guess what? We have an attacker, Desmond, pushing up on Meeting Hallway. He is right there. He just doesn't know where the Goyo is. He does now, but he gets taken down. Baz finds one, but gets taken down himself by Buckinator. It's going to be the fall into sight, potentially speaking. Kuntal gets one, gets taken down. It's a 1v3. Buckinator, the last one standing. He's done this before. Can he do it again? He's trying to go for a wide swing right now on the corner, but it won't work. DZ with the bailiff got the right range for the shotgun pistol to work out. And folks, guess what? For the second and now the final time in this matchup, it is 6-6. So say it with me. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to rumble? Overtime is in play.
A rumble indeed it is, and hashtag rumble. Let's go for it. The moment I say that Ash walks in with that beautiful Santa cap. Oh, the elf cap. Okay. Skin indeed. Okay, I'm falling for it. Yes! Let's get ready for rumble. Goyo in action along with Frost and Melusi. That's a big one on the play. Now, I'm counting on Desmond for a big time. I don't know why, but I feel as if, a big one is about to happen from him. Particularly by the way I have seen things happening so far in the round. Now, Buckinator, I am noob on the other side. They have been in the groove a lot. While the numbers speak the other way around, but I have seen them in action. So I want these players to take the step. What about the other side? I see Baz, Drish with the high numbers contributed by Zedex. And you know what, I'm kind of like surprised a little bit
10 seconds to
that compared to yesterday, today it's not the same Zedex that I have seen in the play. So has something changed, or maybe the player has walked into the matches with a different mindset, probably kind of like a defensive play or something, or whatever the player has to mention on his own. And meanwhile, the team is contributing. Now, who would win the round is something that is still lingering in my head as a big time question. I see two Z4s in action, so I'm kind of like expecting UWU to make a big time mark. And if it happens, they are the one to take it as a victorious. And mark my words, it's kind of like a play that is written for UWU. All that's needed is that timing and coordination.
That is pretty much it, isn't it? Timing and coordination. Given the fact that UWU is on the defense right now, we have ourselves a very unique situation at hand. UWU's defense was overall not too shabby, right? Not too shabby indeed. It was just a case of them getting really aggressed upon in moments where I think they just weren't expecting it, or whether it was the fact that Won't Stop Peeking simply outplayed them after a certain point, right? Because, let's be real here. Both of us don't want to continually, point out, oh, they're doing this wrong and that wrong, because there is a little bit of subjectivity to it as well, right? True. Not every round in Siege is going to happen according to how we want it, but Baz is definitely going to get that kill how he wants it, that's for sure. Noob will fall, and I don't think he was expecting that lightning fast peek, but guess what? Desmond comes around with the lightning fast peek of his own, finding one. That's Baz on the floor. Shots fired. That's the Zofia getting hit up a little bit. Disciple, but he's going to come around and finds Daisy. Guess what? He's downed as well. Drish comes around with the trade. It's a 3v3 situation. The Frost will find the big peek out, and that is Drish with 2 right now. finding Desmond. It's all down to Buckinator and Kuntal, the last two standing to potentially put up a overtime match point for their team. And that is exactly what Drish, Zedux, and Dizzy are going to try and do for Team UWU here and now. We have ourselves another kill from Dizzy. Buckinator falls, and Kuntal, who has pretty much only managed to break even, gets one. But can he get one more? Will he be the savior for his team that they need right now? He's pushing in with the Brava, with the Para in hand. But of course, there's only so much he can do. Opens up a bit of the wall. They know where he is. He's got 20 seconds to do this, but his position is given away. And the Fenrir from behind the overturned table will get the kill inside a meeting. Guess what, folks? Overtime match point is here, but it is going to be for Team UWU. 7-6 in their favor. However, because it's overtime, the sides switch every round.
Yes.
And that means Team UWU is on the attack. Now, why is that important? Because Team UWU started on the attack, and the ending score of the first half was 2-4.
Wow.
That against them. Yes. So they were 2-4 down on their attack. Much like how Won't Stop Peeking were 2-4 down on their attack. Consulate tonight has not been an attack-favored map at all. It has been very defender-sided for that matter. So we'll have to see, because the stakes are very high, and there's only 2 more rounds to play, regardless of, what we think could happen, right? If this round is won by Won't Stop Peeking, there's only 1 more round to go. Like we've said before, there's no infinite OT. There is no redo. This is it. This is the chance that Team UWU has, and they only have 1 more after
10
this.
seconds to insertion.
1 more after this, and you have to back it. Or maybe,
5
you know
seconds
what,
to insertion.
take it right here. Why to leave it to the next round, right? So make it happen, take it as further as possible. Oh, 3 C4s to work with. That kind of like excited me. On the other side, I see those glow emos, and that needs to be placed as good as possible. Like cam in position and Won't Stop Peeking. I'm 100% certain. I won't say it. Let's watch it. I have an anticipation in my head. Would that happen or not? It's all up to the players. And I'm counting again on Desmond. He is the disruption factor, right along with I am no, because they have been doing it time and again. Talking about UWU, very well prepared, but timing is of essence. One more time, they are the attackers at this juncture. So you have to get the coordination in place. There's one more thing which I wanted to say is that, somehow what I feel is like, be it the defenders, be it the attackers, it's just the position that I feel so that they have been holding from both the teams. But both the teams have completely shattered the thought that we are defenders, but they are doing the attack. And being the attackers, they are kind of like holding for a position. Now that can be of a lot of strategical importance, and it's only up to the players. Again, end of the day, it's about the player who takes it further. And talking about the players, look at the positions. DZ already took a lot of damage. I'm expecting another peak, and Drish has to capitalize on that particular peak, and as soon as you find the head, make the connection. Right now, you'll get a feed shot connected. The bangers, oh no, not a lot of damage to count on, but Buckinator did get tapped a little bit. So got to see if you can continue.
Mind you, Dizzy is very low on health on the other side, and that's your Blackbeard. You don't want to lose that Blackbeard. That is kind of the linchpin of this entire attacking round, as we have the mute's position given away. But of course, that mute is more than likely playing with a shotgun in hand. Flashbangs are being thrown. C4 goes out, I believe. Either that or it was a smoke grenade. It was actually a smoke grenade from Disciple, and Zedux has to run away. But guess what? That's 1 down. But Buckinator comes around, finds Zedux. Buckinator gets taken down. That's a trade once more, as we have bodies falling left, right, and center. Someone's playing very close. It's the Warden with the SMG-12 in hand. Dizzy's got a goo mine in his shin, and he's going to get it out just in time before it resets the damage tick. Sees the Mira peeking out of that blinded window, trying to potentially get something going. Beautiful shot onto the Warden. Desmond falls. C4 goes out, but they've got 1 more. Kuntal finds Dizzy, but Noob falls on the other end. It's a 1v2. All down to Kuntal, the last man standing, the last hope for his team. and he needs to make a play here. He's going to start walking towards the other part of the map, crouching to try and suppress any noise, any sound. They've got a foothold from the overturned table. He knows he can't peek that, so he's going to go the long way around, but the pre-fire from Baz! Out the door with the plant, and he is going to be the one to secure it at the end of the day, folks. The match has been ended. The victors have been decided, and it is Team UWU, after a tremendous fight. They will win 8-6 at the very tail end of this best of 5. All 5 maps, 2 overtimes, and we have our winner, Team UWU. Big congratulations to them.
Huge congratulations to Team UWU. I will also say best wishes, Team Won't Stop Peeking. Now, both the teams have equally contributed to the entertainment factor, to the excitement that we have been waiting for, the action that we wanted to watch, and why not, right? So, kudos to all the players, be it Xerix, Zoomies, Drishya, DZ. I mean, the names are slightly different over here, but you get the point, right? Huge congratulations to each and every player involved. At the same point of time, Won't Stop Peeking. Oh my goodness, the surprises that you have brought into the play kind of made me feel that I still don't know Rainbow Six Siege, even after 2.5 years of casting, because what I have seen today has totally shattered a lot of things that I know about Rainbow Six Siege, and I have learned a lot more in these 3 days. So thanks to all the teams that have participated. And one more time, Team UWU, congratulations, and Team Won't Stop Peeking, best wishes for the next set of tournaments.
Absolutely. Of course, Team UWU will also walk away with 25,000 INR, half of the 50,000 prize pool that was available for them here in this tournament. And of course, Team Won't Stop Peeking, they will give themselves, they will get themselves a 15K as well. So it's not the end of the world. They still get second position and a pretty decent chunk of the prize pool overall. But of course, I know that they would have preferred first place, especially with the way they fought till the very end. It is unfortunate that they lost it out at the tail end of it all, but that is unfortunately the nature of the competition. Tis the nature of the beast. Folks, that is the grand conclusion to the Lenovo and Intel presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat for Rainbow Six Siege X here at Lenovo Legion, India. And I'll tell you what, it was certainly quite the tournament to come back to Siege Esports here in South Asia too. Of course, I had the time to do another Community Cup earlier this year for South Asia, so this isn't technically my first tournament back, but it's certainly a big one to come back to. That much is for certain. But this is usually where we might probably sign off and all that, give the big shout outs and all that, but we're not done yet. There's a certain amount of, not a certain amount, but there's a certain extra surprise that we'll be getting into in just a short moment, once everything gets set up, of course, and that is going to be, if memory does serve me correct, a potential interview with one of the members of the winning team. That's right. We're going to get a chance to have a chat with them. But before that, let's have a look at the end of game statistics here. And boy, what a game. You can see with the number of double digits we have in terms of the kills, I should say. You have Dizzy at 11 and 9. You have Baz at 12 and 9. Drishya at 15 and 10. Kuntal at 15 and 11. And of course, Desmond at 10 and 12. Overall, such great, incredible performances from both sides. And the fact that it came down to an overtime 8-6 tells you all you need to know, folks. This game, this match, it was truly a fight of titans. But with that said, of course, we have one more thing to go, and we'll get to that in just a second. But of course, there are just no more words to be said, really. This game truly was one of the very best of Rainbow Six in South Asia I have seen in a while. But with that said, folks, we are now, of course, me and Santa here Just waiting for that extra little bit that we did mention just a moment ago. And we'll get to that in just a quick second here, as soon as we can, of course. But yeah, no, I'm excited to see where Rainbow Six goes from here in the future in South Asia, because it's certainly given me quite a lot to look forward to, especially with the advent of Rainbow Six Siege X, and of course with everything that follows with it. And of course, guess what? We're not, of course, in terms of Rainbow Six Siege, this is not the only thing that has happened today, right? We have ourselves a little something that's happening concurrently with us, which is the reveal for Year 10 Season 3. I do believe it should be starting in a few moments, or a few short moments actually, and as soon as it does, of course, y'all can hop on over to watch that one, of course, which is going to be quite exciting indeed. Operation High Stakes looks definitely really, really cool, and I'm gonna be right there with y'all once we end things here. But again, like I said, we're not done. We're just waiting for things to kind of coalesce in the right way, and then we can get it all out of the way as well. I will certainly say, though, I'm excited to talk to one of the winning team members here, because it's been a minute since I've had a chance to interact with all of these fine folks. As you know, back in 2023, when I used to commentate pretty regularly, I used to interact with them over on social media quite a bit, you know, giving them well wishes and following their journeys and just everything that they have done. So it's certainly quite nice to be able to have that chance to talk to them one more time. But before we get into all of that, Santa, any final words for this final match, the entire best of 5 that we've had tonight?
I'll say it as short as possible. Entertainment, 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 and that's all I had in all these 3 days. I couldn't ask for more. What I wanted, it's definitely delivered, and I hope that, you know, even the audience would definitely agree with me. A lot of explosive action, right? So I'm happy about it. Thank you so much for both the teams. Also, a huge shout out to the producers and the team that worked in the background to make all this happen. So let's move on to the next segment without any further delay.
Well, we will in just a hot moment, of course. Like we said before, we're just getting everything ready. You know how it is,
Okay,
folks.
right,
These
yeah.
production softwares, production
True.
softwares tend to take a second to set up. Of course, for me and Santa here, we've worked in the business. We know how this works. It takes us like 5 minutes to set things up. That's not even a brag. That's literally what it is. But for those who haven't used these production softwares and all that before, who might not be very familiar with the pipeline and the flow of all of this stuff, it is what it is. We'll get everything set up and we will get started in just a hot moment here. And don't you worry, as soon as we get them in, we will have just a couple of questions really, and we will send them on their way, because we know that, you know, the team who is probably really just excited to celebrate together right now. Probably sit down on Discord together, watch a movie, or I don't know, go out together if they live in the same place. Go out together, right? Celebrate with a night out on the town if that's your thing, or at least get together and enjoy the night. That's exactly what they should be doing. But with all that said, from my end, of course, I already said quite a bit about how I felt about coming back to Rainbow Six Siege in this way, but more so as a caster. Excuse me right there. Wow. Okay. My breakfast was coming back to me for a second there. But looking back at my journey as a caster and looking into kind of everything that has happened in this year, for me personally, I will say I'm happy to be back casting Rainbow Six in South Asia, regardless of, you know, whatever the minutiae of those feelings might be. The overall feeling that I'm feeling right now, and definitely it's a part of it, is being thankful to all of you at home for sticking by us, for keeping Rainbow Six Esports alive, because it's your viewership that makes all of this possible.
True.
And of course, we wouldn't be
Very
here
true.
without the beautiful viewers at home to give us all of this time and all of their time as well. Thank you for letting us borrow your eyeballs, as YouTubers would probably say. I don't know. Do they say that? I haven't YouTubed in over years right now. Anyway, with all that said, of course, thank you, Santa, for joining me in this casting journey as well.
Pleasure.
Coming back to South Asian Siege, it's certainly been quite exciting indeed. And of course, big shout outs to, you know, Lenovo and Intel for India's top gamer fishing Mythpat, and big shout outs to everybody in production for making this possible. With that said, of course, I do believe we're going to get confirmation on the potential start of our interview in just a hot second here, getting into it. And as soon as we do, folks, we will have a chance to talk to one of the winning team members here and live in front of you. And we've got a couple of questions, so to speak, that we can go over once they arrive here on this beautiful UI screen in front of us. So, with that said, let's get into it, folks. Let's bring in one of the winning team members here and now. Hello, Drisha.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Absolutely. We just have a couple of questions for you, my friend, and then we will let you be on your way to celebrate with your team. So, to start things off, of course, you and your team, you fought really hard to get here, right? You've given it your all, blood, sweat, and tears, all the way to the grand finals, double overtime as well on map 3 and 5. So I gotta ask, what inspired you guys to start this competitive journey here in Rainbow Six Siege?
So I don't know if you guys know our names like Dizzy, me, Desi, Baz and Zedix. They have been playing for since quite a while. But when it comes to Dizzy, me and Desi, we have been playing the game just for like a fun basis. We often go rank, we do customs and everything, but we don't go competitive because you're always short on some people. That's the best thing.
Yes.
So coincidentally, this time we had two very, very experienced and skilled players along with us. There was Zedix and Baz. And it's what happens when you put two of those with the three very good friends who just try to keep everything very light, cool-minded, calm, learning on every round. After each and every round, I could tell you one of the prime reasons why we won the game today is because the entire, the mental of the team was very, very peaceful, even when we were dropping like flies on some of the few rounds. But we did really hold, our spines, and we just said, okay, let's take one round at a time. And it just worked for us in the end, eventually.
Going one step at a time is the key to success, is what reiterated by Drisha. Very well said. I like that.
Absolutely. So to that end, of course, you guys have had that journey together, finding your squad, pretty much, right? Finding your tribe, as some other regions would probably call it. But to that end, of course, there's probably players out there who face similar situations. They want to play competitive in whatever game that they're, really inspired to play in. So to that end, what would your message be to those players in the Siege community?
So see, someone who just wants to walk into this competitive field, I just say that there's certainly a lot of pressure. So, and for any new team, doesn't matter how good you're at the game, what your rank is, what your KD is, what your win-loss is. But when you're going for a complete custom end-to-end match, the pressure is really different. You're gonna definitely miss the shots which you connect, and you're going to miss the plays which you make. But that's the beauty of it. Like, my moral from the starting onwards has always been that doesn't matter if you're going to win the tournament or lose or get disqualified on the first match itself. The basic is that we have to enjoy the game. Okay. So apart from all that competitive pressure and everything, if you're enjoying the game, if you're keeping your head cool, nothing is going to hit you. Even if you're going 0-6 on a map, and which we have gone and which we have lost. So for the new players who are just seeing all these strats and complex pushes and everything, they might not always work. And once you just try to step in, give it a try, and just try to, if you love the game, you will definitely end up and start playing. Trust me, even if you're losing those rounds, even if you're losing a couple of maps and everything, you should be enjoying the game. You should not take a bad trip from it. You should keep pushing through, keep enjoying the game, focus on what you have missed, and try to learn each and every time. You should never play the blame game. The other opposition, whoever team we are facing, definitely they are pretty good players. They have been playing since quite a while, and definitely they're going to win a few rounds, and in fact they might even end up winning the game. Learn from them. Try to, at every step you have to just adapt with the play styles, adapt of what mistakes you are winning. It's just take 5 bullets to end a single round, but the positioning, the timing, the communication, and I think the entirety of it makes it very beautiful, and that's what Siege is. So just go for it, register yourself, and make at least 16 to 20 teams registering from India itself. It'll be so much fun.
So, first of all, thank you so much for pointing a very valid point. We need a lot of registrations, and that in a way is possible if you spread the word via mouth. So let your friends know. So whoever is watching right now, what I ask from you is spread the word, tell others to try the game. If they are already playing, kindly register, tell them the platform, and then take it further from there. So now, Drisha, I have a couple of interesting numbers for you. 59 kills altogether. That's very, very interesting from Drisha alone. And then Baz 57, Zoom is with 39, Zdex with 42, DZ with 37. Now talking about Zdex a little bit, I'll come back to you in a moment. On day 2, I believe, as soon as Zdex walked in, there was like a fresh. Sorry, that was day 1. As soon as Zdex walked in, there was like a very fresh energy into the team, and what I saw is that the entire game kind of like changed. And a little while ago, you mentioned that they are the experienced players, so I kind of like have an answer for the same. Now, what my question is, not to create a controversy, but what happened prior to Zdex joined?
So see, it was not very, very, well planned. We weren't prepared to play without Zdex. But firstly, I would just say that that day when the first map was Skyscraper, and I think somehow we ended up going for the attack in the first half. So we had Beat with us, and Beat is an extremely talented fragger, support, communication, intel based. He's just an all-rounder. Hats off to that player. There was just something that, that was a very quick call. Like within 1.5 hours or 2 hours, we got to know that Cetus cannot make it entirely to the tournament itself. So, and we have not been doing any kind of scrims. And I'm God promise, we have just not been doing anything. We haven't even been playing rank. It's just that we come, we sit, we do the formalities, and we start. So when Beat came, I'd say the rhythm did not sit very well, although we were doing everything from our end. And it was not like that we lost because Zdex was not there or if some other teammate was there. But it's just that the entire team, the way we were pushing on the attacks, I would say the execution part was not very good. It was not that refined. And Skyscraper being a very, I personally think of it as a defender-sided map, especially if the opposition is running a lot of traps and a lot of things which should slow you down. So the push is down. So you have to maintain that time balance of the intel gathering, of the pushing, of the trap denial and everything. And then finally when you hit the side, if some execution messes up, the entire 2.5 minutes they just go down the hole. So it was just unfortunate that we lost over there. And secondly, coincidentally, then we got a call that Zdex has actually made it and he should be able to play. And I think Beat willingly said that you guys have a very good rhythm among yourselves. Why not just go with that? Because all of us, the 5 of us, were just happy to sit back down and let any other play. But then it was like a mutual decision. There cannot be any controversy about it.
I mean, Beat, no offense, buddy, nothing to. I just wanted, get the clarification done. And the numbers are speaking for themselves. So I really do not have to, say more about it. Drishya, Baz, Zoomy, Zdex, DZ, Beat, all together, you made this to happen. Of course, number of deaths were higher. It will be. When you're going to the frontal assault, of course, that number of deaths would be there. So, huge congratulations to Team UWU. I would definitely like to see you guys in the next set of tournaments, and from your end as well, please, spread the word. Because if the winning team says that, guys, go ahead and register, that's kind of like leaves a big time mark. So please share the word, be it in your Twitter, on your social medias and all. That would be a really big help for our R6C's community.
Yes, definitely, why not? And I'd like to just thank the both of you. It's not easy to sit there and just, constantly cast this thing for like 5 hours straight, and we can take the rehost, but you guys clearly cannot. So kudos to both of you. Amazing job done, guys.
Thank
And
you,
on behalf
thank
of
you.
Team
Yeah,
UWU, thanks to all the viewers, for all the supporters who have been doing it. And definitely, guys, just go to that green button on Steam, hit on play, and just enjoy the game.
Absolutely. Yep. Well said, Drishya. Once again, thank you for joining us here tonight. And of course, we're going to let you go celebrate with your team. Monumental victory. And once again, massive congratulations to everything that you have done for your team and for Siege in South Asia as a whole. With that said, of course, folks, that's going to be also pretty much wrapping up on the segment here in just a hot minute. And I got to say, Santa, any parting words you have for this final stream?
What I'll say is Rainbow Six Siege X needs a lot more exposure. You know, when I came to know about Tom Clancy, the novels he has written, and I'm a very big movie buff, TV shows as well. When I saw those movies, when I knew about the novels, and then when I see the game, when I first saw the game, I instantly fell in love with Rainbow Six Siege. Back in the day, it was not Siege X, it was just Rainbow Six Siege. I instantly fell in love, and the moment I saw that, walls were being broken, and then floors were being, cut into two, and then sides being divided into two, I said that, wow, this game needs a lot of exploration. And since the last 2.5-3 years, I've been here and enjoying every time I perform casting. Be the games be like, as Drishya mentioned, if it is like a rehost, etc., whatever. But what I ask the other, what we enjoy, we want you guys as well to enjoy. So go for the registrations, get a lot of players into action. We want to see more of us in the play. So that's all I would like to say.
Absolutely. And once again, folks, that is going to do it here for the Lenovo and Intel Presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Thank you, Drisha, for, of course, the interview. And thank you to Team UWU and Won't Stop Peeking for this beautiful overall tournament finals that we have had. We're going to be signing off here tonight, but don't worry, we'll be back with more Rainbow Six Siege soon enough. Until then, stay tuned and good night.
Good night.